Hey, Shulam, Duvid here. Finally back for part 5 of my portraits in Metaphysics series. I've been preparing this for a while, a lot of research, a lot of stuff, and been busy with other things. God forbid I was following the Samantha Wool case, you know, in uh, in depth, watching all the court cases, and took a lot of my attention. I'd wanted to be more active in um, some of my streaming, but I didn't get to it. So finally, we're here, and part 5 of the Metaphysics series, and this one also is more generic. It's just kind of some of the big names in um, philosophy. So all these names today are people who had theories in metaphysics. Um, John Locke, Bishop Berkeley, David Hume, uh, Hegel, Schopenhauer, people that had important ideas in metaphysics, but were general major philosophers, some of the biggest philosophers, biggest names in the Western canon, and had the whole corpus of philosophy. So in order to kind of jump into a more in-depth view of metaphysics, you say, well, how do these concepts and the more metaphysical issues like causation, categories, the nature of truth, uh, deal with the whole gamut of philosophical issues from human nature, psychology, to politics and governance and religion. Um, so, certain important philosophers like John Locke, who I'd mentioned, I'd went through Locke, uh, philosophy of science in my first philosophy of science series. One of the founders of the Royal Society. Probably my next stream in the portrait series will be from the founders of the Royal Society, Boyle and some of the smaller names that founded the Royal Society, and a look at British empiricism. So I mentioned quite a bit in the last few streams. The last one we talked about American pragmatism, very important topic because in essence, the philosophy of America today is pragmatism. Um, and it reflects basically everything about American politics, even looking at like Trump and Biden, both largely pragmatists, and besides for the deeper philosophy of science, religion, and theology. Um, but as opposed to pragmatism, what was the other main schools was German or continental idealism, which looked at as kind of a form of Neoplatonism, that ideas exist on their own, have their own independent truth, versus British empiricism that gives more rise to the scientific method. And of course, the science is largely created by Isaac Newton in the formation of the Royal Society of London. And we'll look at, John Locke is one of the founding members, and we'll look over some of the other major names like Thomas Hobbes and Boyle and of that era. But today, just figure out, cover a wide gamut of some of the most important names in philosophy, and we're going to cover basically their whole Stanford Encyclopedia um, overview of all of their work, all of their major thoughts on every issue, and helps you open up the gamut. Like, I'm going to focus mainly on metaphysics in the series, but some of the philosophers that had major contributions to metaphysics, we're also going to look at all of their thoughts on related issues. So today I'm starting early. It could be really long, God forbid, um, maybe like 7 hours. So God gives me the strength, I will, go complete all of these names. Locke, Hume, and Hegel are long and might be up to like 2 hours each. Berkeley and Schopenhauer are shorter, so it could be almost like 8 hours of reading to cover all of this. Hopefully, less, maybe 6, 7 hours, depending on how fast I read. But and I might have to break it up into two, if but we'll see. Try to get through at least Locke, Berkeley, and Hume. Um, so let's jump right in. There's going to be a large overview of some of the most important philosophers, reading through their Stanford Encyclopedia. I did a lot of research, and so let's jump right in. So let me just do a sound check. Almost nobody watching. We'll see if anyone tunes in. So, some people watch these, so hopefully they're useful to some people and educational value. But for a large part, it's basically just my own independent research, where my main goal in doing this is to forward my research and do it in a public way, due diligence, and um, so let's jump right in. I saw earlier this morning they had the yearly Horde Arena tournament, Horde Championship, and I haven't really been focusing on chess at all for a long time, but I thought maybe I would watch the Horde tournament. But no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stream back to my work, but I'm kind of flipping through that every once in a while. So let's start right away with John Locke, one of the fathers of Western philosophy, major influence on Isaac Newton, on Immanuel Kant, David Hume, one of the earlier important philosophers. Shortly after Descartes and Leibniz and Spinoza, but one of the important earlier comprehensive philosophers who, like many of the philosophers of his time, had important thought on all sorts of issues. These days, probably his most important thought is on government and politics, and the nature of state, and concepts like legitimate governance, life, liberty, property, some of the things that got enshrined into American politics. And but he also was a comprehensive philosopher that had metaphysical theories on the human mind, scientific method, religion. And so this is pretty long, but let's pound through it. John Locke. And this one also has a lot of British history. So I was thinking, should I cut out the basic parts of British history and just focus on the metaphysics or the related philosophy? But I decided to leave in the British history because my next stream is going to focus on the foundation of the Royal Society, and the Royal Society is founded in the middle of these politics of John Locke, and John Locke was very caught up in high levels of politics, and also the certain questions of religious struggle, Calvinism, Protestantism, Anglicanism, Catholicism. So we'll get a full background in the history of philosophy, not just metaphysics this week. John Locke. John Locke was a British philosopher, Oxford academic, and medical researcher. Locke's Manual and Essay Concerning Human Understanding, 1689, is one of the first great defenses of modern empiricism and concerns itself with determining the limits of human understanding in respect to a wide spectrum of topics. It thus tells us in some detail what one can legitimately claim to know and what one cannot. Locke's association with Anthony Ashley Cooper, later the first Earl of Shaftesbury, led him to become successively a government official charged with collecting information about trade in colonies, economic writer, opposition, political activist, and finally revolutionary, whose cause ultimately triumphed in the Glorious Revolution of 1688. Among Locke's political works, he is most famous for the Second Treatise of Government, in which he argues that sovereignty resides in the people and explains that the nature of legitimate government in terms of natural rights and the social contract. He is also famous for calling for the separation of church and state in his letter concerning toleration. Much of Locke's work is characterized by opposition to authoritarianism. This is apparent both in the level of the individual person and the level of the institutions, such as government and church. For the individual, Locke wants each of us to use reason to search after truth rather than simply accept the opinion of authorities or to be subject to superstition. He also wants us to proportion assent to propositions to the evidence for them. On the level of institution, it becomes important to distinguish the legitimate from the illegitimate function of institutions and to make the corresponding distinction for the uses of force by these institutions. Locke believes that using reason to try to grasp the truth and determine the legitimate function of institutions will optimize human flourishing for the individual and society, both in respect to its material and spiritual welfare. This in turn amounts to the following: natural law and the fulfillment of the divine purpose for humanity. Historical background in Locke's life. John Locke, 1632 to 1704, was one of the greatest philosophers in Europe at the end of the 17th century. Locke grew up and lived through one of the most extraordinary centuries of English political and intellectual history. It was a century in which conflicts between crown and parliament and overlapping conflicts between Protestants, Anglicans, and Catholics swirled into civil war in the 1640s. With the defeat and death of Charles I, there began a great experiment in governmental institutions, including the abolishment of the monarchy, the House of Lords, and the Anglican Church, and the establishment of Oliver Cromwell's protectorate in the 1650s. The collapse of the protectorate after the death of Cromwell was followed by the restoration of Charles II, the return of the monarchy, the House of Lords, and the Anglican Church. This period lasted from 1660 to 1688. It was marked by continued conflicts between the king and the parliament and debates over religious toleration for Protestant dissenters and Catholics. The period ends with the Glorious Revolution of 1688, in which James II was driven from England and replaced by William of Orange and his wife Mary. The final period during which Locke lived involved the consolidation of power by William and Mary and the beginning of William's efforts to oppose the domination of Europe by the France of Louis XIV, which later culminated in the military victories of John Churchill, the Duke of Marlborough. Locke's life up to his meeting with Lord Ashley in 1666. Locke was born in Rincton to Puritan parents of modest means. His father was a country lawyer who served in cavalry company on the Puritan side of the early stages of the English Civil War. His father's commander, Alexander Popham, became the local MP, member of Parliament, and it was his patronage which allowed the young John Locke to gain an excellent education. In 1647, Locke went to Westminster School in London. From Westminster School, he went to Christ Church, Oxford in the autumn of 1652 at the age of 20. At Westminster School, he was the most important English school, so Christ Church was the most important Oxford college. Education at Oxford was medieval. Locke, like Hobbes before him, found that the Aristotelian philosophy he was taught at Oxford of little use. There was, however, more at Oxford than Aristotle. The new experimental philosophy had arrived. John Wilkins, Cromwell's brother-in-law, had become warden of Wardham College. The group around Wilkins was the nucleus of what was to become the English Royal Society. The society grew out of informal meetings and discussion groups and moved to London after the Restoration and became a formal institution in the 1660s with charters from Charles II. The society saw its aims in contrast with the scholastic Aristotelian tradition that dominated the universities. The program was to study nature rather than books. Many of Wilkins' associates were people interested in pursuing medicine by observation rather than reading of classic texts. Bacon's interest in careful experimentation and the systematic collection of facts from which generalizations could be made was characteristic of the group. One of Locke's friends from Westminster School, Richard Lower, introduced Locke to medicine and the experimental philosophy being pursued by the virtuoso at Wadham. Okay, John, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Locke received his BA in February 1656. His career at Oxford, however, continued beyond his undergraduate days. In June of 1658, Locke qualified as a Master of Arts and was elected a senior student at Christ Church College. The rank was equivalent to a fellow at any of the other colleges, but was not permanent. Locke had yet to determine what his career was to be. Locke was elected lecturer in Greek at Christ Church in December of 1660, and he was elected lecturer in rhetoric in 1663. At this point, Locke needed to make a decision. The statutes of Christ Church laid down that 55 of the senior studentships should be reserved for men in orders of reading for orders. Only 5 could be held by others, 2 in medicine, 2 in law, and 1 in moral philosophy. Thus, there was good reason for Locke to become a clergyman. Since his graduation, Locke had been studying medicine. Locke decided to become a doctor. John Wilkins had left Oxford with the restoration of Charles II. The new leader of the Oxford scientific group was Robert Boyle. He was also Locke's scientific mentor. Boyle, with the help of his astonishing assistant Robert Hooke, built an air pump which led to the formulation of Boyle's law and devised a barometer as a weather indicator. The work on the air pump led to a controversy with Thomas Hobbes because Boyle's explanation of the working of the air pump was incompatible with Hobbes' microcorpuscular theory. This controversy continued for 10 years. Boyle was, however, most influential as a theorist. He was a mechanical philosopher who treated the world as reducible to matter in motion, but he had no microcorpuscular account of the air. Locke read Boyle before he read Descartes. When he did read Descartes, he saw the great French philosopher as providing a viable alternative to the sterile Aristotelianism he had been taught at Oxford. In writing an essay concerning human understanding, Locke adopted Descartes' way of ideas, though it is transformed so it became an organic part of Locke's philosophy. Still, while admiring Descartes, Locke's involvement with the Oxford scientists gave him a perspective that made him critical of the rationalist elements in Descartes' philosophy. In the epistle to the reader at the beginning of the essay, Locke remarks, "The commonwealth of learning is not at this time without master builders whose mighty designs in advancing the sciences will leave lasting monuments to the admiration of posterity, but everyone must not hope to be a Boyle or a Sydenham, and in the age that produces such masters as the great Huygenius and the incompatible Mr. Newton, with some others of that strain, it is ambition enough to be employed as an under-laborer in cleaning the ground a little and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge." Locke knew all of these men and their works. Locke, Boyle, and Newton were all founding members of the early English Royal Society. It is from Boyle that Locke learned about atomism or the corpuscular hypothesis. It is from Boyle's book, The Origin of Forms and Qualities, that Locke took on the language of primary and secondary qualities. Sydenham was an English physician, and Locke did medical research with him. Sydenham championed careful observation of disease and rejected appeal to underlying causes. Both Boyle and Newton did work on colors that did not involve microcorpuscular explanations. Locke read Newton's Principia Mathematica Philosophica Naturalis while in exile in Holland and consulted Huygens as to the soundness of its mathematics. Locke and Newton became friends after Locke's return from Holland in 1688. It may be that in referring to himself as an underlaborer, Locke is not only displaying a certain literary modesty, but he is contrasting the positive discoveries of these men with his own attempt to show the inadequacies of the Aristotelian scholastics and to some degree the Cartesian philosophies. There are, however, many aspects of Locke's project to which this image of an underlaborer does not do justice. While the corpuscular philosophy and Newton's discoveries clearly influenced Locke, it is the Baconian program of producing natural histories that Locke makes reference to when he talks about the essay in the introduction. He writes, "It shall suffice to my present purpose to consider the discerning faculties of a man as they are employed about the objects which they have to do with, and I shall imagine that I have not wholly misemployed myself in the thoughts I shall have on this occasion, if in this historical plain method I can give any account of the ways whereby our understanding comes to attain those notions of things, and can set down any measure of certainty of our knowledge. The historical plain method is apparently to give a genuine account of how we come by our ideas. Presumably, this will reveal the degree of certainty of the knowledge base on such ideas." Locke's own active involvement with the scientific movement was largely through his informal studies of medicine. Dr. David Thomas was one of his friends and collaborators. Locke and Thomas had a laboratory in Oxford, which was very likely in effect a pharmacy. In 1966, Lord Ashley, one of the richest men in England, came to Oxford in order to drink some medicinal waters there. He had asked Dr. Thomas to provide them. Thomas had been out of town and asked Locke to see that the water was delivered. As a result of this encounter, Ashley invited Locke to come to London as a personal physician. In 1677, Locke did move to London, becoming not only Lord Ashley's personal physician, but secretary, researcher, political operative, and friend. Living with him, Locke found himself at the very heart of English politics in the 1670s and 80s. Locke and Lord Shaftesbury, 1666 to 1688. Locke's chief work while living at Lord Ashley's residence at Cedar House in 1668 wasn't as Ashley's physician. Locke used his medical training to organize a successful operation on Ashley. This was perhaps the most carefully documented operation in the 17th century. Locke consulted doctors across the country to determine what the best practices were for this operation and made cleanliness a priority. In doing so, he saved his patron's life and thus changed English history. Locke had a number of other jobs. He worked as secretary on the Board of Trade and Plantations and secretary to the Lord Proprietors of the Carolinas. Lord Ashley was one of the advocates of the view that England would prosper through trade and the colonies could play an important role for promoting trade. Ashley persuaded Charles II to create a board of trade and plantations to collect information about trade in colonies, and Locke became its secretary. In his capacity as the secretary of the Board of Trade, Locke was the collection point for information from around the globe about trade in colonies for the English government. Among Ashley's commercial projects was an effort to found colonies in the Carolinas. In his capacity as the secretary of the Lord Proprietors, Locke was involved in the writing of the fundamental constitution of the Carolinas. There is some controversy about the extent of Locke's role in writing the Constitution. In addition to issues about trade in colonies, Locke was involved through Shaftesbury and other controversies about public policy. There was a monetary crisis in England involving the value of money and the clipping of coins. Locke wrote papers for Lord Ashley on economic matters, including coinage crisis. While living in London at Exeter House, Locke continued to be involved in philosophical discussion. He tells us that, "Were it fit to trouble thee with the history of this essay, I shall tell thee that 5 or 6 friends meeting at my chamber and discoursing on the subject very remote from this, found themselves quickly at a stand by the difficulties that arose from every side. After we had a while puzzled ourselves without coming any nearer a resolution of those doubts which perplexed us, it came into my thoughts that we took a wrong course, and that before we set ourselves upon inquiries of that nature, it was necessary to examine our own abilities, and see what objects of our understanding were or were not fitted to deal with. This I proposed to the company, who all readily assented, and thereupon it was agreed that this should be our first inquiry. Some hasty and undigested thoughts on a subject I'd never been before considered, which I set down against our next meeting, gave the first entrance into this discourse, which having been thus begun by chance, was continued by entreaty, written by incoherent parcels, after long intervals of neglect, resumed again as my humor or occasions permitted, and at last in a retirement where in attendance of my health gave me leisure, it was brought into that order thou now sees it." James Tyrrell, one of Locke's friends, was at that meeting. He recalls that the discussion being about the principles of morality and revealed religion. Thus, the Oxford scholar and medical researcher came to begin the work which was to occupy him off and on for the next 20 years. In 1674, after Shaftesbury had left the government, Locke went back to Oxford, where he acquired a degree Bachelor of Medicine and a license to practice medicine, and then went to France. In France, Locke went from Calais to Paris, Lyons, and to Montpellier, where he spent the next 15 months. Much of Locke's time was spent learning about Protestantism in France. The Edict of Nantes, promulgated by Henry IV in 1598, was in force, so there was a degree of religious toleration in France. Louis XIV was to revoke the edict in 1685, and French Protestants were then killed, while some 400,000 went into exile. While Locke was in France, Shaftesbury's fortunes fluctuated. In 1676, Shaftesbury was imprisoned in the Tower. His imprisonment lasted for a year. In 1678, after the mysterious murder of a London judge, informers, most notably Titus Oates, started coming forward to reveal a supposed Catholic conspiracy to assassinate the king and put his brother on the throne. This whipped up public anti-Catholic frenzy. Thus, Shaftesbury had not fabricated the conspiracy story, nor did he prompt Oates to come forward. He did exploit the situation to advantage of his party. In the public chaos surrounding the sensational revelation, Shaftesbury organized an extensive party network, exercised great control over elections, and built up a large parliamentary majority. His strategy was to secure the passage of an exclusion bill that would prevent Charles II's openly Catholic brother from becoming king. Although the exclusion bill passed in the Commons, it was rejected in the House of Lords because of the king's strong opposition to it. As the panic over the popish plot receded, Shaftesbury was left without a following or a cause. Shaftesbury was seized on July 21st, 1681, and again put in the Tower. He was tried on trumped-up charges of treason, but acquitted by a London grand jury filled with his supporters in November. At this point, some of the country party leaders began plotting an armed insurrection, which, had it come off, would have begun with the assassination of Charles and his brother on their way back to London from the races at Newmarket. The chances of such a rise rising occurring were not as good as the plotters supposed. Memories of the turmoil of the Civil War were still relatively fresh. Eventually, Shaftesbury, who was moving from safe house to safe house, gave up and fled to Holland in November 1682. He died there in January 1683. Locke stayed in England until the Rye House plot, named after the house from which the plotters were to fire upon the king and his brother, was discovered in June of 1683. Locke left for the West Country to put his affairs in order. The very week the plot was revealed to the government, and by September he was in exile in Holland. While in exile, Locke finished an essay concerning human understanding and published a 50-page advance notice of it in French that was to provide the intellectual world on the continent with the most of their information about the essay, and Pierre Cost's French translation appeared in 1704. He also wrote and published his Epistola de Tolerantia in Latin. Richard Ashcroft in his Revolutionary Politics and Locke's two treatises on government suggest that while in Holland, Locke was not only finishing an essay concerning human understanding and nursing his health, he was closely associated with the English revolutionaries in exile. The English government was much concerned with this group. They tried to get a number of them, including Locke, extradited to England. Locke's studentship at Oxford was taken away from him. In the meantime, the English intelligence service infiltrated the rebel group in Holland and effectively thwarted their efforts, at least for some while. While Locke was living in exile in Holland, Charles II died on February 6, 1685, and was succeeded by his brother, who became James II of England. Soon after this, the rebels in Holland sent a force of soldiers under the Duke of Monmouth to England to try to overthrow James II. The revolt was crushed, and Monmouth was captured and executed. For a meticulous, if cautious, review of the evidence concerning Locke's involvement with the English rebels in exile, see Roger Woolhouse's Locke biography. Ultimately, however, the rebels were successful. James II alienated most of his supporters, and William of Orange was invited to bring a Dutch force to England. After William's army landed, James II realized that he could not mount an effective resistance, fled the country to exile in France. This became known as the Glorious Revolution of 1688. It was watershed in English history, for it marks the point at which the balance of power in the English government passed from the king to the parliament. Locke returned to England in February 1689. The end of Locke's life, 1689 to 1704. After his return from exile, Locke published an essay concerning human understanding and the two treatises of government. In addition, Popple's translation of Locke, a letter concerning toleration, was also published. It is worth noting that the two treatises and the letter concerning toleration were published anonymously. Locke took up residence in the country at Oates in Essex, the home of Sir Francis and Lady Masham Damaris Cudworth. Locke had met Damaris Cudworth in 1682 and became involved intellectually and romantically with her. She was the daughter of Ralph Cudworth, the Cambridge Platonist, and a philosopher in her own right. After Locke went to exile in Holland in 1683, she married Sir Francis Masham. Locke and Lady Masham remained good friends and intellectual companions to the end of Locke's life. During the remaining years of his life, Locke oversaw 4 more editions of the essay and engaged in controversies over the essay, most notably in a series of published letters with Edward Stillingfleet, Bishop of Worcester. In a similar way, Locke defended the letter concerning toleration against a series of attacks. He wrote the reasonableness of Christianity and some thoughts on education during this period as well. Nor was Locke finished with public affairs. In 1696, the Board of Trade was revived. Locke played an important part in its revival and served as the most influential member on it until 1700. The new Board of Trade had administrative powers and was, in fact, concerned with a wide range of issues, from the Irish wool trade and the suppression of piracy to the treatment of the poor in England and the governance of the colonies. It was in Peter Laslett's phrase, the body which administered the United States before the American Revolution. During these last 8 years of his life, Locke was asthmatic, and he suffered so much from it that he could only bear the smoke of London during the 4 warmer months of the year. Locke plainly engaged in the activities of the board out of a strong sense of patriotic duty. After his retirement from the Board of Trade in 1700, Locke remained in retirement at Oates until his death on Sunday, October 28, 1704. The limits of human understanding. Locke is often classified as the first great English empiricist, ignoring the claims of Bacon and Hobbes. This reputation rests on Locke's greatest work, the monumental essay concerning human understanding. Locke explains his project in several places. Perhaps the most important of his goals is to determine the limits of human understanding. Locke writes, "For I thought the first step towards satisfying the several inquiries the mind of man was apt to run into was to take a survey of our own understandings, examine our own powers, and to see what things they were adapted. Till that was done, I suspected that we began at the wrong end, and in vain sought for satisfaction in a quiet and secure possession of truths that most concerned us, whilst we let loose our thoughts into the vast ocean of being, as if all the boundless extent were the natural and undoubted possessions of our understanding, wherein there was nothing that escaped its decisions or that escaped its comprehension, thus men extending their inquiries beyond their capacities and letting their thoughts wander into the depths where they can find no sure footing. 'Tis no wonder they raise questions and multiply disputes, which, never coming to any clear resolution, are proper to only continue and increase their doubts, and to confirm them at last in a perfect skepticism. Whereas were the capacities of our understanding well considered, the extent of our knowledge once discovered, and the horizon found, which sets the boundary between the enlightened and the dark parts of things, between what is and what is not comprehensible by us, men would perhaps with less scruple acquiesce if the avowed ignorance of the one, and employed their thoughts and discourse with more advantage and satisfaction in the other." Some philosophers before Locke had suggested that it would be good to find the limits of understanding, but what Locke does is to carry this project in detail. In the 4 books of the essay, Locke considers the and sources and nature of human knowledge. Book 1 argues that we have no innate knowledge. In this, he resembles Berkeley and Hume and differs from Descartes and Leibniz. So at birth, the human mind is sort of a blank slate on which experience writes. In Book 2, Locke claims that ideas are the materials of knowledge, and all ideas come from experience. The term idea, Locke tells us, stands for whatsoever is the object of the understanding. When a man thinks, experience is of 2 kinds, sensation and reflection. One of these, sensation, tells us about things and processes in the external world. The other, reflection, tells us about the operations of our own minds. Reflection is a sort of internal sense that makes us conscious of the mental processes we are engaged in. Some ideas we get only from sensation, some only from reflection, and some from both. Locke has an atomic, or perhaps more accurately, a corpuscular theory of ideas. There is, that is to say, an analogy between the way atoms or corpuscles combine into complexes to form physical objects and the way ideas combine. Ideas are either simple or complex. We cannot create simple ideas, we can only get them from experience. In this respect, the mind is passive. Once the mind has a store of simple ideas, it can combine them into complex ideas of a variety of kinds. In this respect, the mind is active. Thus, Locke subscribes to a version of the empiricist axiom that there is nothing in the intellect that was not previously in the senses, where the senses are broadened to include reflection. Book 3 deals with the nature of language, its connections with ideas, and its role in knowledge. Book 4, the culmination of the previous reflections, explains the nature and limits of knowledge, probability, and the relation of reason and faith. Let us now consider the essay in some detail. Book 1. At the beginning of an essay concerning human understanding, Locke says that since his purpose is to inquire into the original certainty and extent of human knowledge, together with the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent, he is going to begin with ideas, the material out of which knowledge is constructed. His first task is to inquire on the origin of these ideas and the ways whereby the understanding comes to be furnished with them. The role of Book 1 in the essay is to make the case that being innate is not a way in which understanding is furnished with principles and ideas. Locke treats innateness as an empirical hypothesis and argues that there's no good evidence to support it. Locke describes innate ideas as some primary notions, characters, as it were stamped upon the mind of man, which the soul receives in its very first being and brings into the world with it. In pursuing this inquiry, Locke rejects the claim that there are speculative innate principles, practical innate moral principles, or that we have innate ideas of God, identity, or impossibility. Locke rejects arguments from the universal assent and attacks dispositional accounts of innate principles. Thus, in considering what would count as evidence from universal assent to such propositions as what is, or it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be, he holds that children and idiots should be aware that of such truths if they were innate, but that they have not the least apprehension of thoughts of them. Why should children and idiots be aware of and able to articulate such propositions? Locke says, "It seems to me a clear contradiction to say that there are truths imprinted on the soul which it perceives or understands, not imprinting if it signify anything, being nothing else but the making certain truths to be perceived." So Locke's first point is that if propositions were innate, they should be immediately perceived by infants and idiots, and indeed everybody else, but there is no evidence that they are. Locke then proceeds to attack dispositional accounts that say roughly that innate propositions are capable of being perceived under certain circumstances. Until these circumstances come about, the propositions remain unperceived in the mind. With the advent of these conditions, the propositions are then perceived. Locke gives the following argument against innate propositions being dispositional. For if any one proposition may be in the mind but not be known, then by the same reason, all propositions that are true and the mind is ever capable of ascending to may be said to be in the mind and to be imprinted, since if any one can be said to be in the mind, which it never yet knew, it must be only because it is capable of knowing it, and so all the mind is of all truths it ever shall know. The essence of this argument, and many of Locke's other arguments against dispositional accounts of innate propositions, is that such dispositional accounts do not provide an adequate criterion for distinguishing innate propositions from other propositions that the mind may come to discover. Thus, even if some criterion is proposed, it will turn out not to do the work it is supposed to do. When Locke turns from speculative principles to the question of whether there are innate practical moral principles, many of the arguments made against innate speculative principles continue to apply, but there are some additional considerations. Practical principles such as the golden rule are not self-evident in the way such speculative principles as what is are. Thus, one can clearly and sensibly ask reasons for why one should hold the golden rule true or obey it. There are substantial differences between people over the content of practical principles. Thus, they are even less likely candidates to be innate propositions or to meet the criterion of universal assent. In the fourth chapter of Book 1, Locke raises similar points about the ideas which compose both speculative and practical principles. The point is that if the ideas that are constitutive to the principles are not innate, this gives us even more reason to hold that the principles are not innate. He examines the ideas of identity and possibility and God to make these points. In Book 1, Locke says little about who holds the doctrine of innate principles that he is attacking. For this reason, he has sometimes been accused of attacking strawmen. John Yolton has persuasively argued that the view that innate ideas and principles were necessary for the stability of religion, morality, and natural law was widespread in England in the 17th century, and that in attacking both the naive and the dispositional account of innate ideas and innate principles, Locke is attacking positions which were widely held and continue to be held after the publication of the essay. Thus, the charge that Locke's account of innate principles is made of straw is not just a criticism, but there are also some important connections with particular philosophers and schools that are worth noting at some points about innate ideas and inquiry. In Book 1, Locke tells us that the doctrine of innate principles, once accepted, eased the lazy from the pains of search, and that the doctrine of inquiry stopper that is used by those who affected to be masters and teachers to illegitimately gain control of the minds of their students. Locke rather clearly has in mind the Aristotelians and scholastics at the universities. Thus, Locke's attack on innate principles is connected with his anti-authoritarianism. It is an expression of his view of the importance of free and autonomous inquiry in the search for truth. Ultimately, Locke holds that this is the best road to knowledge and happiness. Locke, like Descartes, is tearing down the foundation of the old Aristotelian scholastic house of knowledge, but while Descartes focused on the empiricism at the foundation of the structure, Locke is focused on the claims that the innate ideas provide at first principles. The attack on innate ideas is thus the first step in the demolition of the scholastic model of science and knowledge. Ironically, it is also clear from Book 2 that Locke sees Descartes' claim that his essence is to be a thinking thing as entailing a doctrine of innate ideas and principles. Book 2. In Book 2 of the essay, Locke gives his positive account of how we acquire the materials of knowledge. Locke distinguishes a variety of different kinds of ideas in Book 2. Locke holds that the mind is a tabula rasa, or blank sheet, until experience in the form of sensations and reflection provide the basic material, simple ideas out of which most of our complex knowledge is constructed. While the mind may be a blank slate in regards to the content, it is plain that Locke thinks that we are born with a variety of faculties to receive and abilities to manipulate or process the content once we acquire it. Thus, for example, the mind can engage in three different types of action in putting simple ideas together. The first of these kinds of action is to combine them into complex ideas. Complex ideas are two kinds: ideas of substances and ideas of modes. Substances are independent existences. Being, beings that count as substances include God, angels, humans, animals, plants, and a variety of constructed things. Modes are dependent existences. These include mathematical and moral ideas and all the conventional language of religion, politics, and culture. The second action which the mind performs is the bringing of two ideas, whether simple or complex, by one another so as to take a view of them at once without uniting them. This gives us our ideas of relations. The third act of the mind is the production of general ideas by abstractions from particulars, leaving out the particular circumstances of time and place, which would limit the application of an idea to a particular individual. In addition to these abilities, there are such faculties as memory, which allow for the storing of ideas. Having set forth the general machinery of how simple and complex ideas of substances, modes, relations, and so forth are derived from sensations and reflection, Locke also explains how a variety of particular kinds of ideas, such as ideas of solidity, number, space, time, power, identity, and moral relations, arise from sensations and reflections. Several of these are of particular interest. Locke's chapter on power gives rise to the discussion of free will and voluntary action. Locke also made a number of interesting claims in the philosophy of mind. He suggested, for example, that for all we know, God could as easily add the powers of perception and thought to matter organized in the right ways as he could add those powers to an immaterial substance, which would then be joined to matter organized in the right way. His account of personal identity was revolutionary. In what follows, we focus on some central ideas in Locke's account of physical objects. These include Locke on knowledge and natural philosophy, the limitations of the corpuscular philosophy, and Locke's relation to Newton. Locke offers an account of physical objects based on the mechanical philosophy and the corpuscular hypothesis. The adherents of the mechanical philosophy held that all material phenomena can be explained by matter in motion and the impact of one body on another. They viewed matter as passive. They reflected the occult qualities and causation at a distance of the Aristotelian scholastic philosophers of philosophy. They rejected. Robert Boyle's corpuscularian hypothesis treated the material world as made up of particles. Some corpuscularians held that corpuscles could be further divided and that the universe was full of matter with no void space. Atomists, on the other hand, held that particles were indivisible and that the material world is composed of atoms and the void or empty space in which the atoms move. Locke was an atomist. Atoms have properties. They are extended, they are solid, they have a particular shape, and they are in motion or rest. They combine together to produce the familiar stuff in physical objects, the gold and the wood, the horses and the violets, the tables and the chairs of our worlds. These familiar things also have properties. They are extended, solid, have a particular shape, and are in motion and at rest. In addition to these properties that they share with the atoms that compose them, they have other properties such as color, smells, taste, that they get by standing in relation to perceivers. The distinction between these two kinds of properties goes back to the Greek atomist. It is articulated by Galileo and Descartes, as well as Locke's mentor, Robert Boyle. Locke makes this distinction in Book 2, Chapter 8 of the essay, and using Boyle's terminology, calls the two different classes of properties the primary and secondary qualities of an object. This distinction is made by both the main branches of the mechanical philosophy of the 17th and early 18th century. Both the Cartesian plenum theorists, who held that the world was full of infinitely divisible matter and that there was no void space, and the atomists such as Gassendi, who held that there were indivisible atoms and voids space in which the atoms move, made the distinction between these two classes of properties. Still, the differences between these two branches of the mechanical philosophy affect their account of primary qualities. In the chapter on solidity, Locke rejects the Cartesian definition of body as simply extended and argues that bodies are both extended and impenetrable or solid. The inclusion of solidity in Locke's account of bodies and of primary qualities distinguishes them from the void space in which they move. The primary qualities of an object are properties which the object possesses independent of us, such as occupying space, being either in motion or at rest, having solidity and texture. The secondary qualities are powers in bodies to produce ideas in us like color, taste, smell, and so on, that are caused by the interaction of a particular perceptual apparatus with the primary qualities of the object. Our ideas or primary qualities resemble the qualities of the object, while our ideas of secondary qualities do not resemble the powers that cause them. Locke also distinguishes a second class of secondary properties that are the powers that one substance has to affect another, the power of fire to melt a piece of wax. There has been considerable scholarly debate concerning the details of Locke's account of the distinction. Among the issues are which qualities Locke assigns to each of the two categories. Locke gives several lists. Another issue is what the criterion for putting a quality in one list rather than another. Does Locke hold that all the ideas of secondary qualities come to us by one sense, while the ideas of primary qualities come to us through two, or is Locke not making the distinction in this way? Another issue is whether there are only primary qualities of atoms or whether compounds of atoms also have primary qualities. And while Locke claims our ideas of primary qualities resemble the primary qualities in objects, and the ideas of secondary qualities do not resemble their causes in the object, what does resemble mean in this context? Related to this issue is how we are supposed to know about particles that we cannot sense. It seems clear that Locke holds that there are certain analogies between the middle-sized macroscopic objects we encounter in the world and the particles that compose these things. Morris Mandelbaum called this process transdiction. These analogies allow us to say certain things about the nature of particles and primary and secondary qualities. For example, we can infer that atoms are solid and that the heat is a greater rate of motion of atoms while cold is a slower motion, but these analogies may not get us very far in grasping the necessary connection between qualities and nature. Yet another issue is whether Locke sees the distinction as reductionist. If what we mean by reductionist here is that only the primary qualities are real and these explain the secondary qualities, then there does not seem to be a clear answer. Secondary qualities surely are nothing more than certain primary qualities that affect us in certain ways. This seems to be reductionist, but on Locke's account of real ideas, both of the ideas of primary and secondary qualities count as real. And while Locke holds that our ideas of secondary qualities are caused by primary qualities, in certain important respects, the primary qualities do not explain them. Locke holds that we cannot even conceive of how the size, figure, and motion of particles could cause any sensation in us, so knowing the size, figure, and motion of the particles would be of no use for us in this regard. Locke probably holds some version of the representational theory of perception, though some scholars dispute this. On such a theory, what the mind immediately perceives are ideas, and the ideas are caused by and represent the objects which cause them. Thus, perception is a triadic relation rather than simply being a dyadic relation between an object and the perceiver. Such a dyadic relational theory is often called naive realism because it suggests that the perceiver is directly perceiving the object, and naive because this view is open to a variety of serious objections. Some versions of the representational theory are open to serious objections as well. If, for example, one treats ideas as things, then one can imagine that because one sees ideas, the ideas actually block one from seeing the things in the external world. The idea would be like a picture or painting. The picture would copy the original object in the external world, but because our immediate object of perception is the picture, we would be prevented from seeing the original just as standing in front of a painting or on an easel might prevent us from seeing the person being painted. Thus, it is sometimes called the picture original theory of perception. Alternatively, Jonathan Bennett called it the veil of perception to emphasize that seeing the ideas prevents us from seeing the external world. One philosopher who arguably held such a view was Nicholas Mellenbrock, a fellow of Descartes. Antoine Arnauld, by contrast, while believing in the representative character of ideas, is a direct realist about perception. Arnold engaged in a lengthy controversy with Mellenbrock and criticized Mellenbrock's account of ideas. Locke follows Arnold in his criticism of Mellenbrock on this point, yet Berkeley attributed the veil of perception interpretation of the representational theory of perception to Locke, as have many later commentaries, including Bennett. Woosley put the difficulty of doing this succinctly. It is scarcely credible both that Locke should be able to see and state so clearly the fundamental objection to the picture original theory of sense perception, and that he should have held the same theory himself. Just what Locke's account of perception involves is still a matter of scholarly debate. A review of this issue at a symposium including John Rogers, Gideon Yaffe, Lex Newman, Tom Lennon, and Barry Chappell at a meeting of the Pacific Division of the American Philosophical Association in 2003, and later expanded and published in the Pacific Philosophical Quarterly found most of the symposionists holding the view that Locke holds a representative theory of perception, but that he is not a skeptic about the external world in the way that the veil of perception doctrine might suggest. Another issue that has been a matter of controversy since the first publication of the essay is what Locke means by the term substance. The primary secondary quality distinction gets us a certain ways in understanding physical objects, but Locke is puzzled about what underlies or supports the primary qualities themselves. He is also puzzled about what material and immaterial substances might have in common that would lead us to apply the same word to both. These kinds of reflections led him to the relative and obscure idea of substance in general. This is an I know not what, which is the supportive qualities which cannot subsist by themselves. We experience properties appearing in regular clumps, but we must infer that there is something that supports or perhaps holds together these qualities. For we have no experience of the supporting substance, it is clear that Locke sees no alternative to the claim that there are substances supporting qualities. He does not, for example, have a theory of tropes. Tropes are the properties that can exist independently of substances, which he might use to dispense with the notion of substance. In fact, he may be rejecting something like a theory of tropes when he rejects the Aristotelian doctrine of real qualities and insists on the need for substances. He is thus not at all a skeptic about substance in the way that Hume is, but it is also quite clear that he is regularly insistent about the limitations of our ideas of substances. Bishop Stillingfleet accused Locke of putting substance out of the reasonable part of the world, but Locke is not doing that. Since Berkeley, Locke's doctrine of the substratum of substance in general has been attacked as incoherent. It seems to imply that we have a particular without any properties, and this seems like a notion that is inconsistent with empiricism. We have no experience of such an entity, and so no way to derive such an idea from experience. Locke himself acknowledges this point. In order to avoid this problem, Michael Ayers has proposed that we must understand the notions of substratum and the substance in general in terms of Locke's distinction between real and nominal essences. And in particular, his doctrine of real essences developed from Book 3 of the essay, rather than a separate problem from that knowing real essences. The real essence of a material thing is its atomic constitution. The atomic constitution is the causal basis of all the observable properties of the thing from which we create nominal essences. Were the real essence known, all the observable properties could be deduced from it. Locke claims that the real essence of material things are quite unknown to us. Locke's concept of a substance in general is also a something I know not what. Thus, on Ayer's interpretation, substance in general means something like whatever it is that supports qualities, while the real essence mean this particular atomic constitution that explains the set of observable qualities. Thus, Ayers wants to treat the unknown substratum as picking out the same thing as the real essence, thus eliminating the need for particulars without properties. This proposed way of interpreting Locke has been criticized by scholars, both because of lack of textual support and on the stronger grounds that it conflicts with some things that Locke does say. As we have reached one of the important concepts in Book 3, let us turn to the book and Locke's discussion of language. So this Book 2 of Locke's Essays Concerning Human Understanding is by far the most important from my research, and I'm going to come back to it multiple times, related to all sorts of different factors. And like I'm going to return to also other things like Descartes and his students, and we'll look at Mellenbrock and Arnolds and some of these people in future streams. So just looking at like what is a substance, primary and secondary qualities, which will also lead into future topics like monism. So anyone following along, highly recommend at least reading this part on part 2, maybe some of the papers, or to actually get a copy of Locke's Essays Concerning Human Understanding, and to actually delve into Book 2. Book 3. Locke devotes Book 3 of an essay concerning human understanding to language. This is the strong indication that Locke thinks issues about language were of considerable importance in attaining knowledge. At the beginning of the book, he notes the importance of abstract general ideas to knowledge. They serve as sorts under which we rank all of the vast multitude of particular existences. Thus, abstract ideas and classifications are of central importance in Locke's discussions of language and its importance for knowledge. Without general terms and classes, we would be faced with the impossible task of trying to know a vast world of particulars. There is a clear connection between books 2 and 3 in that Locke's claim that words stand for ideas. In his discussions of language, Locke distinguishes words according to the categories of ideas established in Book 2 of the essay. So there are ideas of substances, simple modes, mixed modes, relations, and so on. It is in this context that Locke makes the distinction between real and nominal essences noted above, perhaps because of his focus on the role that kind terms play in classification. Locke pays vastly more attention to nouns than to verbs. Locke recognizes that not all words relate to ideas. There are also the many particle words that signify the connection that the mind gives to ideas or propositions one with another. Still, it is the relationship of words and ideas that gets most of Locke's attention in Book 3. Norman Kretzmann calls the claim that words in their primary or immediate signification signify nothing but the ideas in the mind of him that uses them. Locke's main semantic thesis, the thesis has often been criticized as a classic blunder in semantic theory. Thus, Mills, for example, wrote, "When I say the sun is the cause of the day, I do not mean that my idea of the sun causes or excites in me the idea of the day." This criticism of Locke's account of language parallels the veil of perception critique in his account of perception and suggests that Locke is not distinguishing the meaning of a word from its reference. Kretzmann, however, argues persuasively that Locke distinguishes between meaning and reference, and that ideas provide the meaning but not the reference of words. Thus, the line of criticism represented by the quotation from Mill is ill-founded. In addition to the kinds of ideas noted above, there are also particular and abstract ideas. Particular ideas have in them the ideas of particular places and times, which limit the application of the idea into a single individual, while abstract general ideas leave out the ideas of particular times and places in order to allow the idea to apply to other similar qualities and things. There has been considerable philosophical and scholarly debate about the nature of process of abstraction and Locke's account of it. Berkeley argues that the process as Locke conceives it is incoherent. In part, this is because Berkeley is an imagist, that is, he believes that all ideas are images. If one is an imagist, it becomes impossible to imagine what idea could include both the ideas of a right and equilateral triangle. Michael Ayers has recently argued that Locke too was an imagist. This would make Berkeley's criticism of Locke very much to the point. Ayers' claim, however, has been disputed. The process of abstraction is of considerable importance to human knowledge. Locke thinks that most words we use are general. Clearly, it is only general or sortal ideas that can serve in a classificatory scheme. In his discussion on names of substances and the contrast between names of substances and names of modes, a number of interesting features of Locke's views about language and knowledge emerge. Physical substances are atoms and things that made up of atoms, but we have no experience with the atomic structure of horses and tables. We know horses and tables mainly because secondary qualities such as color, taste, and smell, and so on, and primary qualities such as shape, motion, and extension. So since the real essence, the atomic constitution of a horse, is unknown to us, our word horse cannot get its meaning from the real essence. What the general word signifies is the complex of ideas we have decided are parts of the idea that sort of thing. These ideas we get from experience. Locke calls such a general idea that picks out a sort the nominal essence of that sort. One of the central issues of Book 3 has to do with classification. On what basis do we divide things into kinds and organize these kinds into a system of species and genera? In the Aristotelian and scholastic tradition that Locke rejects, necessary properties are those that an individual must have in order to exist and continue to exist. These contrast with accidental properties. Accidental properties are those that an individual can gain or lose and yet continue in existence. If a set of necessary properties is shared by a number of individuals, that set of properties constitutes the essence of a natural kind. The borders between kinds are supposed to be sharp and determinate. The aim of Aristotelian science is to discover the essence of natural kinds. Kinds can then be organized hierarchically into classificatory systems of species and genera. This classification of the world by natural kinds will be unique and privileged because it alone corresponds to the structure of the world. This doctrine of essences and kinds is often called Aristotelian essentialism. Locke rejects a variety of aspects of this doctrine. He rejects the notion that an individual has an essence apart from being treated as belonging to a kind. He also rejects the claim that there is a single classification of things in nature that the natural philosopher should seek to discover. He holds that there are many possible ways to classify the world, each of which might be particularly useful depending on one's purpose. Locke's pragmatic account of language and the distinction between nominal and real essences constitute an anti-essentialist alternative to this Aristotelian essentialism and its correlative account of the classification of natural kinds. He claims that there is no fixed boundaries in nature to be discovered, that there are no clear demarcation points between species. There are always borderline cases. This is the debate over whether Locke's view is that this lack of fixed boundaries is true on both the level of appearances and nominal essences and atomic constitutions and real essences, or in the level of nominal essence alone. The first view is that Locke holds that there are no Aristotelian natural kinds on either the level of appearance or atomic reality. The second view holds that Locke thinks that there are Aristotelian natural kinds on the atomic level. It is simply that we cannot get at them or know what they are. On either of these interpretations, the real essence cannot provide the meaning to names of substances. Lovejoy in The Great Chain of Being and David Wiggins are proponents of the second interpretation, while Michael Ayers and William Ousgalis argue for the first. By contrast, the idea that we use to make up our nominal essences comes to us from experience. Locke claims that the mind is active in making our ideas or sorts, and that there are so many properties to choose among that it is possible for different people to make quite different ideas of the essences of certain substance. This has given some commentators the impression that the making of sorts is utterly arbitrary and conventional for Locke, and that there's no basis for criticizing a particular nominal essence. Sometimes Locke says things that might suggest this, but this impression should be resisted. Peter Ansley has characterized Locke's conventionalism about classificatory terms as both constrained and convergent. Locke claims that while the making of nominal essence is the work of the understanding, that work is constrained both by usage, where words stand for ideas that are already in use, and by the fact that substance words are supposed to copy the properties of the substances they refer to. Locke says that our ideas of kinds of substances have as their archetype the complex of properties that produce the appearances we use to make our nominal essences, and which cause the unity of the complex of ideas that appear to us regularly conjoined. The very notion of archetype implies constraints on what properties and hence what ideas can go together. If there were no such constraints, there could be no archetype. Let us begin with the usage of words. It is important in a community of language users that words be used with the same meaning. If this condition is met, it facilitates the chief end of language, which is communication. If one fails to use words with the meanings that most people attach to them, one will fail to communicate effectively with others. Thus, one would defeat the main purpose of language. It should also be noted that the traditions of usage for Locke can be modified. Otherwise, we would not be able to improve our knowledge and understanding by getting more clear and determinate ideas. In the making of the names of substances, there is a period of discovery as the abstract general ideas put together, and then the naming of the idea, and then its introduction into language. Language itself is viewed as an instrument for carrying out the mainly prosaic purposes and practices of everyday life. Ordinary people are the chief makers of language. Vulgar notions suit vulgar discourses, and both, though confused enough, yet serve pretty well for the market and the wake. Merchants and lovers, cooks and tailors have words wherein to dispatch their ordinary affairs, and so I think might philosophers and disputants too, if they had in mind to understand and to be clearly understood. These ordinary people use a few apparent qualities, mainly ideas of secondary qualities, to make ideas and words that will serve their purposes. Natural philosophers, scientists come along later to try to determine if the connections between properties which the ordinary folk have put together in particular idea in fact holds in nature. Scientists are seeking to find necessary connections between properties. Still, even scientists in Locke's view are restricted to using observable and mainly secondary qualities to categorize things in nature. Sometimes the scientists may find that the ordinary folk have erred, as when they call whales fish. A whale is not a fish, as it turns out, but a mammal. There is a characteristic group of qualities that fish have that whales do not have. There is a characteristic group of qualities that mammals have, which whales also have. To classify whales as fish, therefore, is a mistake. Similarly, we might have an idea of gold that only included being a soft metal and gold color. If so, we would be unable to distinguish between gold and fool's gold. Thus, since it is in the mind that makes complex ideas, they are the workmanship of the understanding. One is free to put together any combination of ideas one wishes and call it what one will, but the product of such work is open to criticism, either on the grounds that it does not conform to already current usage or that it inadequately represents the archetypes that it is supposed to copy to the world. We engage in such criticism in order to improve human understanding of the material world and thus the human condition. This is the convergent character of Locke's conventionalism. It becomes in becoming more accurate, the nominal essence converges on the real essence. However, we should not forget the master builders that Locke mentions at the beginning of the essay. Stephen Gachroger claims that Locke's great achievement was to provide a philosophical justification for the kind of experimental philosophy that Boyle's work on the air pump and his and Newton's work on colors, as well as Sydenham's observational medicine. All of these had been attacked for not providing explanations in terms of matter theory. Thus, Locke is justifying the autonomy of experimental philosophy. Such experimental explanations depend solely on the relation between phenomenon, even when there is some microcorpuscular basis for the phenomenon being explained. Or according to Gachroger, this is Locke's contribution to the collapse of mechanism. The distinction between modes and substances is surely one of the most important in Locke's philosophy. In contrast with substances, modes are dependent existences. They can be thought of as the ordering of substances. They are technical terms for Locke, so we should see how they are defined. Locke writes first, modes I call such complex ideas, which, however compounded, contain not in themselves the supposition of subsisting by themselves. Such are the ideas signified by the words triangle, gratitude, murther. Locke goes on to distinguish between simple and mixed modes. He writes, of these modes, there are two sorts which deserve distinct consideration. First, there are some that are only variations of different combinations of the same simple idea without the mixture of any other, as a dozen or score, which are nothing but the ideas of so many distinct unities being added together, and these I call simple modes, as being contained within the bounds of one simple idea. Secondly, there are others contained of ideas of several kinds, put together to make one complex one. Beauty consists of a certain combination of color and figure, causing delight to the beholder. Theft, which being the concealed charge of the possession of anything without the consent of the proprietor, contains, as it is visible, a combination of several ideas of several kinds, and these I call mixed modes. When we make ideas of modes, the mind is again active, but the archetype is in our mind. The question becomes whether things of the world fit our ideas, and not whether ideas correspond to the nature of things in the world. Our ideas are adequate, thus we define bachelor as an unmarried adult male human being. If we find that someone does not fit this definition, this does not reflect badly on our definition. It simply means that individuals do not belong to the class of bachelors. Modes give us the idea of mathematics, of morality, of religion and politics, and indeed of human conventions in general. Since these modal ideas are not only made by us, but serve as standards that things in the world either fit into or do not fit, and thus belongs or do not belong to that sort, ideas of modes are clear and distinct, adequate and complete. Thus, in modes, we get the real and nominal essences combined. One can give precise definitions of mathematical terms, that is, give necessary and sufficient conditions, and one could give deductive demonstrations of mathematical truths. Locke sometimes says that morality, too, is capable of deductive demonstration. Though pressed by his friend William Molyneux to produce such a demonstrated morality, Locke never did so. The terms of political discourse have also some of the same modal features for Locke. When Locke defines the states of nature, slavery, and war in the second treatise on government, for example, we are presumably getting precise modal definitions from which one can deduce consequences. It is possible, however, that with politics we are getting a study that requires both experience as well as the deductive modal aspect. Okay, so we'll note also that the relationship to chunking theory, that God forbid, moving forward, that chunking theory is very Lockean in terms of like the blank slate and combination of ideas into making complex ideas and modes. So just something to consider for future research. Book 4. In the fourth book, an essay concerning human understanding, Locke tells us what knowledge is and what humans know and what they cannot, not simply what they do and do not happen to know. Locke defines knowledge as the perception of the connection and agreement or disagreement and repugnancy of any of our ideas. This definition of knowledge contrasts with the Cartesian definition of knowledge as any ideas that are clear and distinct. Locke's account of knowledge allows him to say that we can know substances in spite of the fact that our ideas of them always include the obscure and relative idea of substances in general. Still, Locke's definition of knowledge raises in this domain a problem analogous to those we have seen with perception and language. If knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of any of our ideas, are we not trapped in the circle of our own ideas? What about knowing the real existence of things? Locke is plainly aware of this problem and very likely holds the implausibility of skeptical hypotheses such as Descartes' dream hypothesis. He doesn't even bother to mention Descartes' Malengini or the evil demon hypothesis, along with the causal connections between qualities and ideas in his own system, is enough to solve the problem. It is also worth noting that there are significant differences between Locke's brand of empiricism and that of Berkeley that would make it easier for Locke to solve the veil of perception problem than Berkeley. Locke, for example, makes transdictive inference about atoms where Berkeley is unwilling to allow that such inferences are legitimate. This implies that Locke has the semantics that allows him to talk about the unexperienced causes of experiences, such as atoms, which Berkeley cannot. What then can we know, and with what degree of certainty? We can know that God exists with the second highest degree of assurance, that of demonstration. We also know that we exist with the highest degree of certainty. The truths of morality and mathematics we can know with certainty as well, because these are modal ideas whose adequacy is guaranteed by the fact that we make such ideas as ideal models which other things must fit, rather than trying to copy some external archetype which we can only grasp inadequately. On the other hand, our efforts to grasp the nature of external objects are limited largely to connection between their apparent qualities. The real essence of elephants and gold is hidden from us, though in general we suppose them to be some distinct combination of atoms which causes the grouping of apparent qualities, which leads us to see elephants and violets, gold, and lead as distinct kinds. Our knowledge of material things is probabilistic, and thus opinion rather than knowledge. Thus, our knowledge of external object is inferior to our knowledge of mathematics and morality, of ourselves and of God. We do have sensitive knowledge of external objects, which is limited to things we are presently experiencing. While Locke holds that we only have knowledge of a limited number of things, he thinks we can judge the truth or falsity of many propositions in addition to those we can legitimately claim to know. This brings us to a discussion of probability. Knowledge and probability. Knowledge involves the seeing of the agreement or disagreement of our ideas. What then is probability, and how does it relate to knowledge? Locke writes, the understanding faculties being given to man, not barely for speculation, but also for the conduct of his life. Man would be at a great loss if he had nothing to direct him. But what has the certainty of true knowledge? Therefore, as God has set some things in broad daylight, as he has given us some certain knowledge, so in the greater part of our concernment, he has afforded us only the twilight, as I may say so, of probability, suitable, I presume, to the state of mediocrity and probationership. He has been pleased to place us in here, wherein to check our overconfidence and presumption, we might by every day's experience be made sensible of our short-sightedness and liableness to error. So apart from the few important things that we can know for certain, the existence of ourself and God, the nature of mathematics and morality broadly construed, for the most part, we must lead our lives without knowledge. What then is probability? Locke writes, as demonstration is the shewing of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas by the intervention of one or more proofs, which have constant, immutable, and visible connection with one another. So probability is nothing but the appearance of such an agreement or disagreement by the intervention of proofs whose connection is not constant and immutable, or at least is not perceived to be so, but is or appears for the most part to be so, and is enough to induce the mind to judge the proposition to be true or false rather than the contrary. Probable reasoning on this account is an argument similar to certain ways to the demonstrative reasoning that produces knowledge, but different also in certain crucial respects. It is an argument that provides evidence that leads to the mind to judge a proposition true or false, but without a guarantee that the judgment is correct. This kind of probable judgment comes in degrees, ranging from near demonstrations and certainty to unlikeliness and improbability in the vicinity of impossibility. It is correlated with degrees of assent, ranging from full assurance down to the conjecture, doubt, and distrust. The new science of mathematical probability had come into being in the continent just around the time that Locke was writing the essay. His account of probability, however, shows little or no awareness of the mathematical probability. Rather, it reflects an older tradition that treated the testimony as probable reasoning. Given that Locke's aim above all is to discuss what degree of assent we should give to various religious propositions, the older conception of probability very likely serves his purposes best. Thus, when Locke comes to describe the grounds for probability, he cites the conformity of the proposition to our knowledge, observation, and experience, and the testimony of others who are reporting their observation and experience. Concerning the latter, we must consider the number of witnesses, their integrity, their skill in observation, counter-testimony, and so on. And judging rationality, how much to assent to a probable proposition, these are the relevant considerations that the mind should review. We should, Locke also suggests, be tolerant of differing opinions, as we have more reason to retain the opinions we have than to give them up to strangers or adversaries who may well have some interest in our doing so. Locke distinguishes two sorts of probable propositions. The first of these has to do with particular existences of matter of fact, and the second that are beyond the testimony of the senses. Matter of fact, they're open to observation and experience, and so all of the tests noted above for determining rational assent to propositions about them are available to us. Things are quite otherwise with matters that are beyond the testimony of the senses. These include the knowledge of finite immaterial spirits such as angels, or things such as atoms that are too small to be sensed, or the plants, animals, or inhabitants of other planets that are beyond the range of sensation because they're distant from us. Concerning the latter category, Locke says we must depend on analogy, and the only help for our reasoning, he writes, thus the observing that the bare rubbing of two bodies violently upon the other produces heat, and very often fire itself, we shall have reason to think that what he called heat and fire consist of the violent agitation of the imperceptible minute parts of the burning matter. We reason about angels by considering the great chain of being, figuring that while we have no experience of angels, the ranks of species above us is likely as numerous as that below us, of which we do have experience. This reasoning is, however, only probable. Yes, God forbid. Reason, faith, and enthusiasm. The relative merit of the senses, reason, and faith for attaining truth and the guidance of life were a significant issue during this period. As noted above, James Tyrer recalled that the original impetus for the writing of an essay concerning human understanding was a discussion about the principles of morality and revealed religion. In Book 4, Chapters 17, 18, and 19, Locke deals with the nature of reason, the relation of reason to faith, and the nature of enthusiasm. Locke remarks that all sects make use of reason as far as they can. It is only when they fail them that they have recourse to faith and claim that what is revealed is above reason. But he adds, and I do not see how they can argue with anyone or even convince a gainsayer who uses the same plea without setting down a strict boundary between faith and reason. Locke then defines reason as the discovery of a certainty or probability of such propositions or truths which the mind arrives at by deduction made from such ideas, and as it is got by the use of its natural faculties, by the use of sensation and reflection. Faith, on the other hand, is assent to any proposition upon the credit of the prosperer as coming from God in some extraordinary way of communication. That is, we have faith in what is disclosed by revelation and which cannot be discovered by reason. Locke also distinguishes between the original revelation by God to some person and traditional revelation, which is the original revelation delivered over to others in words and the ordinary ways of conveying our conceptions to one another. Locke makes the point that other things could be discovered by reason and by revelation. God could reveal the propositions of Euclid's geometry, or they could be discovered by reason. In such cases, there would be little use for faith. Traditional revelations can never produce as much certainty as the contemplation of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas. Similarly, revelations about matter of fact do not produce as much certainty as having the experience oneself. Revelation then cannot contradict what we know to be true. If it could, it would undermine the trustworthiness of all our faculties. This would be a disastrous result. Where revelation comes into its own is where reason cannot reach. Where we have few or no ideas for reason to contradict or confirm. These are the proper matters for faith. That part of the angels rebelled against God and thereby lost their first happy state, and that the dead shall rise and live again. These and the like beyond being beyond the discovery of reason are purely matters of faith, which with reason has nothing to do. Still, reason does have a crucial role to play in respect to revelation. Locke writes, because the mind, not being certain of the truth of that it evidently does not know, but only yielding to the probability that appears to it, is bound to give up its assent to such testimony, which it is satisfied comes from one who cannot err and will not deceive, but yet it still belongs to reason to judge of the truth of its being a revelation and of the significance of the words wherein it is delivered. So, in respect to the crucial question of how we are to know whether a revelation is genuine, we are supposed to use reason and the canons of probability to judge. Locke claims that if the boundaries between faith and reason are not clearly marked, then there will be no place for reason in religion, and one then gets all of the extravagant opinions and ceremonies that are to be found in the religion of the world. Should one accept revelation without using reason to judge whether it is genuine revelation or not, one gets what Locke calls the third principle of assent besides reason and revelation, namely enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is a vain or unfounded confidence in divine favor or communication, and implies that there is no need to use reason to judge whether such favor or communication is genuine or not. Clearly, when such communications are not genuine, they are the ungrounded fancies of a man's own brain. This kind of enthusiasm was characteristic of Protestant extremists going back to the era of the Civil War. Locke was not alone in rejecting enthusiasm, but he rejects it in the strongest term. Enthusiasm violates the fundamental principles by which the understanding operates, that assent be proportioned to the evidence. To abandon the fundamental principle would be catastrophic. This is a point that Locke also makes in the conduct of the understanding of the reasonableness of Christianity. Locke wants each of us to use our understanding to search after truth. Of enthusiasts, those who would abandon reason and claim to know on the basis of faith alone, Locke writes, he that takes away reason may make way for revelation, put out the light of both, and does much what the same as if he would persuade a man to be put out his eyes, the better to receive the remote light of an invisible star by telescope, rather than engage in the tedious labor required to reason correctly, to judge of the genuineness of their revelation. Enthusiasts persuade themselves that they are possessed of immediate revelation. This leads to odd opinions and extravagant actions that are characteristic of enthusiasm and which should warn that this is the wrong principle. Thus, Locke strongly rejects any attempt to make inward persuasion, not judged by reason, a legitimate principle. We now turn to consider Locke's educational works. Okay, so there you have the main category of the things I wanted to discuss, which, for my research and the series, Kale, God bless, thanks for tuning in, of the Metaphysics, is Locke's essays concerning human understanding. Although I'm going to cover the rest on Locke's work on education and politics because it's extremely important, relative to the history of philosophy in general, not necessarily to metaphysics. And you get to see some like the British empiricism, metaphysical positions applied to more practical areas of philosophy that have a huge impact on society till today. So, moving right along, Locke's major work on education. Locke's Some Thoughts Concerning Education and His Conduct of the Understanding form a nice bridge between an essay concerning human understanding and his political works. Worth Grant and Nathan Tarkov write in the introduction to their edition of these works, the idea of liberty, so crucial to all of Locke's writings on politics and education, is traced in the essay to reflection on the power of the mind over one's own action, especially the power to suspend actions in the pursuit of the satisfaction of one's own desires until after a full consideration of their objects. The essay thus shows how the independence of mind persuaded in the conduct is possible. Some Thoughts Concerning Education was first published in 1693. The book collected together advice that Locke had been giving his friend Edward Clarke about the education of Clarke's son and also his daughter since 1684. In preparing the revision for the fourth edition, of an essay concerning human understanding, Locke began writing a chapter called The Conduct of the Understanding. This became quite long and was never added to the essay or even finished. It was left for Locke's literary executors to decide what to do with it. The Conduct was published by Peter King in his pusillanimous edition of some of Locke's works in 1706. As Locke was composing these works, some of the material from the Conduct eventually made its way into Thoughts. Grant and Tarkov write that Thoughts and the Conduct complement each other well. The Thoughts focuses on education of children by their parents, whereas the Conduct addresses the self-education of adults, though they also note tensions between the two that illustrate paradoxes in liberal society. The Thoughts is addressed to the education of the sons and daughters of the English gentry in the late 17th century. It is, in some ways, thus significantly more limited to its time and place than Conduct, yet its insistence on the inculcating such virtues as justice, as respect for the rights of others, civility, liberality, humanity, self-denial, industry, thrift, courage, truthfulness, and a willingness to question prejudice, authority, and the biases of one's own interest, very likely represents the quality needed for citizens in a liberal society. Locke's thoughts represent the culmination of a century of what has been called the discovery of the child. In the Middle Ages, the child was regarded as only a simple plaything, as a simple animal or miniature adult who dressed, played, and was supposed to act like his elders. Their ages were unimportant and therefore seldom known. Their education was undifferentiated either by age, ability, or intended occupation. Locke treated children as human beings in whom the gradual development of rationality needed to be fostered by parents. Locke urged parents to spend time with their children and tailor their education to their character and idiosyncrasies, to develop both sound body and character, and to make play the chief strategy for learning rather than rote learning or punishment. Thus, he urged learning language by learning to converse in them before learning rules of grammar. Locke also suggests that the child learn at least one manual trade. In advocating a kind of education that made people who think for themselves, Locke was preparing people to effectively make decisions in their own lives, to engage in individual self-government, and to participate in the government of their country. The Conduct reveals the connections Locke sees between reason, freedom, and morality. Reason is required for good self-government because reason, insofar as it is free from partiality, intolerance, and passion, is able to question authority, leads to fair judgment and action. We thus have a responsibility to cultivate reason in order to avoid the moral failings of passion, partiality, and so forth. We turn now to Locke's political writings, which focus on 5 topics: the state of nature, natural law, property, consent, and toleration. The 2 treatises of government. Lord Shaftesbury had been dismissed from his post as Lord Chancellor in 1673 and had become one of the leaders of the opposition party, the Country Party. In 1679, the chief issue was the attempt by the Country Party leaders to exclude James, Duke of York, from succeeding his brother Charles II to the throne. They wanted to do this because James was a Catholic and England at the time was firmly Protestant country. They had acquired a majority in the House of Commons through serious grassroots election campaigns and passed the exclusion bill, but given the king's unwillingness to see his brother excluded from the throne, the bill failed in the House of Lords. They tried a couple more times without success. Having failed by parliamentary means, some of the Country Party leaders started plotting armed rebellion. The 2 treatises of government were published in 1689, long after the rebellion plotted by the Country Party leaders had failed to materialize, and after Shaftesbury had fled the country for Holland and died. The introduction of the 2 treaties was written after the Glorious Revolution in 1688 and gave the impression that the book was written to justify the Glorious Revolution. We now know that the 2 treatises of government were written during the exclusion crisis in 1681 and may have been intended in part to justify the general armed rising which the Country Party leaders were planning. There were serious obstacles to a rebellion to force James' exclusion from the throne. The English Anglican gentry needed to support such an action, but the Anglican Church from childhood on taught that men's political duties were exhaustively determined by their terrestrial superiors, that under grave conscientious scruples they might rightly decline to carry out these decrees of authority which were in direct breach of divine law. They could under no circumstance have a right to resist such authority, since by 1679 it was abundantly clear that the king opposed excluding his brother from the throne. To favor exclusion implied explicit and self-conscious resistance to the sovereign. Passive resistance would simply not do. On the other hand, the royal policy outraged their deepest religious prejudices and stimulated their most obscure emotional anxiety. So the gentry were deeply conflicted, and neither of the choices available to them looked very palatable. John Donne goes on to remark, to exert influence upon their choice, it was above all necessary to present a more coherent ordering of their values, to show that the political tradition within which the dissenters saw their conduct was not necessarily empirically absurd or socially subversive. The gentry had to be persuaded that there could be reason for the rebellion, which would make it neither blasphemous or suicidal. To achieve this goal, Locke picked the most relevant and extreme of the supporters of the divine right of kings to attack. Sir Robert Filmer, a man of the generation of Charles I and the English Civil War, who had defended the crown in various works. His most famous work, however, Patriarchia, was published posthumously in 1680 and represented the most complete and coherent exposition of the view Locke wished to deny. Filmer had held that men were born into helpless servitude to an authoritarian family, a social hierarchy, and sovereign whose only constraint was his relationship with God. Under these circumstances, anything other than passive obedience would be vicious, blasphemous, and intellectually absurd. So Locke needed to refute Filmer and, in Donne's word, rescue the Tractarian account of political obligation from the criticisms of impiety and absurdity. Only in this way could he restore the Anglican gentry a coherent basis for moral autonomy or practical initiative in the field of politics. The first treatise of government is a polemic work aimed at refuting the theological basis for the patriarchal version of the divine right of kings, doctrine put forth by Sir Robert Filmer. Locke singles out Filmer's contention that men are not naturally free as the key issue, for that the ground or premises on which Filmer erects his argument for the claim that all legitimate government is absolute monarchy, kings being descended from the first man, Adam, and their subjects being naturally slaves. Earlier in the first treatise, Locke denies that either scripture or reason supports Filmer's premise or arguments. In what follows in the first treatise, Locke minutely examines key biblical passages. While the second treatise on government provides Locke's positive theory of government, it also continues his argument against Sir Robert Filmer's claim that monarchs legitimately hold absolute power over the subjects. Locke holds that Filmer's view is sufficiently incoherent to lead to governments being established by force and violence. Thus, Locke claims he must provide an alternative account of the origin of government, lest men fall into the dangerous belief that all governments of the world is merely the product of force and violence. Locke's account involves several devices which were common in the 17th and 18th century political philosophy: natural rights theory and the social contract. Natural rights are those rights which we're supposed to have as human beings before even government comes into being. We might suppose that, like other animals, we have a natural right to struggle for our survival. Locke will argue that we have a right to the means to survive. When Locke comes to explain how government comes into being, he uses the idea that people agree that the condition in the state of nature is unsatisfactory, and so agree to transfer some of their rights to a central government while retaining others. This is the theory of the social contract. There are many versions of the natural rights theory and the social contract in the 17th and 18th century European political philosophy, some conservatives and some radicals. Locke's version belongs on the radical side of the spectrum. These radical natural rights theories influenced the ideologies of the American and French revolutions. Locke's strategy for refuting Filmer's claim that monarchs have absolute power over their subjects is to show that Filmer is conflating a whole variety of limited powers, all of which might be held by one man, and thus give the false appearance that a king has absolute power over wives, children, servants, and slaves, as well as subjects of a commonwealth. When properly distinguished, however, and the limitations of each displayed, it becomes clear that monarchs have no legitimate absolute power over their subjects. The second treatise of government. An important part of Locke's project in the second treatise is to figure out what the role of legitimate government is, thus allowing him to distinguish the nature of illegitimate government. Once this is done, the basis for legitimate revolution becomes clear. Figuring out what the proper or legitimate role civil government is would be a difficult task indeed if one were to examine the vast complexity of existing governments. How should one proceed? One strategy is to consider what life is like in the absence of civil government. Presumably, this is a simpler state, one which may be easier to understand than one might see what role civil government ought to play. This is the strategy which Locke pursues, following Hobbes and others. So in the first chapter of the second treatise, Locke defines political power. Political power, then, I take it to be a right of making laws with penalties of death, and consequently all less penalties for the regulating and preserving of property, and of employing the force of the community in the execution of such laws, and in the defense of the commonwealth from foreign injury, and all this only for the public good. In the second chapter, the second treatise, Locke describes the state in which there is no government with real political power. This is the state of nature. It is sometimes assumed that the state of nature is a state in which there is no government at all. This is only partially true. It is possible to have the state of nature, either no government, illegitimate government, or legitimate government with less than full political power. If we consider the state of nature before there was government, it is a state of political equality in which there is no natural superior or inferior. From this equality flows the obligation to mutual love and the duties that people owe one another, and the great maxims of justice and charity. Was there ever such a state? There has been considerable debate about this. Still, it is plain that with both Hobbes and Locke would answer this question affirmatively. Whenever people had not agreed to establish a common political authority, they remain in a state of nature. It's like saying that people are in a state of being naturally single until they are married. Locke clearly thinks that one can find the state of nature in his time, at least in the inland vacant places of America, and in relation between different peoples. Perhaps the historical development of states also went through the stages of state of nature. An alternative possibility is that the state of nature is not a real historical state, but rather a theoretical construct intended to help determine the proper function of government. If one rejects the historicity of the states of nature, one may still find them useful analytical device. For Locke, it is very likely both. Human nature and God's purposes. According to Locke, God created man, and we are in effect God's property. The chief end set us by our Creator as a species and of individuals is survival. A wise and omnipotent God, having made people and sent them into the world by his order and about his business, they are his property, whose workmanship they are, made to last during his, not one another's pleasure, and being furnished with like faculties, sharing all in one community of nature, there cannot be supposed any subordination among us that may authorize us to destroy one another, as if we were made for one another's uses, as the inferior ranks of creatures are for ours. It follows immediately that he has no liberty to destroy himself, or so much as any creature in his possession, yet when some nobler use than his bare possession calls for it, so murder and suicide violate the divine purpose. If one takes survival as the end, then we may ask, what are the means necessary to that end? On Locke's account, these turn out to be life, liberty, health, and property. Since the end is to be set by God, on Locke's view that we have the right to the means to that end, so we have rights to life, liberty, health, and property. These are natural rights, that is, they are rights that we have in state of nature before the introduction of civil government, and all people have these rights equally. There is also a law of nature. It is the golden rule interpreted in terms of natural rights. Thus, Locke writes, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone in reason, which is that law teaches all mankind who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possession. Locke tells us that the laws of nature is revealed by reason. Locke makes the point about the law that it commands what is best for us. If it did not, he says, the law would vanish, for it would not be obeyed. It is this sense that Locke means that reason reveals the law. If you reflect on what is best for yourself and others, given the goal of survival and our natural equality, you will come to this conclusion. Locke does not intend his account of the state of nature as a sort of utopia. Rather, it serves as an analytical device that explains why it becomes necessary to introduce civil government and what the legitimate function of civil government is. Thus, as Locke conceives it, there are problems with life and the state of nature. The law of nature, like civil laws, can be violated. There is no police, prosecutors, or judges in the state of nature, as these are all representatives of a government with full political power. The victims then must enforce the law of nature in the state of nature. In addition to our other rights, in the state of nature, we have the rights to enforce the law and to judge on our own behalf. We may, Locke tells us, help one another. We may intervene in cases where our own interests are not directly under threat to help enforce the law of nature. This right eventually serves as the justification for legitimate rebellion. Still, in the state of nature, the person who is most likely to enforce the law under these circumstances is the person who has been wronged. The basic principle of justice is that the punishment should be proportionate to the crime. But when the victims are judging the seriousness of the crime, they are more likely to judge it of greater severity than might an impartial judge. As a result, there will be regular miscarriages of justice. This is perhaps the most important problem with the state of nature of war and slavery. In chapters 3 and 4, Locke defines the state of war and slavery. The state of war is a state in which someone has a sedate or settled intention of violating someone's right to life and thus all their other rights. Such a person puts themselves into a state of war with the person whose life they intend to take. In such a war, the person who intends to violate someone's right to life is an unjust aggressor. This is not the normal relationship between people enjoined by the law of nature or in the state of nature. Locke is distancing himself from Hobbes, who had made the state of nature and the state of war equivalent terms. For Locke, the state of nature is ordinarily one in which we follow the golden rule, interpreted in terms of natural rights, and thus love our fellow human creatures. The state of war only comes about when someone proposes to violate someone else's rights. Thus, on Locke's theory of war, there will always be innocent victim on one side and an unjust aggressor on the other. Slavery is the state of being in the absolute or arbitrary power of another. On Locke's definition of slavery, there's only one rather remarkable way to be a legitimate slave. In order to do so, one must be an unjust aggressor defeated in war. The just victor then has the option to either kill the aggressor or enslave them. Locke tells us that the state of slavery is the continuation of the state of war between a lawful conqueror and a captive, in which the conqueror delays taking the life of the captive and instead makes uses of him. This is a continued war because if the conqueror and captive make some compact for obedience on the one side and limited power on the other, the state of slavery ceases and becomes a relation between a master and a servant, in which the master only has limited power over his servant. The reason that slavery ceases in the compact is that no man can, by agreement, pass over to another that which he hath not in himself a power over his own life. Legitimate slavery is an important concept in Locke's political philosophy, largely because it tells us what the legitimate extent of despotic power is, and it defines and illuminates by contrast the nature of illegitimate slavery. Illegitimate slavery is the state in which someone possesses absolute or despotic power over someone else without just cause. Locke holds that this is the illegitimate state of slavery which absolute monarchs wish to impose upon their subjects. It is very likely for this reason that legitimate slavery is so narrowly defined. This shows that the chapter on slavery plays a crucial role in Locke's argument against Sir Robert Filmer, and thus could not have been easily dispensed with. Still, it is possible that Locke had additional purposes or perhaps a quite different reason for writing about slavery. There's been a steady stream of articles and books over the last 60 years arguing, given Locke's involvement with trade and colonial government, the theory of slavery in the Second Treatise was intended to justify the institutions and practice of Afro-American slavery. If this were the case, Locke's philosophy would not contradict his action as an investor and colonial administrator. However, there are strong objections to this view. Had he intended to justify Afro-American slavery, Locke would have done much better with a vastly more inclusive definition of legitimate slavery than the one he gives. It is sometimes suggested that Locke's account of just war is so vague that it could easily be twisted to justify the institution and practices of Afro-American slavery. This, however, is also not the case. In the chapter of conquest, Locke explicitly lists the limits of legitimate power of conquerors, their limits on who can become a legitimate slave, and what the powers of just conquerors are, ensure that this theory of conquest and slavery would condemn the institutions and practices of Afro-American slavery in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. Nonetheless, the debate continues. One element of the debate has to do with Locke's role in writing of the fundamental constitutions of the Carolinas. David Armitage, in his 2004 article, John Locke, Carolina, the Two Treatises of Government, argues that Locke was involved in a revision of the fundamental constitution of the Carolinas at the very time he was writing the Two Treatises of Government. The provision that every freedman of the Carolinas has absolute power and authority over his Negro slaves remained in the document unchanged. In his 2016 book, The Ashley Cooper Plan, Thomas Wilson gives a detailed account of Ashley Cooper's intention for the Carolina colony and how Cooper's intent was thwarted by Barbadian slave owners who changed Carolina society from a society with slaves to a slave society. Roper, in his 2004 book, Conceiving Carolina Property, Planters, and Plots, 1662 to 1729, offers a different account of what went wrong, focusing on conflicts over the trade in Indian slaves. James Farr's article, Locke, Natural Law, and the New World Slavery, 2008, is one of the best statements of the position that Locke intended his theory of slavery to apply to the English absolutism and not Afro-American slavery, while noting that Locke's involvement with slavery has ruined his reputation as the great champion of liberty. Roger Woolhouse, in his recent biography of Locke, remarks that though there is no consensus on the whole question, there certainly seems to be glaring contradiction between his theories and Afro-American slavery. Recently, there has been a debate over whose theory of slavery and absolutism Locke was attacking. Johann Asthorn and Lawrence van Apeldoorn, 2020, argued that Locke's account of slavery, and in particular that no person can consensually establish absolute rule over themselves with all its consequences, little force against other classical contract theories, in particular those of Gradius and Puffendorf. Both Gradius and Puffendorf defend both absolutism and colonial slavery. Felix Waldman in Slavery and Absolutism and Locke's Two Treatises, a response to Ustelhorn and Apeldoorn, objects to a number of their claims, finding others not relevant. Most notably, he objects to these claims. First, Locke is working with an idiosyncratic conception of slavery and absolute rule repudiated by prominent early modern thinkers defending political absolutism. Second, like Filmer, Locke maintains that absolute rulers may arbitrarily kill and maim their subjects at will by dint of having a dominion in their latter's life. Finally, he objects to the claim that early modern natural lawyers from Gradius onward conceptualized slavery rather differently, insisting that enslaved people were not owned in the way we own things, which may be destroyed at will. In brief, Waldman's response to the first claim that Filmer accurately represented the royalist position in the late 1670s and the early 1680s, and so Locke's account is not a straw man. Thus, Locke is attacking Filmer's account of slavery and not some weak and extreme version of the argument for absolutism that no one held. Waldman suggests the second claim magnifies this tendency of the two authors' portrayal of Locke's argument as not responding to the standard arguments for absolutism. Thus, Astorn and Van Apeldoorn attribute Filmer's position to Locke. Waldman concludes that the claims of Astorn and Van Apeldoorn that since Locke's position on slavery were significantly different from those of Gradius and Puffendorf, it had little force against them. In fact, the case, but he thinks this is of little importance since Locke was not arguing against them. One suggestion he considers plausible is that Locke is aiming his argument against the possibility of self-enslavement at Thomas Hobbes. Hobbes was recognized by his contemporaries as asserting both that one could, by contract, enslave oneself and that the king had dominion over his subjects. William Usgalis, in his 2017 chapter, John Locke, Slavery in the Indian Lands, holds that Locke had two theories of slavery, one of them legitimate slavery and the other illegitimate slavery. Note that the authors discussed above simply don't make the distinction. If they had, it would be plain that while Locke shares with Filmer the dominion conception of slavery that allows a master to kill or maim a slave, neither theory belongs to Filmer, and if Locke is correct about royal absolutism, and given the character of the practices of the slave trade and colonial slavery, both absolutism at home in the slave trade and the colonial slavery fall into the theory of illegitimate slavery. Neither Gradius, Puffendorf, or Hobbes has an explicit theory of illegitimate slavery. Usgalis also notes that Gradius and Puffendorf provide claims that Locke could have adopted had he wished to justify the slave trade and slavery in the colonies. Still, he denies them all, and with good reason. He would have sustainably weakened his argument against the kind of absolutism he attributed to Filmer and the Stuarts had he done so. This suggests that he was crafting an alternative theory and not arguing against its competitors, with the exception perhaps of Hobbes. Holly Brewer, in her 2017 article, Slavery, Sovereignty, and the Inheritable Blood, Reconsidering John Locke and the Origins of American Slavery, argues for a different approach to these questions. She presents evidence that the Stuart kings and Charles II and his brother James, Duke of York, in particular, were not just interested in absolute government at home. They actively promoted the Royal African Company, the slave trade and slavery in the colonies, as it provided considerable amounts of money to the royal coffers. James was the governor and president of the Royal African Company and admiral of the English fleet. Lord Shaftesbury, Locke's patron, was the sub-governor, and Locke assisted him. Using the fleet, James attacked and captured Dutch forts on the coast of Africa and to make bases for the Royal African Company and deprive the Dutch of them. The Stuarts minted guinea coins to celebrate these efforts, After becoming king, James continued as governor of the Royal African Company. Thus, Brewer underlines the similarities and connections between the absolutism Locke objected to at home and the slave trade and slavery of the colonies. She argues that the spread of slavery needs to be understood as an English imperial policy and not something that occurred in different times and places unconnected with one another. She also claims that while Locke was a member of King William III's Board of Trade in the waning years of the 17th century, he sought to undo Stuart policies concerning slavery in the colonies. Of property. Chapter 5 of property is one of the most famous, influential, and important chapters in the Second Treatise on Government. Indeed, some of the most controversial issues about the Second Treatise come from the varying interpretations of it. In this chapter, Locke, in effect, describes the evolution of the state of nature to the point where it becomes expedient for those in it to found a civil government. So it is not only an account of the nature and origin of private property, but leads up to an explanation of why civil government replaces the state of nature. In discussing the origin of private property, Locke begins by noting that God gave the earth to all men in common. Thus, there is a question about how private property comes to be. Locke finds it a serious difficulty. He points out, however, that we are supposed to make use of the earth for the best advantage of life and convenience. What then is the means to appropriate property from the common store? Locke argues that private property does not come about by universal consent. If one had to go about and ask everyone if one could eat these berries, one would starve to death before getting everyone's agreement. Locke holds that we have property in our own person, and the labor of our body and the work of our hands properly belong to us. So when one picks up acorns or berries, they thereby belong to the person who picked them up. There has been some controversy about what Locke means by labor. Daniel Russell claims that for Locke, labor is a goal-directed activity that converts materials that might meet our needs into resources that actually do. This interpretation of what Locke means by labor connects nicely with his claims that we have natural law obligation first to preserve ourselves and then to help in the preservation and flourishing of others. One might think that one could then acquire as much as one wished, but this is not the case. Locke introduces at least two important qualifications on how much property can be acquired. The first qualification has to do with waste. Locke writes, as much as anyone can make use of to any advantage of life before it spoils, so much by his labor he may fix a property in. Whatever is beyond this is more than his share and belongs to others. Since originally populations were small and resources great, living within the bounds set by reason, there would be little quarrel or contention over property, for a single man could make use of only a very small part of what was available. Note that Locke has thus far been talking about hunting and gathering and the kinds of limitations which reason imposes on the kind of property that hunters and gatherers hold. In the next section, he turns to agriculture and the ownership of land and the kinds of limitations there are on the kind of property. In effect, we see the evolution of the state of nature from hunter-gatherer kind of society to that of farming and agricultural society. Once again, it is labor which imposes limitations upon how much land can be enclosed. It is only as much as one can work, but there is an additional qualification. Locke says, nor was this appropriation of any parcel of land by improving it any prejudice to another man, since there was still enough and as good left and more than the as yet unprovided could use, so that in effect there was nevertheless for others because of his enclosure for himself. For he that leaves as much as another can make use of it does as good as take nothing at all. Nobody could consider himself injured by the drinking of another man, though he took a good draught, who had a whole river of the same water left to quench his thirst. And the case of land and water, where there is enough, is perfectly the same. The next stage is the evolution of the state of nature. It involves the introduction of money. Locke remarks that before the desire of having more than one needed had altered the intrinsic value of things, which depends only on their usefulness to the life of man, or had agreed that a little piece of yellow metal, which would keep without wasting or decay, should be worth a great piece of flesh or a whole heap of corn, though men had a right to appropriate by their labor, each one of himself, as much as the things of nature as he could use, yet this could not be much, nor to the prejudice of others, where the same plenty was left to those who would use the same industry. So before the introduction of money, there was a degree of economic equality imposed on mankind both by reason and the barter system, and men were largely confined to the satisfaction of their needs and conveniences. Most of the necessities of life are relatively short-lived. Berries, plums, venison, and so forth one could reasonably barter one's berries for nuts, which would last not weeks but perhaps a whole year. And says Locke, if he would give his nuts for a piece of metal, pleased with its color, exchange his sheep for shells, or wool for sparkling pebble or a diamond, and keep those by him all his life, he invaded not the right of others. He might heap as much of these durable things as he pleased, the exceeding of the bounds of his property, not lying in the largeness of his possessions, but by the perishing of anything uselessly in it. The introduction of money is necessary for the differential increase in property, with resulting economic inequality. Without money, there would be no point in going beyond the economic equality of the earlier stage. In a money economy, different degrees of industry could give men vastly different proportions. The partage of things in inequality of private possessions, men have made practicable out of the bounds of society, and without compact, only by putting a value on gold and silver and tacitly agreeing to the use of money. Foreign governments, the law regulate the rights of property, and the possession of land is determined by positive constitutions. The implication is that it is the introduction of money which causes inequality, which in turn multiplies the causes of quarrels and contentions and increased numbers of violations of the law of nature. This leads to the decision to create a civil government. Before turning to the institution of civil government, however, we should ask what happens to the qualifications on the acquisition of property after the advent of money. One answer proposed by McPherson in the political theory of possessive individualism is that the qualifications are completely set aside, and we now have a system for the unlimited acquisition of private property. That does not seem to be correct. It seems plain, rather, that at least the non-spoilage qualification is satisfied because money does not spoil. The other qualification may be rendered somewhat irrelevant by the advent of the conventions about property adopted in civil society. This leaves open the question of whether Locke approved of these changes. McPherson, who takes Locke as a spokesman for the proto-capitalist system, sees Locke as advocating an unlimited acquisition of wealth. James Tully, on the other side, in A Discourse of Property, holds that Locke sees this the new conditions, the changes in values, and economic inequality which arises as the result of the advent of money, as the fall of man. Tully sees Locke as a persistent and powerful critic of self-interest. This remarkable difference in interpretation has been a significant topic for debates among scholars over the last 40 years. Though the second treatise on government may leave the question difficult to determine, one might consider Locke's remark on some thoughts concerning education, that covetousness and the desire to having in our possessions and our dominion more than we have need of, being the root of all evil, should be early and carefully weeded out, and the contrary quality of being ready to impart to others inculcated. Let us now turn to the institution of civil government. The social contract theory. Just as natural rights and natural law theory have a fluorescence in the 17th and 18th century, so did the social contract theory. Why is Locke a social contract theorist? It is merely that this was one prevailing way of thinking about government at the time, which Locke blindly adopted. The answer is that there is something about Locke's project which pushes him strongly in the direction of the social contract. One might hold that governments were originally instituted by force and that no agreements were involved. Were Locke to adapt this view, he would be forced to go back on many of the things which are at the heart of his project of the second treatise, though cases like the Norman conquest force him to admit that citizens may come to accept a government that is originally forced on them. Remember that the second treatise provides Locke a positive theory of government, and that he explicitly says that he must provide an alternative to the view that all governments in the world are merely the product of force and violence, and that men live together by no other rules than that of the beast, where the strongest carries it. So while Locke might admit that some governments come about through force or violence, he would be destroying the most central and vital distinction between legitimate and illegitimate civil government if he admitted that legitimate government can come about in this way. So for Locke, legitimate government is instituted by the explicit consent of those governed. Those who make the agreement transfer to the government their right of executing the law of nature and judging their own case. These are the powers which they give to the central government, and that is what makes the justice system of governments a legitimate function of such governments. Ruth Grant has persuasively argued that the establishment of government is in effect a two-step process. Universal consent is necessary to form a political community. Consent to join a community, once given, is binding and cannot be withdrawn. This makes political communities stable. Grant writes, having established that the membership of a community entails the obligation to abide by the will of the community, the question remains who rules. The answer to this question is determined by majority rule. The point is that universal consent is necessary to establish a political community. Majority consent to answer the question, who is the rule to rule such a community? Universal consent and majority consent are thus different in kind, not just in degree. Grant writes Locke's argument for the right of the majority is the theoretical ground for the direction between duty to society and duty to government, the distinction that permits an argument for resistance without anarchy. When the designated government dissolves, men remain obligated to society acting through majority rule. It is entirely possible for the majority to confer the rule of the community on a king and his heirs or a group of oligarchs or on a democratic assembly. Thus, the social contract is not inextricably linked to democracy. Still, a government of any kind must perform the legitimate function of a civil government. The function of civil government. Locke is now in a position to explain the function of legitimate government and distinguish it from illegitimate government. The aim of such a legitimate government is to preserve, so far as possible, the rights to life, liberty, health, and property of all its citizens, and to prosecute and punish those of its citizens who violate the rights of others, and to pursue the public good even where this may conflict with the rights of individuals. In doing that, it provides something unavailable in the state of nature, an impartial judge to determine the severity of the crime and to set a punishment proportionate to the crime. This is one of the main reasons why civil society is an improvement on the state of nature. An illegitimate government will fail to protect the right to life, liberty, health, and property of its subjects, and in the worst cases, such an illegitimate government will claim to be able to violate the rights of its subjects, that it will claim to have despotic power over its subjects. Since Locke is arguing against the position of Sir Robert Filmer, who held that patriarchal power and political power are the same, and that, in effect, these amount to despotic power, Locke is at pains to distinguish these three forms of power and to show that they are not equivalent. Thus, at the beginning of chapter 15 of Paternal, Political, and Despotic Power, considered together, he writes, though I have on occasion to speak of these before, yet the great mistake of late about government, having, as I suppose, arisen from the confounding these distinct powers one with another, it may not be amiss to consider them together. Chapters 6 and 7 give Locke's account of paternal and political power respectively. Paternal power is limited. It lasts only through the minority of children and has other limitations. Political power, derived as it is from the transfer of the power of the individual to enforce the law of nature, has with it the right to kill in the interest of preserving the rights of the citizens or otherwise supporting the public good. Legitimate despotic power, by contrast, implies the right to take life, liberty, health, and at least some of the property of any person subject to such a power. Rebellion and regicide. At the end of the second treatise, we learn about the nature of illegitimate civil government and the conditions under which rebellion and regicide are legitimate and appropriate. As noted above, scholars now hold that the book was written during the exclusion crisis and may have been written to justify general insurrection and the assassination of the King of England and his brother. The argument for the legitimate revolution follows from making the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate civil government. A legitimate civil government seeks to preserve its subjects' life, health, liberty, and property insofar as it is compatible with the public good. Because it does this, it deserves obedience. An illegitimate civil government seeks to systematically violate the natural rights of its subjects. It seeks to make them illegitimate slaves. Because an illegitimate civil government does this, it puts itself in a state of nature and a state of war with its subjects. The magistrate or king of such a state violates the laws of nature and so make himself into a dangerous beast of prey who operates on the principle that might makes right, or that the strongest carries it. In such circumstance, rebellion is legitimate as the killing of such a dangerous beast of prey. Thus, Locke justifies rebellion and regicide under certain circumstances. Presumably, this justification was going to be offered for the killing of the King of England and his brother had the right house plot succeeded. Even if that was not Locke's intention, it still would have served that purpose admirably. Locke and religious toleration. The issue of religious toleration was of widespread interest in Europe in the 17th century, largely because religious intolerance with accompanying violence was so pervasive. The Reformation had split Europe into competing religious camps and provoked civil wars and massive religious persecutions. John Marshall, in his massive study, John Locke, Toleration and the Early Enlightenment Culture, notes that the 1680s were the climatic decade for this kind of persecution. The Dutch Republic, where Locke spent years in exile, had been founded as a secular state which would allow religious differences. This was a reaction to the Catholic persecution of Protestants. However, once the Calvinist Church gained power, they began persecuting other sects, such as the Remonstrants, who disagreed with them. Nonetheless, the Dutch Republic remained the most tolerant country in Europe. In France, religious conflict had been temporarily quieted by the Edict of Nantes. But in 1685, the year in which Locke wrote his first letter concerning religious toleration, Louis XIV had revoked the Edicts of Nantes, and the Huguenots were being persecuted. Though prohibited from doing so, some 200,000 immigrated, while probably 700,000 were forced to convert to Catholicism. People in England were keenly aware of the events taking place in France. In England itself, religious conflict dominated the 17th century, contributing to important respects to the coming of the English Civil War and the abolishing of the Anglican Church during the Protectorate and the restoration of Charles II. Anglicans in Parliament passed laws that repressed both Catholics and Protestant sects, such as Presbyterians, Baptists, Quakers, and Unitarians, who did not agree with the doctrines or practices of the state church. Of these various dissenting sects, some were closer to the Anglicans and others more remote. One reason, among others, why King Charles may have found Shaftesbury useful was that they were both concerned about religious toleration. They parted when it came clear that the king was mainly interested in toleration for Catholics and Shaftesbury for Protestant dissenters. One widely discussed strategy for reducing religious conflict in England was called comprehension. The idea was to reduce the doctrines and practices of the Anglican Church to a minimum so that most, if not all, of the dissenting sects would be included in the state church. For those which even this measure would not serve, there was to be toleration. Toleration we may define as a lack of state persecution. Neither of these strategies made much progress during the course of the Restoration. When Locke fled to Holland after the discovery of the Riot House Plot, he became involved with a group of scholars advocating religious toleration. This group included Benjamin Furley, a Quaker with whom Locke lived for a while, the noted philosopher Pierre Bayle, several Dutch theologians, and many others. The group read all of the arguments for religious intolerance and discussed them in a book and conversation clubs. Members of the group considered toleration not only for Protestants and Protestant dissenters, but Jews, Muslims, and Catholics. A recent discovery of a page of Locke's reflection on toleration of Catholics shows that Locke considered even the pros and cons of tolerations for Catholics. Some members of the group also wrote tolerationist articles and books. They helped each other get jobs. Some of their members founded journals that reviewed books and articles on religious, scientific, and other topics. The group took the notion of free speech, civility, and politeness in discourse seriously. They called themselves the Republic of Letters, or in Locke's phrase, the Commonwealth of Learning. What were Locke's religious views and where did he fit into the debates about religious toleration? This is quite a difficult question to answer. Religion, and Christianity in particular, is perhaps the most important influence on the shape of Locke's philosophy. But what kind of Christian was Locke? Locke's family were Puritan, and Oxford Locke avoided becoming an Anglican priest. Still, Locke himself claimed to be an Anglican until he died, and Locke's 19th century biographer Foxbourne thought that Locke was an Anglican. Others have identified him with the Latitudinarians, a movement among Anglicans to argue for a reasonable Christianity that dissenters ought to accept. Still, there are some reasons to think that Locke was neither an Orthodox Anglican or a Latitudinarian. Locke got Isaac Newton to write Newton's most powerful anti-Trinitarian tract. Locke arranged to have the work published anonymously in Holland, though in the end Newton decided not to publish. This strongly suggests that Locke, too, was by this time an Arian or Unitarian. Arius 250 to 336 asserted the primacy of the Father over the Son, and thus rejected the doctrine of the Trinity, and was condemned as a heretic at the Council of Nicaea in 325. Newton held that the Church had gone in the wrong direction in condemning Arius, given that one main theme of Locke's letter on toleration is that there should be a separation between church and state. This does not seem like the view of a man devoted to a state religion. It might appear that Locke's writing of the reasonableness of Christianity, in which he argues that the basic doctrines of Christianity are few and compatible with reason, make him a Latitudinarian. Yet Richard Ashcroft has argued that comprehension for the Anglicans means conforming to the existing practices of the Anglican Church, that is, the abandonment of religious dissent. Ashcroft also suggests that Latitudinarians were thus not a moderate middle ground between contending extremes, but part of one of the extremes, the acceptable face of the persecution of religious dissent. Ashcroft holds that while the Latitudinarians may have represented the net rational theology of the Anglican Church, there was a competing dissenting rational theology Thus, while it is true that Locke had latitudinarian friends, given Ashcroft's distinction between Anglican and dissenting rational theologies, it is entirely possible that the reasonableness of Christianity is a work of dissenting rational theology. Locke had been thinking, talking, and writing about religious toleration since 1659. His views evolved in the early 1660s. He was very likely an Orthodox Anglican. He and Shaftesbury had instituted religious toleration in the fundamental constitutions in the Carolinas, 1669. He wrote the Epistola de Tolerantia in Latin in 1685 while in exile in Holland. He very likely was seeing Protestant refugees pouring over the borders from France, where Louis XIV had just revoked the Edict of Nantes. Holland itself was a Calvinist theocracy with significant problems with religious toleration, but Locke's letter does not confine itself to the issues of the time. Locke gives a principled account of religious toleration, though this is mixed in with arguments which apply only to Christians and perhaps in some cases only to Protestants. He excluded both Catholics and atheists from religious toleration. In the case of Catholics, it was because he regarded them as agents of a foreign power, because they do not believe in God. Atheists, on Locke's accounts, promises, covenants, and oaths, which are the bonds of human society, can have no hold upon an atheist. He gives his general defense of religious toleration while continuing the anti-Baptist rhetoric of the Country Party, which sought to exclude James II from the throne. Locke's argument for religious toleration connect nicely to his account of civil government. Locke defines life, liberty, health, and property as our civil interest. These are the proper concerns of a magistrate or civil government. The magistrate can use force and violence where this is necessary to preserve civil interest against attack. This is the central function of the state. One, religious concerns with salvation, however, are not within the domain of civil interest, and so lie outside the legitimate concern of the magistrate or the civil government. In effect, Locke adds an additional right to the natural rights of liberty, life, health, and property, the right of freedom to choose one's own road to salvation. Locke holds that the use of force by the state to get people to hold certain beliefs or engage in certain ceremonies or practices is illegitimate. The chief means by which the magistrate has at disposal is force, but force is not an effective mean for changing or maintaining belief. Suppose then that the magistrate uses force so as to make people profess that they believe. Locke writes, a sweet religion indeed that obliges men to dissemble and tell lies to both God and man for the salvation of their souls. If the magistrate thinks to save men thus, he seems to understand little of the way of salvation, and if he does it not in order to save them, why is he so solicitous in the articles of faith as to enact them by law? So religious persecution by the state is inappropriate. Locke holds that whatever is lawful in the commonwealth cannot be prohibited by the magistrate in the church. This means that the use of bread and wine, or even the sacrificing of a calf, could not be prohibited by the magistrate. If there are competing churches, one might ask which one should have the power. The answer is clearly that power should go to the true church and not to the heretical church. But Locke claims this amounts to saying nothing, for every church believes itself to be the true church, and there is no judge between God but God who can determine which of these claims is correct. Thus, skepticism about the possibility of religious knowledge is central to Locke's argument for religious toleration. Okay, so there you have it. That's very long, a lot of information there. Hopefully, it's useful to definitely my research or some others. Over 2 hours of reading there, but some heavy lifting here. Locke, one of the most important philosophers in the West, covering a whole gamut of issues, and with politics and elections coming up, and questions of various things concerning the 2024 elections. It's good to review our Locke, and probably next time I'll look at Hobbes, which will also be a little bit of political theory. So, moving right along, next we will look at Bishop Berkeley, and that's much shorter. So, God forbid, just seeing how long this is, the unlikeliness, like I'll probably end up skipping Hegel, because Hegel's probably also going to be 2 hours of reading. But God willing, if I have the strength, I will do Berkeley, Hume, and Schopenhauer. Grab a drink. Okay, Bishop George Berkeley, and he was mentioned quite often in the Locke article. And Berkeley is an extreme idealist, even to the extent of rejecting, like a dualist of the material realm and the spiritual realm, even to the extent of rejecting the material realm. And possibly, someone like Church of Entropy, Jennifer, a form of monism that where the spiritual becomes the physical, or is a manifestation of the spiritual. Different ways of understanding that are extremely important for my research. So let's jump right in. Bishop Berkeley, George Berkeley. George Berkeley, Bishop of Cloyne, was one of the greatest philosophers of the early modern period. He was a brilliant critic of his predecessor, particularly Descartes, Mellenbrock, and Locke. He was a talented metaphysician, famous for defending idealism, that is, a view that reality consists exclusively of minds and their ideas. Berkeley's system, while it strikes many as counterintuitive, is strong and flexible enough to counter most objections. His most studied works, the treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, Principles for Short, and three dialogues between Hylas and Philonius, dialogues, are beautifully written and dense with the sort of arguments that delight contemporary philosophers. He was also a wide-ranging thinker with interest in religion, which were fundamental to his philosophical motivations, the psychology of vision, mathematics, physics, morality, morals, economics, and medicine. Although many of Berkeley's first readers greeted him with incomprehension, he influenced both Hume and Kant, and is much read, if little followed, in our own day. Life and philosophical works. And this one's actually incomplete, so there was further section that was not included related to more of the philosophy of science. Life and philosophical works. Berkeley was born in 1685 near Kilkenny, Ireland. After several years of schooling at Kilkenny College, he entered Trinity College in Dublin at age 15. He was made a Fellow of Trinity College in 1707. 3 years after graduating, he was ordained as an Anglican church shortly thereafter. At Trinity, where the curriculum was notably modern, Berkeley encountered the new science and philosophy of the late 17th century, which was characterized by hostility towards Aristotelianism. Berkeley's philosophical notebook, sometimes styled as philosophical commentaries, which he began in 1707, provided rich documentation of Berkeley's early philosophical evolution, enabling the reader to track the emergence of his immaterialist philosophy from a critical response to Descartes, Locke, Mellenbrock, Newton, Hobbes, and others. Berkeley's first important published work, An Essay Towards the New Theory of Vision, 1709, was an influential contribution to the psychology of vision, and also developed doctrines relevant to his idealist project. In his mid-20s, he published his most enduring works, Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge, 1710, and the three dialogues between Hylas and Philonius, 1713, whose central characters we will examine below. In 1720, while completing a 4-year tour of Europe as a tutor of a young man, Berkeley composed De Motu, a tract on the philosophical foundations of mechanics, which developed his views on philosophy and science and articulated an instrumentalist approach to Newtonian dynamics. After his continental tour, Berkeley returned to Ireland and resumed his position at Trinity until 1724, when he was appointed Dean of Derry. At the time, Berkeley began developing his scheme for founding a college in Bermuda. He was convinced that Europe was in spiritual decay and that the New World offered hope for a new golden age. Having secured a charter and promises of funding from the British Parliament, Berkeley set sail for America in 1728 with his new bride, Anne Forster. They spent 3 years in Newport, Rhode Island, awaiting the promised money, but Berkeley's political support had collapsed, and they were forced to abandon the project and return to Britain in 1731. While in America, Berkeley composed Alciphron, a work of Christian apologetics directed against the freethinkers whom he took to be enemies of established Anglicanism. Alciphron is also a significant philosophical work and a crucial source of Berkeley's views on language. Shortly after returning to London, Berkeley composed The Theory of Vision, vindicated and explained, a defense of his earlier work on vision, and the analyst and acute and influential critique of the foundations of Newton's calculus. In 1734, he was made Bishop of Cologne, and thus he returned to Ireland. It was here that Berkeley wrote his last, strangest, and best-selling in his own lifetime philosophical work, Cyrus. 1744 has a threefold aim: to establish the virtues of tar water, a liquid prepared by letting pine tar stand in water, as a medicinal panacea, to provide scientific background supporting the efficacy of tar water, and to lead the mind of the reader via gradual steps towards contemplation of God. Berkeley died in 1753, shortly after moving to Oxford to supervise the education of his son George, one of the 3 out of 7 of his children to survive childhood. Berkeley's critique of materialism and the principles and dialogues. In his 2 great works of metaphysics, Berkeley defends idealism by attacking the materialist alternative. What exactly is the doctrine he is attacking? Readers should first note that materialism is here used to mean the doctrine that material things exist. This is in contrast with another use more standard in contemporary discussions, according to which materialism is the doctrine that only material things exist. Berkeley contends that no material things exist, not just that some immaterial things exist. Thus, he attacks Cartesian and Lockean dualism, not just the considerably less popular in Berkeley's time view held by Hobbes that only material things exist. But what exactly is a material thing? Interestingly, part of Berkeley's attack on matter is to argue that this question cannot be satisfactorily answered by the materialists, that they cannot characterize their supposed material things. However, an answer that captures what exactly is it that Berkeley rejects is that material things are mind-independent things or substances, and a mind-independent thing is something whose existence is not dependent on thinking, perceiving things, and thus would exist whether or not any thinking things' minds existed. Berkeley holds that there is no such mind-independent things, that in the famous phrase, esse est percipi, to be is to be perceived, or to perceive. Berkeley charges that materialism promotes skepticism and atheism. Skepticism because materialism implies that our senses mislead us as to the natures of these material things, which moreover need not exist at all. And atheism because a material world could not be expected to run without the assistance of God. This double charge provides Berkeley's motivation for questioning materialism, one which he thinks should motivate others as well, though not, of course, a philosophical argument against materialism. Fortunately, the principles and dialogues overflow with such arguments. Below, we will examine some of the main elements of Berkeley's argumentative campaign against matter. The attack on representationalist materialism, the core argument. The starting point of Berkeley's attack on the materialism of his contemporaries is a very short argument presented in Principles 4. It is indeed an opinion strangely prevailing amongst men that houses, mountains, rivers, and the world, and in a word, all sensible objects have an existence, natural or real, distinct from their being perceived by the understanding. But with how great an assurance and acquiescence soever this principle may be entertained in the world, yet whoever shall find in his heart to call in it question may, if I mistake not, perceive it to involve a manifest contradiction. For what are the forementioned objects but the things we perceive by sense, and what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And it is not plainly repugnant that any one of these or any combination of them should exist unperceived. Berkeley presents here the following argument. 1, we perceive ordinary objects. 2, we perceive only ideas. Therefore, 3, ordinary objects are ideas. The argument is valid, and premise 1 looks hard to deny. What about premise 2? Berkeley believes that the premise is accepted by all modern philosophers, and the principles Berkeley is operating within the idea theoretic tradition of the 17th and 18th century. In particular, Berkeley believes that some versions of the premise is accepted by his main targets, the influential philosophers Descartes and Locke. However, Berkeley recognizes that these philosophers have an obvious response available to this argument. Their response blocked Berkeley's inference to 3 by distinguishing 2 sorts of perception, mediate and immediate. The premises 1 and 2 are replaced by the claims that 1 prime, we immediately perceive ordinary objects, while 2 prime, we immediately perceive only ideas. From these claims, or of course, no idealist conclusion follows. The response reflects a representationist theory of perception, according to which we indirectly immediately perceive material things but directly immediately perceive ideas, which are mind-dependent items. These ideas represent external material objects and thereby allow us to perceive them. Whether Descartes, Muhlenbrock, and Locke were representationalists of this kind is a matter of some controversy. However, Berkeley surely had good grounds for understanding his predecessors in this way. It reflects the most obvious interpretation of Locke's account of perception, and Descartes' whole procedure in the meditation tends to suggest this sort of view, given the mediator's situation as someone contemplating her own ideas, trying to determine whether something external corresponds to them. The likeness principle. Berkeley devotes the succeeding section of the principles to undermine the representationalist response to his initial argument. In effect, he poses the question, what allows an idea to represent a material object? He assumes, again with good grounds, that the representationalist answer is going to involve resemblance. But say you, though the ideas themselves do not exist within the mind, yet there may be things like them whereof they are copies or resemblances, which things exist without the mind in an unthinking substance. I answer, an idea can be like nothing but an idea. A color or figure can be like nothing but another color or figure. Berkeley argues that this supposed resemblance is nonsensical. An idea can only be like another idea. But why? The closest Berkeley ever comes to directly addressing this question in his early philosophical notebooks, where he observes that two things cannot be said to be alike or unlike till they have been compared. Thus, because the mind can compare nothing but its own ideas, which by hypothesis are the only things immediately perceivable, the representationalist cannot assert a likeness between an idea and a non-ideal mind-independent material object. If Berkeley's likeness principle, the thesis that an idea can only be like another idea, is granted, representationalist materialism is in serious trouble. For how are material objects now to be characterized? If material objects are supposed to be extended, solid, or colored, Berkeley will counter that these sensory qualities pertain to ideas, to that which is immediately perceived, and that the materialist cannot assert that the material objects are like ideas in these ways. Many passages in the Principles and Dialogues drive home this point, arguing that matter is, if not an incoherent notion, at best a completely empty one. Anti-abstractionism. And one way in which Berkeley's anti-abstractionism comes into play is in reinforcing this point. Berkeley argues in the introduction to the Principles that we cannot form general ideas in the way that Locke often seems to suggest, by stripping particularizing qualities from an idea of a particular, creating a new intrinsically general abstract idea. Berkeley then claims that notions the materialist might invoke is a last-ditch attempt to characterize matter, being or mere extension, are objectionably abstract and unavailable. What does materialism explain? Berkeley is aware that the materialist has one important card left to play. Don't we need material objects in order to explain our ideas? And indeed, this seems intuitively gripping, since surely the best explanation of the fact that I have a chair idea every time I enter my office and that my colleague has a chair idea every time she enters my office is that a single enduring material object causes all of these various ideas. Again, however, Berkeley replies by effectively exploiting the weakness of his opponent's theories. Though we give the materialist their external bodies, they, by their own confession, are never the nearer knowing how our ideas are produced, since they own themselves unable to comprehend in what matter body can act upon spirit, or how it is possible it should imprint any idea in the mind. Hence, it is evident the production of ideas of sensations in our minds can be no reason why we should suppose matter or corporeal substances, since that is acknowledged to remain equally inexplicable with or without this supposition. Firstly, Berkeley contends a representation must admit that we could have our ideas without there being any external objects causing them. This is one way in which Berkeley sees materialism as leading to skepticism. More devastating, however, we must admit that the existence of matter does not help explain the occurrence of our ideas. After all, Locke himself diagnosed the difficulty. Body is, so far as we conceive, being able only to strike and affect body, and motion, according to the utmost reach of our ideas, being able to produce nothing but motion, so that when we allow it to produce pleasure or pain, the idea of a color or a sound, we are faint to quit our reason, go beyond our ideas, and attribute it wholly to the good pleasures of our Maker. And when Descartes was pressed by Elizabeth as to how mind and body interact, she rightly regarded his answers as unsatisfactory. The basic problem here is set by dualism. How can one substance causally affect another substance of a fundamentally different kind? it is Cartesian form. The difficulty is particularly severe. How can an extended thing, which affects other extended things only by mechanical impact, affect a mind which is non-extended and non-spatial? Berkeley's point is thus well taken. It is worth noting that in addition to undermining the materialist attempted inference to the best explanation, Berkeley's point also challenges any attempt to explain representation and mediate perception in terms of causation. That is, the materialist might try to claim that ideas represent material objects not by resemblance, but in virtue of being caused by objects. However, principles implies that the materialists are not in a position to render this account of representation philosophically satisfactory. Contradict realism and materialism. As emphasized above, Berkeley's campaign against matter, as he presents in the Principles, is directed against materialist representationalism and presupposes representationalism. In particular, Berkeley presupposes that anyone who ever directly or immediately perceives our ideas as contemporary philosophers, we might wonder whether Berkeley had anything to say to a materialist who denies the representationalist premise and asserts instead that we ordinarily, directly, immediately perceive material objects themselves. The answer is yes, the master argument. However, one place where one might naturally look for such an argument is not, in fact, as promising as might initially appear. In both the Principles and Dialogues, Berkeley gives a version what has come to be called the master argument because the apparent strength with which he endorses it. I'm content to put the whole upon this issue if you can but conceive it possible for one extended movable substance, or in general for any one idea or anything like an idea to exist otherwise than in the mind perceiving it. I shall readily give up the cause. But say you, surely there is nothing easier than to imagine trees, for instance, in the park, or books existing in a closet, and nobody by to perceive them. I answer, you may so, there's no difficulty in it, but what is all this? I beseech you, more than framing your mind certain ideas which you call books and trees, at the same time admitting to frame the idea of any one that may perceive them, but do not you yourself perceive or think of them all the while. This, therefore, is nothing to the purpose. It only shows you have the power of imagining and forming ideas in your mind, but it does not show that you can conceive it possible the objects of your thought may exist without the mind. To make all out this, it is necessary that you conceive them existing unconceived or unthought of, which is a manifest repugnancy. When we do our utmost to conceive of the existence of external bodies, we are all the while only contemplating our own ideas, but the mind, taking no notice of itself, is deluded to think it can and doth conceive bodies existing unthought of or without the mind, though at the same time they are apprehended by or exist in themselves. The argument seems intended to establish that we cannot actually conceive of mind-independent objects, that is, objects existing unperceived and unthought of. Why not? Simply because in order to conceive of any such thing, we must ourselves be conceiving, thinking of them. However, as Pictor nicely observes, such an argument seems to conflate the representation, what we conceive with, and the represented, what we conceive of, the content of our thought. Once we make this distinction, we realize that although we must have some conception or representation in order to conceive of something, and that representation is in some sense thought of, it does not follow contra Berkeley that what we conceive of must be a thought of object. That is, when we imagine a tree standing alone in the forest, we arguably conceive of an unthought of object, though of course we must employ a thought in order to accomplish this feat. Thus, as many commentators have observed, this argument fails. A more charitable reading of this argument makes Berkeley's point that we cannot represent unconceivedness because we have never and could never experience it. Because we cannot represent unconceivedness, we cannot conceive of mind-independent objects. Well, this is a rather more promising argument. It clearly presupposes representationalism, just as Berkeley's early Principles argument did. This, however, is not necessarily a defect in the interpretation, since the Principles, as we saw above, is aimed against representationalism, and the Dialogues, the master argument crops up only after Hylas has been converted to representationalism. The first dialogue in relativity arguments. Thus, if we seek to challenge the direct realist materialism, we must turn to the three dialogues where the characters Hylos, the would-be materialist, begins from a sort of naive realism, according to which we perceive material objects themselves directly. Against this position, Philonius, lover of spirit, Berkeley spokesperson, attempts to argue that the sensible qualities, the materials immediately perceived by the senses, must be ideal rather than belonging to the material objects. The following analysis of these first dialogue arguments is indebted to Margaret Wilson's account of Berkeley and the mind independence of colors. Polonius begins his first argument by contending that sensible qualities such as heat are not distinct from pleasure or pain. Pleasure or pain, Polonius argues, are allowed by all to be merely in the mind. Therefore, the same must be true for the sensible qualities. The most serious difficulties with this argument are whether we should grant that no distinction premise in the case of particular sensory qualities invoked by Berkeley. Why not suppose that I can distinguish between the heat and the pain? And if we do, whether we should generalize to all sensory qualities as Berkeley would have us do so. Secondly, Polonius invokes relativity arguments to suggest that because sensory qualities are relative to the perceiver, what is hot to one hand may be cold to the other, and what is sweet to one person may be bitter to another. They cannot belong to mind-independent material objects, for such objects could not bear contrary qualities. As Berkeley is well aware, one may reply to this sort of argument by claiming that only one of the incompatible qualities is truly a quality of the object, and that the other apparent qualities result from a misperception. But how then, Berkeley asked, are these true qualities to be identified and distinguished from the false ones? By noting the differences between animal perception and human perception, Berkeley suggests that it would be arbitrary anthropocentrism to claim that humans have a special access to the true qualities of objects. Further, Berkeley uses the example of microscopes to undermine the prima facie plausible thought that the true visual qualities of an object are revealed by close examination. Thus, Berkeley provides a strong challenge to any direct realist attempt to specify standard conditions under which the true mind-independent qualities of objects are directly perceived by senses. Under this pressure from Polonius, Hylas retreats perhaps a bit quickly from naive realism to a more philosophical position. He first tries to make use of the primary-secondary quality distinction associated with mechanism and again locatable in the thought of Descartes and Locke. Thus, Hylas allows that color, taste may be mind-dependent secondary qualities, but contends that figure, solidity, motion, and rest, the primary qualities exist in mind-independent material bodies. The mechanist picture behind the proposal that bodies are composed of particles with shape, size, motion, rest, and perhaps solidity, and that our sensory ideas rise from the action of such particles on our sense organs and ultimately in our minds. Berkeley opposes this sort of mechanism throughout his writing, believing that it engenders skepticism by dictating that bodies are utterly unlike the sensory experience of them. Here, Polonius has two-pronged reply. The same sorts of relativity arguments that were made against secondary qualities can be made against primary ones. We cannot abstract the primary qualities shaped from secondary ones, and thus we cannot conceive of mechanist material bodies which are extended but not in themselves colored. When, after some further struggles, Hylas finally capitulates to Polonius' view that all existence is mind-dependent, he does so unhappily with great reluctance. Polonius needs to convince him, as Berkeley needed to convince his readers in both books, that a commonsensical philosophy could be built on an immaterialist foundation that no one but a skeptic or atheist would ever miss matter. As a matter of historical fact, Berkeley persuaded few of his contemporaries, who for the most part regarded him as a purveyor of skeptical paradoxes. Nevertheless, we can and should appreciate the way in which Berkeley articulated a positive idealist philosophical system, which, if not in perfect accord with common sense, is in many respects superior to its competitors. Okay, at KL, I got Dr. Pepper today. So usually doing like tea or coffee, but today I got Dr. Pepper. Berkeley's positive program, idealism, and common sense. The basics of Berkeley's ontology, the status of ordinal objects. The basic of Berkeley's metaphysics are apparent from the first section, the main body of the principles. It is evident to anyone who takes a survey of the objects of human knowledge that they are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or else as perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly, ideas formed by the help of memory and imagination, either compounding, dividing, or barely representing those originally perceived in the aforesaid ways. By sight, I have ideas of lights and colors with their several degrees and variations. By touch, I perceive, for example, hard and soft, heat and cold, motion and resistance, and of all these more and less, either as to quantity or degree. Smelling furnishes me with odors, the palate with taste, and hearing conveys sounds to the mind in all the variety of tone and composition, and as several of these are observed to accompany each other, they come to be marked by one name and so to be reputed as one thing. Thus, for example, a certain color, taste, smell, figure, and consistence having been observed to go together are counted one distinct thing, signified by the same apple. Other collections of ideas constitute a stone, a tree, a book, and the like sensible things, which, as they are pleasing or disagreeable, excite the passion of love, hatred, joy, grief, and so forth. As this passage illustrates, Berkeley does not deny the existence of ordinary objects such as stones, trees, books, or apples. On the contrary, as indicated above, he holds that only an immaterial account of such objects can avoid skepticism about their existence in nature. What such objects turn out to be, or his account, are bundles or collections of ideas. An apple is a combination of visual ideas, including the sensible qualities of color and visible shape, tangible ideas, ideas of taste and smell. The question of what does the combining is a philosophically interesting one which Berkeley does not address in detail. He does make clear that there are two sides to the process of bundling ideas into objects: co-occurrence, an objective fact about what sort of ideas tend to accompany each other in our experience, and something we do when we decide to single out a set of co-occurring ideas and to refer to it with a certain name. Thus, although there is no material world for Berkeley, there is a physical world, a world of ordinary objects. This world is mind dependent, for it is composed of ideas whose existence consists in being perceived for ideas, and so for the physical world, esse est percipi. Spirits and active substances. Berkeley's ontology is not exhausted by the ideal, however. In addition to perceived things, ideas, he posits perceivers, minds, or spirits. As he often terms them, spirits, he emphasizes, are totally different in kind from ideas, for they active where ideas are passive. This suggests that Berkeley has replaced one kind of dualism of mind and matter with another kind of dualism of mind and idea. There is something to this point given Berkeley's refusal to elaborate upon the relation between active minds and passive ideas. In Principles, he famously dismisses quibbling about how ideas inhere in the mind and minds colored and extended when such qualities exist in them, with the declaration that those qualities are in the mind only as they are perceived by it. That is not by way of mode or attribute, but only by way of idea. Berkeley's dualism, however, is a dualism within the realm of the mind independent. God's existence. The last major item of Berkeley's ontology is God, himself a spirit, but an infinite one. Berkeley believes that once he has established idealism, he has a novel and convincing argument for God's existence as the cause of our sensory ideas. He argues by elimination, what could cause my sensory ideas? Candidate causes supporting that Berkeley has already established that matter doesn't exist are other ideas, myself, or some other spirit. Berkeley eliminates the first option with the following argument. Ideas are manifestly passive, so no power or activity is perceived in them. Two, but because of mind-dependent status of ideas, they cannot have any characteristic which they are not perceived to have. Therefore, ideas are passive, that is, they possess no causal power. It should be noted that premise 2 is rather strong. Philip Cummings identified as Berkeley's manifest qualities thesis and argues that it commits Berkeley to a view that ideas are radically and completely dependent on perceivers in the way that sensations of pleasures and pain are typically taken to be. The second option is eliminated with the observation that although I clearly can cause some ideas at will, ideas and imagination, sensory ideas are involuntary. They present themselves whether I wish to perceive them or not, and I cannot control their content. The hidden assumption here is that any causing the mind must be done by willing, and such willing must be accessible to consciousness. Berkeley is hardly alone in presupposing this model of the mental. Descartes, for example, makes a similar set of assumptions. This leaves us then in the third option: my sensory ideas must be caused by some other spirit. Berkeley thinks that when we consider the stunning complexity and systematicity of our sensory ideas, we must conclude that the spirit in question is the wise and benevolent blind measure that is, in short, God. Replies to objections. With the basic ingredients of Berkeley's ontology in place, we can begin to consider how his system works by seeing how he responds to a number of intuitively compelling objections to it. Berkeley himself sees very well how necessary this is. Much of the Principles is structured as a series of objections and replies, and in the three dialogues whence Polonius has rendered Hylas a reluctant convert to idealism, he devotes the rest of the book to convincing him that this is a philosophy which coheres well with common sense, at least better than materialism ever did. Real things versus imaginary ones. Perhaps the most obvious objection to idealism is that it makes real things no different from imaginary ones. Both seem fleeting figments of our own minds rather than the solid objects of the materialist. Berkeley implies that the distinction between real things and chimeras retains its full force on this view. One way of making the distinction is suggested by his argument for the existence of God, examined above. Ideas which depend on our own finite humans' wills are not constituents of real things. Not being voluntary is thus a necessary condition for being a real thing, but is clearly not sufficient since hallucinations and dreams do not depend on our wills, but are nevertheless not real. Berkeley notes that the ideas that constitute real things exhibit a steadiness of vivacity and distinctiveness that chimerical ideas do not. The most crucial feature that he points to, however, is order. The ideas are imprinted by the author of nature as part of the rerum natura, occur in regular patterns according to the laws of nature. The set of rules or established methods wherein the mind we depend on excites in us the ideas of sense are called the laws of nature. They are thus regular and coherent, that is, they constitute a coherent real world. Hidden structures and internal mechanisms. The related notions of regularity and the laws of nature are central to the workability of Berkeley's idealism. They allow him to respond to the following objection put forward in Principles. It will be demanded to what purpose serves that curious organization of plants and the admirable mechanism in the part of animals. Might not vegetables grow and shoot forth leaves and bosoms, and animals perform all their motions as well without all the variety of internal parts so elegantly contrived and put together, which, being ideas, have nothing powerful or operative in them, nor having any necessary connection with the effects ascribed to them? And how comes it to pass that whenever there is any fault in the going of a watch, there is some corresponding disorder to be found in the movements, which being mended by a skillful hand, all is right again? The like may be said of all the clockwork of nature, great part whereof is so wordfully fine and subtle, as scarce to be discerned by the best microscope. In short, it will be asked, how upon our principles any tolerable account can be given, or any final cause assigned of an innumerable multitude of bodies and machines, framed with the most exquisite art, which is the common philosophy, have any apposite usage assigned to them, and serve to explain abundance of phenomenon? Berkeley's answer, for which he is indebted to Mellenbrock, is that although God could make a watch run, that is, produce in us ideas of a watch running without the watch having any internal mechanism, that is, without it being the case that were to open the watch, we would have ideas of an internal mechanism. He cannot do so if he is to act in accordance with the laws of nature, which he has established for our benefit to make the world regular and predictable. Thus, whatever we have ideas of a working watch, we will find that if we open it, we will have ideas of an appropriate internal mechanism. Likewise, when we have ideas of a living tulip, we will find that if we pull it apart, we will observe the usual internal structure of such plants with the same transport tissues, reproductive parts, etc. Scientific explanation. Implicit in the answer above is Berkeley's insightful account of scientific explanation and the aims of science. A bit of background is needed to see why this issue posed a special challenge for Berkeley. One traditional understanding of science derived from Aristotle held that it aims at identifying the causes of things. Modern natural philosophers such as Descartes narrowed science's domain to efficient causes, and thus held that science should reveal the efficient causes of natural things, processes, and events. Berkeley considers this as the source of an objection at Principle 51. Seventhly, it will upon this be demanded whether it does not seem absurd to take away natural causes and ascribe everything to the immediate operation of spirits. We must no longer say upon these principles that fire heats or water cools, but that a spirit heats, and so forth. Would not a man be deservedly laughed at who should talk after this manner? I answer, he would. So in such things we ought to think with the learned and speak with the vulgar. On Berkeley's account, the true cause of any phenomenon is the spirit, and most often it is the same spirit, namely God. But surely one might object, it is a step backwards to abandon our scientific theories and simply note that God causes what happens in the physical world. Berkeley's first response here, that we should think with the learned but speak with the vulgar, advises us to continue to say that fire heats and the heart pumps blood. What makes the advice legitimate is that he can reconstruct such talk as being about regularities in our ideas. In Berkeley's view, the point of scientific inquiry is to reveal such regularities. If therefore we consider the differences there is betwixt natural philosophers and other men with regard to their knowledge of the phenomenon, we shall find it consists not in exact or knowledge of the efficient cause that produces them, for that can be no other than a will or of a spirit, but only in greater largeness of comprehension, whereby analogies, harmonies, and agreements are discovered in the works of nature, and the particular effects explained that is reduced to general rules, which rules grounded on the analogy and uniformness observed in the production of natural effects are most agreeable and sought after by the mind, for that they extend our prospect beyond what is present and near to us, and enable us to make a very probable conjectures touching things that may have happened at the very great distances and times and places, as well as to predict things to come. Natural philosophers thus consider signs rather than causes, but their results are just as useful as they would be under a materialist system. Moreover, the regularities they discover provide the sort of explanation proper to science by rendering the particular events they subsume unsurprising. The sort of explanation proper to science, then, is not causal explanation, but reduction to regularity. Unperceived objects, principles versus dialogues. Regularity provides a foundation for one of Berkeley's responses to the objection summarized in the famous limerick. There was a young man who said God must think it exceedingly odd if he finds that the tree continues to be when no one around about when no one's about in the quad. The worry, of course, is that if it is to be perceived from non-spirits, then there are no trees when no one is there to perceive them, and there is no furniture in my office when I leave and close the door. Interesting, the principles Berkeley seems relatively unperturbed by this natural objection to idealism. He claims that there's no problem for anyone that shall attend to what is meant by the term exist when it applies to sensible things. The table I write on, I say exist, that is, I see and feel it, and if it were out of my study, I should say it existed, meaning thereby that if I was in my study, I might perceive it, or that some other spirit actually does perceive it. So when I say that my desk still exists after I leave my office, perhaps I just mean that I would perceive it if I were in my office, or more broadly, that a finite mind would perceive the desk were it in the appropriate circumstances in my office with the lights on with eyes open. This is to provide a sort of counterfactual analysis of the continued existence of unperceivable objects. The truth of the counterfactuals in question is anchored in regularity, because God follows a set of patterns in the way he causes ideas. I would have a desk idea if I were in the office. Unfortunately, this analysis is counterintuitive and consequences when coupled with the SAS Percipe doctrine. If to be is, as Berkeley insists, to be perceived, then the unperceived desk does not exist, despite the fact that it would be perceived and thus would exist if someone opened the office door. Consequently, on this view, the desk would not endure uninterrupted, but would pop in and out of existence, though it would do so quite predictably. One way to respond to this worry would be to dismiss what does it matter if the desk ceases to exist when perceived, as long as it exists whenever we need it. Berkeley shows signs of the sort of attitude in Principles 45 and 6, where he tries to argue that his materialist opponents and scholastic predecessors are in much the same boat. This who cares response to the problem continued existence is fair enough as far as it goes, but it surely does conflict with common sense. So if Berkeley were to take this route, he would have to moderate his claims about the system's ability to accommodate everything desired by the person on the street. Another strategy, however, is suggested by Berkeley's reference in Principles 3 and 48 to some other spirit, a strategy summarized in the following limerick. Dear sir, you're astonished the mince odd. I am always about in the quad, and that's why the tree continues to be, since observed by your faithfully God. And the other spirit, if the other spirit in question is God, and omnipresent being, then perhaps his perception can be used to guarantee a complete, continuous existence to every physical object. In the three dialogues, Berkeley very clearly invokes God in this context. Interestingly, whereas in the principles that we have seen above, he argued that God must exist in order to cause our ideas and sense. In the dialogues, he argues that our ideas must exist in God when not perceived by us. And if our ideas exist in God, then they presumably exist continuously. Indeed, they must exist continuously, since standard Christian doctrine dictates that God is unchanging. Although this solves one problem for Berkeley, it creates several more. The verses that Berkeley's other commitments, religious and philosophical, dictate that God cannot literally have our ideas. Our ideas are sensory ideas, and God is a being who can suffer nothing, nor be affected with any painful sensation, or indeed any sensation at all. Nor can our sensory ideas be copies of God's non-sensory ones. How can that which is sensible be like that which is insensible? Can a real thing in itself uh, invisible be like color, or a real thing which is not audible be like sound. The second problem is that God's ideas are eternal, whereas physical objects typically have finite duration, and even worse, God has ideas of all possible objects, not just ones that which we commonsensically wish to say exist. A solution proposed by McCracken to these related problems is to tie the continued existence of ordinary object to God's will rather than to his understanding. McCracken's suggestion is that unperceived objects continue to exist as God decrees. Such an account in terms of divine decrees or volition looks promising. The tree continues to exist when unperceived, just in case God has an appropriate volition or intention to cause a tree idea in finite perceivers under the right circumstances. Furthermore, this solution has important textual support in the three dialogues. Hylas challenges Polonius to account for the creation, given that all existence is mind independent in his view, but everything must exist eternally in the mind of God. Polonius responds as follows: may we not understand it, the creation, to have been entirely in respect of finite spirits, so that things with regard to us may properly be said to begin their existence or be created when God decreed that they should become perceptible to intelligent creatures in that order and manner which he then established, and we now call the laws of nature. You may call this a relative or hypothetical existence if you please. Here, Berkeley ties the actual existence of created physical beings to God's decrees, that is, to his will. As with the counterfactual analysis of continued existence, however, this account also fails under pressure from the essayist percipe principle. Hylas, yes, Polonius, I grant the existence of a sensible thing consists in being perceivable, but not in being actually perceived. Polonius, and what is perceivable but an idea? And can an idea exist without being actually perceived? These are points long since agreed between us. Thus, if the only grounds of continued existence are volitions in God's mind, rather than perceived items, ideas, then ordinary objects do not exist continuously, but rather pop in and out of existence in a lawful fashion. Fortunately, Kenneth Winkler has put forward an interpretation which goes a great distance towards resolving this difficulty. In effect, he proposes that we amend the volitional interpretation of the existence of objects with the hypothesis that Berkeley held, the denial of blind agency. This principle, which can be found in many authors of the period, including Locke, dictates that any volition must have an idea behind it, that is, must have a cognitive component that gives content to the volition, which would otherwise be empty or blind. While the principle is never explicitly invoked or argued for by Berkeley, in a number of passages he does note the interdependence of will and understanding. Winkler plausibly suggests that Berkeley may have found this principle so obvious as to need no arguing. With it in place, we have a guarantee that anything willed by God, that finite perceivers in appropriate circumstances should have elm tree ideas, also have a divine idea associated with it. Furthermore, we have a neat explanation of Berkeley's above noted leap in the dialogues from the claim that God must cause our ideas to the claim that our ideas must exist in God. Of course, it remains true that God cannot have ideas that are, strictly speaking, the same as ours. The problem is closely related to another that confronts Berkeley. Can two people ever perceive the same thing? Common sense demands that two students can perceive the same tree, but Berkeley's metaphysics seem to dictate that they will never truly perceive the same thing, since they each have their own numerically distinct ideas. One way to resolve this difficulty is to recall that objects are bundles of ideas. Although two people cannot have the numerically same idea, they can perceive the same object, assuming that they're perceiving a component of the bundle suffices for a perception of the bundle. Another proposal is to invoke Berkeley's doctrine that same has both a philosophical and a vulgar sense, in order to declare that my tree idea and your tree idea are strictly distinct but loosely vulgarly the same. Either account might be applied in order to show either that God and I may perceive the same object, or that God and I may perceive, loosely speaking, the same object. From this discussion, we may draw a criterion for the actual existence of ordinary objects, one which summarizes Berkeley's considerate views. An X exists at a time t if and only if God has an idea that corresponds to a volition, that if a finite mind at t is in appropriate circumstance in a particular place, looking in the right direction or looking through a microscope, then it will have an idea that would be disposed to call a perception of an X. This captures the idea that existence depends on God's perceptions, but only on the perceptions which correspond to or are included in his volitions about what we should perceive. It also captures the fact that the bundle of ideas into objects is done by us. The possibility of error. Further worry about Berkeley's system arises from the ideal bundle account of objects. If there is no mind-independent objects against which to measure my idea, but rather my ideas help to constitute the object, how then can my ideas ever fail? How is error possible? Here's another way to raise the worry that I have in mind. We saw above that Berkeley's argument against common sense realism in the first dialogue attempt to undermine claims that heat, odor, taste are distinguishable from pleasure, pain, and the claim that objects have one true color, one true shape, one true taste, etc. If we then consider what this implies about Berkeleyan objects, we must conclude that Berkeley's cherry is red, purple, gray, tart, sweet, small, large, pleasant, and painful. It seems that Berkeley's desire to refute the mechanist representationalism, which dictates that the objects are utterly unlike our experience of them, has led him to push beyond common sense to the view that objects are exactly like our experience of them. There's no denying that Berkeley is out of sync with common sense here. He does, however, have an account of error, as he shows us in the dialogues. Hylas, what say you to this? Since, according to you, men judge the reality of things by their senses, how can a man be mistaken in thinking a moon a plain lucid surface about a foot in diameter, or a square tower seen at the distance round, or an oar with one end in the water crooked? Philonius, he's not mistaken with regard to the ideas he actually perceives, but in the inferences he makes from his present perceptions. Thus, in the case of an oar, what he immediately perceives by sight is certainly crooked, and so far he is in the right, but if he thence concludes that upon taking the oar out of the water he shall perceive the same crookedness, or that it would affect his touch, as crooked things are wont to do, in that he is mistaken. Extrapolating from this, we may say that my gray idea of the cherry formed in dim light is not in itself wrong and forms part of the bundle object just as much as your red idea formed in daylight. However, if I judge the cherry would look gray in bright light, I am in error. Furthermore, following Berkeley's directive to speak with the vulgar, I ought not to say in ordinary circumstance that the cherry is gray, since that would be taken to imply that the cherry would look gray to humans in daylight. Spirits and causation. We have spent some time examining the difficulties Berkeley faces in the idea ordinary object half of his ontology. Arguably, however, less tractable difficulties confront him in the realm of spirits. Early on, Berkeley attempts to forestall materialist skeptics who objected that we have no idea of a spirit by arguing for its position itself. A spirit is one simple, undivided active being as it perceives ideas. It is called the understanding. As it produces or otherwise operates about them, it is called the will. Hence, there can be no idea formed of a soul or spirit. For all ideas, whatever, being passive and inert, they cannot represent unto us by way of image or likeness that which acts. A little attention will make it plain to anyone that to have an idea which shall be like the active principle of motion and the change of ideas is absolutely impossible, since the nature of spirit, or which acts, that it cannot be of itself perceived, but only by the effects which it produces. Surely the materialist will be tempted to complain, however, that Berkeley's unperceivable spiritual substance lurking behind the scenes and supporting that which we can perceive sound a lot like the material substances which he empathetically rejects. Two very different responses are available to Berkeley on this issue, each of which he seems to have made at different points in his philosophical development. One response would be to reject a spiritual substance just as he rejected material substance. Spirits then might be understood in a Humean way as bundles of ideas and volitions. Fascinating something like this view is considered by Berkeley in his early philosophical notebooks. Why he abandons it is interesting and difficult question. It seems that one worry he has is how the understanding and the will are to be integrated in rendering one thing. The second response would be to explain why spiritual substances are better posits than materialist ones. To this end, Berkeley emphasizes that we have a notion of spirit, which is just to say that we know that what the word means. The purported contrast with matter, which Berkeley thinks has no determinate content. Of course, the real question is, how does the term spirit come by any content, given that we have no idea of it? In the principles, Berkeley declares only that we know spirit through our own cases, and that the content we assign to spirit is derived from the content each of us assign to I. In the dialogues over, Berkeley shows a better appreciation of the force of the problem that confronts him. Hylas, you say your own soul supplies you with some sort of idea of an image or image of God, but at the same time you acknowledge you have, properly speaking, no idea of your own soul. You even affirm that your spirits are a sort of beings altogether different from ideas. Consequently, that no idea can be like a spirit. We have therefore no idea of any spirit. You admit, nevertheless, that there is spiritual substance, although you have no idea of it, while you deny that there can be such a thing as material substance because you have no notion of it. Is this fair dealing? To act consistently, you must either admit matter or reject spirit. The main point of Hylas's attack, Felonius replies that each of us has in our own case an immediate intuition of ourself, that is, we know our minds through reflection. Berkeley considers position that we gain access to ourselves as thinking things through conscious awareness is surely an intuitive one. Nevertheless, it is disappointing that he never gave an explicit response to the Humean challenge he entertained in his notebooks. Mind as a congeries of perceptions, take away perceptions and you take away mind, but the perceptions and you put the mind. A closely related problem which confronts Berkeley is how to make sense of the causal powers that he ascribes to spirits. Suggests the human view that it causes whatever is regularly followed by an effect. Notebooks revise this doctrine by requiring that the cause not only regularly precede an effect but also be a volition. Berkeley's talk of an occasion here reveals the immediate influence of Mellenbrock. Mellenbrock held that only true cause is God, and that apparent finite causes are only occasional causes, which is to say that they provide occasions for God to act on his general volitional policies. Occasional causes thus regularly precede their effects, but are not truly responsible for producing them. In these notebook entries, however, Berkeley seems to be suggesting that all there is to causality is this regular consequence, with the first item being volition. Such an account, unlike Mellenbrock's, would make my will and God's will causes in exactly the same sense. Some commentators, most notably Winkler, suppose that Berkeley retains this view of causality in his published work. The main difficulty with this interpretation is that Berkeley more than once purports to inspect our idea of body and the sensory qualities included therein, and to conclude from this inspection that bodies are passive. This procedure would make little sense if bodies, according to Berkeley, fail to be causes by definition simply because they are not minds with wills. What is needed is an explanation of what Berkeley means by activity, which he clearly equates with causal power. Winkler supplies such an account according to which activity means direction towards an end, but this is to identify efficient causation with final causation, a controversial move at best with Berkeley would be making without comment or argument. The alternative would be to suppose, as Demuto 33 suggests, that Berkeley holds that we give a notion of activity along with a notion of spirit as substance through reflective awareness, internal consciousness. We feel it mind as a faculty of altering both our own state and that of other beings, and that it properly called vital and puts a wide distinction between souls and bodies. On this interpretation, Berkeley would again have abandoned the radical Humean position entertained in his notebooks, as he clearly did on the question of the spirit, nature of spirit. One can only speculate as to whether his reasons would have been primarily philosophical, theological, or practical. Berkeley's writings, however, are not generally characterized by deference to authority, quite the contrary. As he himself proclaims, one thing I know I am not guilty of, I do not pin my faith on the sleeve of any great man. I act not out of prejudice and prepossession. I do not adhere to any opinion because it is an old one, or receive one, a fashionable one, or one that I've spent much time in the study and cultivation of. Okay, so you have George Berkeley, very important ideas there, and saying, Berkeley will come back to us, uh, most notably, in the discussion of monism, dualism, materialism, and like I said, he kind of a forgotten thinker, although still like a relatively known name. He had disputes with Newton and other great thinkers. So let's jump to David Hume. Just take a quick 1 minute break, and then we'll continue with Hume. Okay, so moving right along, um, important due diligence, very important subject, important research. So hardly anybody watching, but KL or anybody else, glad if this is useful to you. Extremely important. Your due diligence, the basis of Western philosophy, some of the biggest names. So next we have David Hume, and interesting. Like David Hume is buried in Kelton Cemetery. Duvid's namesake. Family probably comes from Edinburgh, and my family visits to Edinburgh. You see the pictures of the David Hume at the Kelton Cemetery. So it's possible that Duvid is related to David Hume. Okay, so with that, let's jump right in. This one's also quite long. David Hume, generally regarded as one of the most important philosophers to write in English. David Hume, 1711 to 1776, was also well known in his own time as a historian essayist, a master stylist of any genre. His major philosophical works, A Treatise on Human Nature, 1739-40, The Inquiries Concerning Human Understanding, 1748, and Concerning the Principles of Morals, 1751, as well as the posthumously published Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, 1779, remain widely and deeply influential. Although Hume's more conservative contemporaries denounce his writings as work of skepticism and atheism, his influence is evident in the moral philosophy and economic writings of his close friend Adam Smith. Kant reported that Hume's work woke him from his dogmatic slumbers, and Jeremy Bentham remarked that reading Hume caused the scales to fall from his eyes. Charles Darwin regarded his work as a central influence on the theory of evolution. The diverse directions in which these writers took what they gleaned from reading him reflect both the richness of their sources and the wide range of his empiricism. Today, philosophers recognize Hume as the thoroughgoing exponent of philosophical naturalism, as a precursor to contemporary cognitive science, and the inspiration for several of the most significant types of ethical theory developed in contemporary moral philosophy. Okay, yeah, John, always a pleasure. God bless. Life and works. Born in Edinburgh, Hume spent his childhood in Nine Wells, his family's modest estate in the border lowlands. He came from a good family, socially well connected but not wealthy. His father died just after David's second birthday, leaving him and his elder brother and sister in the care of our mother, a woman of singular merit, who, though young and handsome, devoted herself entirely to the rearing and educating of her children. Catherine Falconer Hume realized that David was uncommonly precocious, so when his older brother went to Edinburgh University, Hume went with him. Although he was only 10 or 11, there he studied Latin and Greek, read widely in history and literature, ancient and modern philosophy, and also did some mathematics and natural philosophy, what we now call natural science. The education David received both at the home and the university aimed at training pupils to a life of virtue regulated by stern Scottish Calvinist strictures. Prayer and sermons were prominent aspects of his home and university life. At some point, Hume read The Whole Duty of Man, a widely circulated Anglican devotional tract that details our duties to God, our fellow human beings, and ourselves. Hume's family thought him suited for a legal career, but he found the law nauseous, preferring to read classical texts, especially Cicero. He decided to become a scholar and philosopher and followed a rigorous program of reading and reflection for 3 years until there seemed to be opened up to me a new scene of thought. The intensity of developing his philosophical vision precipitated a psychological crisis in the isolated scholar. The crisis eventually passed, and Hume remained intent on articulating his new scene of thought. As a second son, his inheritance was meager, so he moved to France where he could live cheaply and finally settled in La Fleche, a sleepy village in Anjou, best known for its Jesuit college where Descartes and Mersenne had studied a century before. Here he read French and other continental authors, especially Mellenbrook, Dubos, and Bayle, and occasionally baited the Jesuits with arguments attacking their beliefs. By this time, Hume had not only rejected the religious beliefs with which he was raised, but also opposed to organized religion in general, an opposition that remained constant throughout his life. In 1734, he was only 23. He began writing A Treatise on Human Nature. Hume returned to England in 1737 to read the treatise for the press. To curry favor with Joseph Butler, he castrated his manuscript, deleting his controversial discussions of miracles along with the other nobler parts. Book 1 of the Understanding and Book 2 of the Passions appeared anonymously in 1739. The next year saw the publication of Book 3 of Morals, as well as an anonymous abstract of Books 1 and 2. The treatise was no literary sensation, but it didn't fall dead-born from the press, as Hume disappointedly describes its reception. Despite his surgical deletions, it attracted enough of a murmur among the zealots to fuel his lifelong reputation as atheist and skeptic. When he applied for the chair of ethics and pneumatical mental philosophy at Edinburgh in 1745, his reputation provoked vocal and ultimately successful opposition. 6 years later, he stood for the chair of logic at Glasgow, only to be turned down again. Hume never held an academic post. In 1745, he accepted a position as a young nobleman's tutor, only to discover that his charge was insane. A year later, he became secretary to his cousin, Lieutenant General Sir James St. Clair, eventually accompanying him to an extended diplomatic mission in Austria and Italy. In 1748, an inquiry concerning human understanding appeared, covering the central ideas of Book 1 of the treatise and his discussion of liberty and necessity from Book 2. He also included material that had excised from the treatise. In 1751, he published an inquiry concerning the principles of morals, a recasting of Book 3 of the treatise, which he described as incomparably the best of all his work. More essays, The Political Discourses, appeared in 1752, and Hume's correspondence reveals that the draft of the dialogues concerning natural religion was also underway at this time. An offer to serve as a librarian at the Edinburgh Faculty of Advocates gave Hume the opportunity to begin another project, A History of England, using the Law Library's excellent resources. Published in 6 volumes between 1754 and 62, his history was a bestseller well into the next century, giving him the financial independence he had long sought. But even as a librarian, Hume's reputation as atheist and skeptic dogged him. One of his orders for indecent books prompted an unsuccessful move for his dismissal and excommunication from the Kirk. Friends and publishers persuaded him to suppress some of his more controversial writings on religion during his lifetime. In 1763, Hume accepted a position as a private secretary to the British Assembly, ambassador to France. During his 3-year stay in Paris, he became secretary to the embassy and eventually its charged the affairs. He became the rage of the Parisian salons, enjoying the conversation and company of famous European intellectuals. He was known for his love of good food and wine, as well as an enjoyment of the attentions and affections of women. Hume returned to Edinburgh in 1769. He built a house in Edinburgh's New Town and spent his autumnal years quietly and comfortably dining and conversing with friends, not all of whom were studious and literary, for he also found that his company was not unacceptable to the young and careless. He spent considerable time revising his works for new editions of his essays and treatises, which contained his collected essays and 2 inquiries, a dissertation into the passions, and the natural history of religion, but significantly not a treatise of human nature. In 1775, Hume was diagnosed with intestinal cancer. Before his death in 1776, he arranged for a pusillanimous publication of his most controversial work, The Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, and composed a brief autobiography, My Own Life. Although there was much curiosity about how the great infidel would face his death, his friends agreed that he prepared himself with the same peaceful cheer that characterized his life. The relation between the treatise and the inquiries. In 1775, as he was readying a revised edition of the Essays and Treatises for the press, Hume sent his publisher an advertisement asking that it be included in this and any subsequent edition of his work. In it, he complains that his critics focused all their batteries on the treatise, that juvenile work which he published anonymously and never acknowledged. He urges his readers to regard the inquiries as containing his philosophical sentiments and principles, assuring his publisher that they provide a complete answer to his critics. Hume's apparent disavowal of the treatise and his regard for the inquiries raise a question about how we should read his work. Should we take his statement literally and let the inquiries represent his considered view, or should we ignore his advertisement and take the treatise as the best statement of his position? Both options presuppose that differences between the treatise and inquiries are substantial enough to warrant taking one or the other as best representing Hume's views. But there are good reasons for doubting this. Even in the advertisement, Hume says most of the principles and reasoning contained in this volume were published in the treatise. He repeats his conviction that he was guilty of going to press too early, and that his aim in the enquiries was to cast a hole anew where some negligences in former reasoning and more in the expressions are corrected. Hume's description of his aim suggests another option rather than refuting the treatise. Perhaps his recasting of it represents a shift in the way he presents his principles and reasoning rather than a substantive change in what he has to say. He reinforces this option when he says the first inquiry that the philosophical principles are in the same in both, and that by shortening and simplifying the questions, I really render them much more complete. He also comments in my own life that the treatise's lack of success proceeded more from the manner than the matter, more from the structure than its content. It is not unreasonable to conclude that Hume's recasting of the treatise was designed to address this issue, which suggests that we might understand him best by reading both works, despite their differences, together. Philosophical project. As the title of the treatise proclaims, Hume's subject is human nature. He summarizes his project in a subtitle, an attempt to introduce the experimental method into moral subjects. In his day, moral meant anything concerning with human nature, not just ethics, as he makes clear at the beginning of the first inquiry, where he defines moral philosophy as the science of human nature. Hume's aim is to bring the scientific method to bear on the study of human nature. Hume's early studies of philosophical systems convinced him that philosophy was in the sorry state and in dire need of reform. When he was only 18 years old, he complained in a letter that anyone familiar with philosophy realizes that it is embroiled in endless disputes. The ancient philosophers on whom he had been concentrated replicated the errors their natural philosophers made. They advanced theories that were entirely hypothetical, depending more on invention than experience. He objects that they consulted their imaginations in constructing their views about virtue and happiness without regarding human nature, upon which every moral conclusion must depend. These youthful Hume resolved to avoid these mistakes in his own work by making human nature his principal study and the source from which I would derive every truth. Even at this early stage, the roots of Hume's mature approach to the reform of philosophy are evident. He was convinced that the only way to improve philosophy was to make the investigation of human nature central and empirical. The problem with ancient philosophy was its reliance on hypothesis, claims based on speculation and invention rather than experience and observation. By the time Hume began to write the treatise 3 years later, he had immersed himself in the works of modern philosophers, but found them disturbing, not least because they had made the same mistakes the ancients did, while professing to avoid them. Why, Hume asked, haven't philosophers been able to make the spectacular progress in understanding human nature that natural philosophers did, whom we now call scientists, have recently achieved the physical sciences? His answer was that while scientists have cured themselves of their passions for hypotheses and systems, philosophers haven't yet purged themselves of the temptation. Their theories were too speculative, relied on a priori assumptions, and paid little attention to what human nature is actually like. Instead of helping us understand ourselves, modern philosophers were mired in interminable disputes, evident even to the rabble without doors, given rise to the common prejudice against metaphysical reasoning of all kinds. That is, every kind of argument which is in any way abstruse and requires some attention to be comprehended. To make progress, Hume maintains that we need to reject every system, however subtle or ingenious, which is not founded on fact and observation. These systems, covering a wide range of entrenched and influential metaphysical and theological views, purport to have discovered principles that give us deeper and more certain knowledge or ultimate reality. But Hume argued that in attempting to go beyond anything we can possibly experience, these metaphysical theories try to penetrate into subjects utterly inaccessible to the understanding, which makes their claims to have found the ultimate principles of human nature not just false but unintelligible. These airy sciences, as Hume calls them, have only the air of science. Worse than these metaphysical systems are smoke screens for popular superstitions that attempt to overwhelm us with religious fears and prejudices. Hume has in mind a variety of doctrines that need metaphysical cover to look respectable. Arguments for the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, and the nature of God's particular providence, metaphysics aids and abets these and other superstitious doctrines. But he insists that because these metaphysical and theological systems are objectionable, it does not mean that we should give up doing philosophy. Instead, we need to appreciate the necessity of carrying the war into the most secret recesses of the enemy. The only way to resist the allure of the pseudosciences is to engage with them, countering their abstruse metaphysical jargon with accurate and just reasoning. This means that the initial phase of Hume's project must be critical. A prominent part of this aspect of his project is to discover the proper province of human reasoning, determining the extent and limits of reason's powers and capacities. He believes that his investigation will show that metaphysics, as the quest for understanding the ultimate nature of reality, is beyond reason's scope. Scholars once emphasized this critical phase as at the expense of the rest of Hume's project, encouraging the charge that he was just a negative skeptic who rejects the views of others without defending any positive position himself. But while he is indeed skeptical about the possibility of metaphysical insights that go deeper than science can, investigating the proper province of reason isn't only a critical activity. His critique of metaphysics clearly clears the way for the constructive phase of his project, the development of an empirical science of human nature, and Hume is not at all skeptical about its prospects. In his introduction to the treatise, Hume launches the constructive phase of his project by proposing nothing less than a complete system of the sciences built on the foundations entirely new. The new foundation of the scientific study of human nature. He argues that all the sciences have some relation to human nature, even mathematics, natural philosophy, and natural religion. They are all human activities. So what we are able to accomplish in them depends on understanding what kinds of questions we're able to handle and what sort we must leave alone. If we have a better grasp of the scope of our limits of our understanding, the nature of our ideas, and the operations we perform in reasoning about them, there is no telling what improvements we might make in these sciences. We should expect even more improvements in the sciences that are more closely connected to the study of human nature, logic, morals, criticism, and politics. Many long-standing philosophical debates about the nature of our ideas, causation, liberty, virtue, and beauty, so getting clear about their content should help us cut through these endless disputes. As the science of human nature is the only solid foundation for the other sciences, the only solid foundation we can give to this science itself must be laid on the experience and observation. Although Hume does not mention him by name, Newton is his hero. He accepts Newtonian maximum, hypothesis non fingo, roughly I do not hypothesis. Any laws we discover must be established by observation and experiment. Hume is proposing an empiricist alternative to traditional a priori metaphysics. His empiricism is naturalistic in that it refuses to countenance any appeal to the supernatural in the explanation of human nature. As a naturalist, he aims to account for the way our minds work in a manner that is consistent with a Newtonian picture of the world. Hume portrays his scientific study of human nature as a kind of mental geography or anatomy of the mind. In the first section, the first inquiry, he says that it has two principal tasks, one purely descriptive and the other explanatory. Mental geography consists in delineating the distinct parts and powers of the mind. Well, everyone can make some sense of the basic distinctions among the mind's contents and operations. More fine-grained distinctions are harder to grasp. However, Hume wants to go much further. He wants to explain how the mind works by discovering its secret springs and principles. He reminds us that astronomers for a long time were content with proving the motions, order, and magnitude of the heavenly bodies, but then a philosopher, Newton, went beyond them and determined the laws of forces by which the revolutions of the planets are governed and directed. Newton's example led other natural philosophers to similar explanatory successes. Hume believed that he will be equally successful in finding the fundamental laws governing our mental powers and economy if he follows in the same direction Newton exhibited in carrying out his inquiries. Newton's scientific method provides Hume with a template for introducing the experimental method into his investigation of the mind. An inquiry concerning the principles of morals, he says he will follow a very simple method that he believes will bring about a transformation of the study of human nature. Following Newton's example, he argues that we should reject every system, however subtle or ingenious, which is not founded in fact of an observation, and accept only arguments derived from experience. When we inquire about human nature, since we're asking a question of fact, not of abstract science, we must rely on experience and observation. As the fledgling Newton of the moral sciences, Hume wants to find a set of laws that explain how the mind's contents, perceptions, as he calls them, come and go in the mind, and how simple perceptions combine to form complex perceptions in ways that explain human thought, belief, feelings, and action. Newton's achievement was that he was able to explain diverse and complex physical phenomena in terms of few general principles. Like him, Hume proposes to explain all effects from the simplest and fewest causes. He predicts that it is likely that one principle of the mind depends on another, and that that principle may in turn be brought under another principle even more general and universal, but he emphasizes that while he will try to find the most general principles, rendering them as universal as possible, all of his explanations must be based completely on experience. Although philosophy as an empirical enterprise is itself bound by experience, this is not a defect in the science of human nature. The same is true for all the sciences. None of them can go beyond experience or establish any principles which are not founded on that authority. Explanations must come to an end somewhere. When we see that we have arrived at the utmost extent of human reason, we sit down contented, for the only reason we can give for our most general principle is our experience of their reality. Hume is Newtonian in much more than method. He sees the Newton is significantly different from John Locke and the other Royal Society natural philosophers because he projects their mechanistic picture of the world. Newton's greatest discovery, the law of gravitation, is not a mechanistic law. Hume explicitly models his account of the fundamental principles of the mind's operation, the principle of association, on the idea of gravitational attraction. By appealing to the same principles throughout, Hume gives an explanation of these diverse phenomena that enable him to provide a unified and economical account of the mind. Account of the mind. To explain the workings of the mind with the economy Newton displayed in his physics, Hume introduces the minimal amount of machinery he thinks is necessary to account for the mind's operations. Each piece is warranted by experience. The early modern period was the heyday of the investigation of the ideas of causation, moral good and evil, and many other philosophically contested ideas. Every modern philosopher accepted some version of the theory of ideas, the view that we immediately perceive certain mental entities called ideas, but don't have direct access to physical objects. Hume holds an empiricist version of the theory because he thinks that everything we believe is ultimately traceable to experience. He begins with an account of perceptions because he believes that any intelligible philosophical question must be asked and answered in those terms. He uses perception to designate any mental content whatsoever and divides perceptions into two categories: impressions and ideas. Impressions include sensations as well as desires, passions, and emotions. Ideas are the faint images of these in thinking and reasoning. He thinks everyone will recognize his distinction since everyone is aware of the difference between feeling and thinking. It is the difference between feeling the pain of your present sunburn and recalling last year's sunburn. Hume distinguishes two kinds of impressions: impressions of sensation, an original impression, and impressions of reflection or secondary impressions. Impressions of sensation include the feelings we get from our five senses as well as pains and pleasures, all of which arise in us originally from unknown causes. He calls them original because trying to determine their ultimate causes would take us beyond anything we can experience. Any intelligible investigation must stop with them. Impressions of reflection include desires, emotions, passions, and sentiments. They are essentially reactions or responses to ideas, which is why he calls them secondary. Your memories of last year's sunburns are ideas, copies of the original impressions you have when the sunburn occurred. Recalling those ideas caused you to fear that you'll get another sunburn this year, to hope that you won't, and to want to take proper precautions to avoid overexposure to the sun. Perceptions, both impressions and ideas, may be either simple or complex. Complex impressions are made up of a group of simple impressions. My impression of the violet I just picked is complex. Among the ways it affects my sentence are its brilliant purple color and its sweet smell. I can separate and distinguish its color and smell from the rest of my impressions of the violet. Its color and smell are simple impressions which can be broken down further because they have no component parts. Hume initially distinguishes impressions and ideas in terms of the degree of force and vivacity. Impressions are more forceful and vivacious than ideas. My impression of this ripe tomato's bright red color is as vivid as anything could be. Last year's tomatoes were just as vivid when I was looking at them, but now my idea of them is much less vivid than my impressions of the tomato in front of me. Since last year's tomatoes were the same color, the differences can't be that they are different shades of red. The differences must lie in the sharpness, clarity, and brightness of my impressions, their force and vivacity. At various times, Hume tries other ways of characterizing the difference between impressions and ideas, but he was never completely satisfied with them. Still, what he says works well enough to give us a handle on the felt differences between impressions and ideas. When Hume distinguishes impressions and ideas in terms of their relative force and vivacity, he is pointing something that is generally true of them as a matter of fact. On occasion, in dreams or a higher fever, ideas may approach the force and vivacity of impressions, but these exceptions that prove the empirical rule. In general, impressions and ideas are so different that no one can deny the distinction, although nothing seems freer from the power of thought, which isn't restrained within the limits of nature and reality. Hume insists that imagination is in fact confined within very narrow limits. We can separate and combine our ideas in new and even bizarre ways, imagining creatures we never seen or faraway galaxies, but all these materials of thinking are ultimately derived from our impressions. Since all our ideas are more feeble, perceptions are copies of the impressions or more lively ones. We're restricted to compounding, transporting, augmenting, or diminishing the materials afforded us by the senses and experience. Okay, a carefree style. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to read along, go ahead. The copy principle. In his treatise, Hume qualifies his claim that our ideas are copies of the impressions, making clear that it applies only to the relationship between simple ideas and simple impressions. He offers the general proposition, usually called the copy principle, as his first principle in the science of human nature. All our simple ideas in their first appearance are derived from simple impressions, which are correspondent to them and which they exactly represent. He presents the principle as something that everyone's experience confirms, but he also gives an argument to establish it. He argues first that there is a one-to-one correspondence between simple ideas and simple impressions. He can't prove that this correspondence holds universally, since he can't examine every individual impression and idea, but he is so confident the correspondence holds when he challenges anyone who doubts it to produce an example of a simple impression without a corresponding simple idea, or a simple idea without a corresponding simple impression. Since he is certain they will fail, he concludes that there is a constant conjunction between simple impressions and simple ideas. Next, he maintains that his constant conjunction is so universal that the correspondence can't be a matter of chance. There must be a causal connection between them. But do ideas cause impressions, or do impressions cause ideas? Finally, he argues that experience tells us that simple impressions always precede and thus cause their corresponding ideas. To support this claim, he appeals to two sorts of cases. First, if you want to give a child an idea of the taste of a pineapple, you give her a piece of pineapple to eat. When you do, you are giving her an impression of the pineapple's taste. You never go the other way around. His other case involves a person born blind who won't have an idea of color because he won't have an impression of color. The copy principle is an empirical thesis which emphasizes by offering one contradictory phenomenon as an empirical counterexample to the principle. He imagines someone who has done some sorts of experience of colors most of us have had, but has never experienced a certain shade of blue. Hume thinks that if he orders all the shades of blue he has experienced from the darkest to the lightest, he will see immediately that there is a gap where the missing shade must be. Then he asks whether 'tis possible for him from his own imagination to raise up to himself the idea of that particular shade, though it had never been conveyed to him by his senses. I believe that there are few, but will be of opinion that he can, and this may serve as a proof that the simple ideas are not always derived from the corresponding impressions, though the instant is so particular and singular that 'tis scarce worth our observing, and does not merit that for it alone we should alter our general maxim. Hume repeats the case of the missing shade almost verbatim in the first inquiry. While scholars have wondered exactly how the person might supply the missing shade, he seems unconcerned with the details. For Hume, once again, the exception proves the empirical rule. Hume's account of definition. Although Hume's distinctive brand of empiricism is often identified with his commitment to the copy principle, his use of the principle is reversed in his account of the definition, perhaps on the more innovative element of his system. As his diagnosis of the traditional metaphysics reveals, Hume believes that the chief obstacle to our improvement of the moral and metaphysical sciences is the obscurity of the ideas and the ambiguity of the terms. Conventional definitions, replacing terms with their synonyms, merely replicate philosophical confusions and never break out of our narrow definitional circle. Getting clear about the content of the ideas and the meanings of the terms we're investigating requires something else. Hume argues that we must pass from words to the true and real subject of the controversy ideas. He believes that he has found a way to accurately determine their content. His account of definition, he touts it as a new microscope of species or of optics, predicting that it will produce equally dramatic results in the moral sciences as its hardware counterparts, telescopes, and microscopes have produced in natural philosophy. Hume's account of definition uses a simple series of tests to determine cognitive content. Begin with a term, ask what idea is annexed to it. If there is no such idea, then the term has no cognitive content. However, prominently it figures in philosophy or theology. If there is an idea annexed to the term and is complex, break it down into the simple ideas that compose it and trace them back to their original impression. If the process fails at any point, the idea in question lacks cognitive content. When carried through successfully, however, it yields a just definition, precise account of the troublesome idea's content. Hume uses his account of definition in the critical phase of his project to show that many of the central concepts of traditional metaphysics lacks intelligible content. He also uses it in the constructive phase to determine the exact meaning of our terms and ideas. Principles of association. Although we are capable of separating and combining our ideas as we please, there is nevertheless a regular order to our thoughts. If ideas occurred to us completely randomly so that all our thoughts were loose and unconnected, we wouldn't be able to think coherently. This suggests that there is a secret tie or union among particular ideas, which causes the mind to conjoin them more frequently and make the one upon its appearance introduce the others. Hume explains that this tie or union in terms of the mind's natural ability to associate certain ideas. Association is not an inseparable connection, but rather a gentle force which commonly prevails by means of which one idea naturally introduces another. In the first inquiry, Hume says that even though it is obvious to everyone that our ideas are connected in this way, he is the first philosopher who has attempted to enumerate or class all the principles of association. He regards his use of these universal principles as so distinctive that his adversary advertises them as his most original contribution, one that entitles him to call himself an inventor. Hume identifies three principles of association: resemblance, contiguity in time and place, and causation. When someone shows you a picture of your best friend, you naturally think of her because the picture resembles her. When you're reminded of something that happened in the 1960s, you may think of the Vietnam War because they are temporally contingent. Thinking of Sausalito may lead you to think of the Golden Gate Bridge, which may lead you to think of San Francisco, since they are spatially contingent. Causality works both from cause to effect and from effect to cause. Meeting someone's father may make you think of his son. Encountering the son may lead you to think of the father. Of the three associative principles, causation is the strongest and the only one that takes us beyond our senses. It establishes a link between our present and our past experiences and our expectations about the future, so that all reasoning concerning matters of fact seem to be founded on the relation of cause and effect. Taking aspirin in the past has relieved my headache, so I expect the aspirin I just took will soon relieve my present headache. Hume also makes clear that causation is the least understood of the associative principles, but he tells us we should have occasion afterward to examine it to the bottom. Like gravitational attraction, the associative principles are original and so can't be explained further. Although the associative principles' effects are everywhere conspicuous, their causes are mostly unknown and must be resolved into original qualities of human nature, which I pretend not to explain. Accordingly, we should curb any intemperate desire to account further for them, for doing so would take us illegitimately beyond the boundaries of experience. Hume doesn't try to explain why we associate ideas as we do. He is interested only in establishing that, as a matter of fact, we do associate ideas in these ways. Given that the claim that the associative principles explain the important operation of the mind is an empirical one, he must admit, as he does in the first inquiry, that he cannot prove conclusively that his list of associative principles is complete. Perhaps he has overlooked some additive principles. We are free to examine our own thoughts and determine whether resemblance, contiguity, and causation successfully explain them. The more instances the associative principles explain, the more assurances we have that Hume has identified the basic principles by which our minds work. In the abstract, Hume concludes that it should be easy to conceive of what vast consequences these principles must be in the science of human nature, since they are the only ties of our thoughts. They are really to us the cement of the universe, and all the operations of the mind must, in great measure, depend on them. Just what these vast consequences are will become clear when we examine Hume's revolutionary account of our causal inferences and moral judgments. Causation. The medieval synthesis Thomas Aquinas forged between Christian theology and Aristotle's science and metaphysics set the terms for the early modern causation debate. Aristotle drew an absolute categorical distinction between scientific knowledge and belief. Scientific knowledge was knowledge of causes, and scientific explanation consisted in demonstrations proving the necessary connection between a cause and effect from intuitively obvious premises independently of experiences. Modern philosophers thought of themselves as scientific revolutionaries because they rejected Aristotle's account of causation. Even so, they accepted his distinction between knowledge and belief and regarded causal inference as an exercise of reason, which aimed at demonstrating the necessary connection between cause and effect. Mellenbrock and others following Descartes were optimistic about the possibility of demonstrative scientific knowledge, while those in the British empirical tradition were more pessimistic. Locke was sufficiently skeptical about what knowledge can attain that he constructed one of the first accounts of probable inference to show that belief could meet standards of rationality that make experimental natural philosophy intellectually respectable. When Hume enters the debate, he translates the traditional distinction between knowledge and belief into his own terms, dividing all the objects of human reason or inquiry into two exclusive and exhaustive categories: relations of ideas and matters of fact. Propositions concerning relations of ideas are intuitively or demonstratively certain. They are known a priori, discoverable independently of experience by the mere operation of thought, so their truth doesn't depend on anything actually existing. That the interior angles of a Euclidean triangle sum to 180 degrees is true whether or not there are any Euclidean triangles to be found in nature. Denying that proposition is a contradiction. In sharp contrast to the truth of propositions concerning matters of fact depend on the way the world is. Their contraries are always possible. Their denial never imply contradictions, and they can't be established by demonstration. Asserting that Miami is north of Boston is false but not contradictory. We can understand what someone who asserts this is saying, even if we are puzzled about how he could have the facts so wrong. The distinction between relation of ideas and matter of fact is often called Hume's fork, generally with the negative implication that Hume may be illicitly ruling out meaningful propositions that don't fit into these two categories or fit into both of them. To diffuse this objection, however, it is important to bear in mind that Hume's categories are his translations of traditional absolute categorical classificatory distinction, which all his contemporaries and immediate predecessors accepted. Hume's method dictates his strategy in the causation debate. In the critical phase, he argues that his predecessors were wrong. Our causal inferences aren't determined by reason of any other operation of the understanding. In the constructive phase, he supplies an alternative. The associative principles are their basis. Hume's contributions to the critical phase of the causation debate are contained in the treatise of the first inquiry, appropriately titled Skeptical Doubts Concerning the Operations of the Understanding. The constructive phase in his inquiry account is the following section, also appropriately titled Skeptical Solutions to These Doubts, while the corresponding sections of the treatise stretch from 137 to 1310. Causal inference, critical phase. Causal inferences are the only way we go beyond the evidence of our senses and memories. In making them, we suppose there is some connection between present facts and what we infer from them. But what is this connection? How is it established? If the connection is established by an operation of reason or of the understanding, it must concern either the relations of ideas or matters of fact. Hume argues that this connection can't involve relations of ideas. Effects are different events from their causes, so there is no contradiction in conceiving of a cause occurring and its usual effect not occurring. Ordinary causal judgments are so familiar that we tend to overlook this. They seem immediate and intuitive, but suppose that you were suddenly brought into the world as an adult armed with the intellectual firepower of Einstein. Could you simply, by examining an aspirin tablet, determine that it will relieve your headache? When we reason a priori, we consider the idea of the object we regard as a cause, independently of any observations we have made of it. It can include the idea that any other distinct object, including the object we take to be its usual effect, but then it can't show us any inseparable or inviolable connection, any necessary connection between those ideas, trying to reason a priori from your idea of an aspirin without including any information you have of its effect from your previous experience, yields only your simple ideas of its sensible qualities, its size, shape, weight, color, smell, and taste. It gives you no idea of what secret powers it might have to produce its usual effects. Hume concludes a priori reasoning can't be the source of the connection between our ideas of a cause and effect. Contrary to what the majority of his contemporaries and immediate predecessors thought, causal inferences do not concern relations of ideas. Hume now moves to the only remaining possibility. If causal inferences do not involve a priori reasoning about relations of ideas, they must concern matters of fact and experiences. When we've had many experiences of one kind of an event constantly conjoined with another, we begin to think of them as cause and effect and infer the one from the other. But even after we've had many experiences of cause conjoined with its effect, our inferences aren't determined by reason or any other operation of the understanding. In the past, taking aspirin has relieved my headaches, so I believe that taking aspirin will relieve the headache I'm having now. But my inference is based on the aspirin's superficial sensible qualities, which have nothing to do with the headache relief. Even if I assume that the aspirin has secret powers that are doing the heavy lifting and relieving my headache, they can't be the basis for my inference since these secret powers are unknown. Nonetheless, Hume observes we always presume when we see like sensible qualities that they have like secret powers and expect that effects similar to those we have experienced will follow from them. Since we neither intuit nor infer a priori that similar objects have similar secret powers, our presumption must be based in some way on our experience. But our past experience only gives us information about objects as they were when we experienced them, and our present experience only tells us about objects we are experiencing now. Causal inferences, however, do not just record our past and present experiences, they extend or project what we have gathered from experience to the objects in the future. Since it is not necessarily true that an object with the same sensible qualities will have the same secret powers that past objects with those sensible qualities had, how do we project those experiences into the future to other objects that may only appear similar to those we've previously experienced? Hume thinks that we get a handle on this question by considering two clearly different propositions. One, I found that headache relief has always followed my taking aspirin, and two, taking aspirin similar to the ones I've taken in the past will relieve my present headache. There's no question that one proposition may be justly inferred from the other, and that it is always inferred, but since the connection obviously isn't intuitive, Hume challenges us to produce the chain of reasoning that takes us from propositions like 1 to propositions like 2. 1 summarizes my past experience, while 2 predicts what will happen in the immediate future. The chain of reasoning I need must show how my past experience is relevant to my future experience. I need some further proposition or propositions that will establish a appropriate link or connection between past and future and take me from 1 to 2 using either demonstrative reasoning concerning relations of ideas or probable reasoning concerning matters of fact. Hume thinks it is evident that demonstrative reasoning can bridge the gap between 1 and 2. However unlikely it may be, we can always intelligibly conceive of a change in the course of nature. Even though aspirin relieved my previous headaches, there is no contradiction in supposing that it won't relieve the one I'm having now, so the supposition of a change in course of nature can't be proven false by any reasoning concerning relations of ideas. This leaves probable reasoning. Hume argues that there is no probable reasoning that can provide a just inference from past to future. Any attempt to infer 2 from 1 by a probable inference will be viciously circular and will involve supposing what we are trying to prove. Hume spells out the circularity this way. Any reasoning that takes us from 1 to 2 must employ some connecting principle that connects the past with the future. Since one thing that keeps us from moving directly from the past to the future is the possibility that the course of nature might change, it seems plausible to think that the connecting principle we need will be one that will assure us that nature is uniform, that the course of nature won't change, something like this uniformity principle. The uniformity principle, the future will be like the past. Adopting the uniformity principle will indeed allow us to go from 1 to 2, but before we can use it to establish that our causal inferences are determined by reasoning, we need to determine our basis for adopting it. The uniformity principle is clearly not intuitive, nor is it demonstrable. As Hume has already pointed out, so only probable arguments could establish it. But to attempt to establish the uniformity principle this way would be to try to establish probable arguments using probable arguments, which would eventually include the uniformity principle itself. At this point, Hume has exhausted the ways reason might establish a connection between cause and effect. He assures us that he offers us skeptical doubts not as discouragement, but rather as incitement to attempt something more full and satisfactory. Having cleared the way for his constructive account, Hume is ready to do just that. Causal inference, constructive phase. Hume calls his constructive account of causal inference a skeptical solution to the skeptical doubt he raises in the critical phase of his argument. Since we determine cause to make causal inferences, that then if they aren't determined by reason, there must be some principle of equal weight and authority that leads us to make them. Hume maintains that this principle is custom or habit. Whenever the repetition of any particular act or operation produces a propensity to renew the same act or operation, we always say that the propensity is the effect of custom. It is therefore custom, not reason, which determines the mind to suppose the future conformable to the past. But even though we have located the principle, it is important to see that it isn't a new principle by which our minds operate. Custom and habit are generally names for the principles of association. Hume describes their operation as a causal process. Custom or habit is the cause of the particular propensity you form after you repeated experiences of the constant conjunction of smoke and fire. Causation is operative associated principle here, since it is the only one of the principles that can take us beyond our senses and memories. Hume concludes that custom alone makes us expect for the future a similar train of events with those which have appeared in the past. Custom that turns out to be the source of the uniformity principle, the belief that the future will be like the past. Belief. Causal inference leads us to not only conceive of the effect, but also to expect it. When I expect that aspirin will relieve my headache, I'm not just abstractly considering the idea of headache relief. I believe that the aspirin will relieve it. What more is involved in believing that the aspirin will relieve my headache than in merely conceiving that it will? It can't be that beliefs have some additional idea, the idea of belief perhaps that conceptions lack. If there were some such idea, given our ability to freely combine ideas, we could, by simply willing, add the idea to any conception whatsoever and believing anything we like. Hume concludes that belief must be some sentiment or feeling aroused in us independently of our wills, which accompanies those ideas that constitute them. It is a particular way or manner of conceiving an idea that is generated by the circumstances in which we find ourselves. If constant conjunctions were all that was involved, my thoughts about aspirin and headaches would only be hypothetical. For belief, one of the conjoined objects must be present to my senses or memories. I must be taking or just have taken an aspirin. If these circumstances, believing that my headache will soon be relieved, is as unavoidable as feeling affection for a close friend or anger when someone harms us, all these operations are species of natural instincts which no reasoning is able either to produce or prevent. While Hume thinks that defining the sentiment may be impossible, we can describe belief, if only by analogy, although he was never completely satisfied with his attempt to do so. Belief is a livelier, firmer, more vivid, steady, and intense conception of an object. Hume intends these characterizations to go beyond merely recording intensity of feeling to capture how belief renders realities more present to us than fictions, causes them to weigh more in the thoughts, and give them a superior influence on the passions and imagination. But how does an idea come to be conceived in such a manner that it constitutes a belief? Hume's explanation is that I become accustomed to aspirins relieving my headaches. I develop a tendency to expect headache relief following taking an aspirin. The propensity is due to the associated bond that my repeated experience of taking aspirin and headache relief have formed. My present impression of taking an aspirin are as forceful and vivid as anything could be, and some of their force and vivacity transfers across the associated path to the idea of headache relief, enlivening it with enough force and vivacity to give it the strength and solidity that constitutes belief. Since I don't know how aspirin relieves headaches, it is fortunate that there is a kind of pre-established harmony between the course of nature and the succession of our ideas that teaches me to take aspirin when I have a headache. Custom, Hume maintains, is a language that anticipates and influences Darwin, is that principle by which this correspondence has been effected, so necessary to the substance of our species and the regulation of our conduct, in every circumstance of human life. It is far better, Hume concludes, to rely on the ordinary wisdom of nature, which ensures that we form beliefs by some instinct or mechanical tendency rather than trusting it to the fallacious deductions of our reason. In keeping with this project of providing a naturalistic account of how our minds work, Hume gives empirical explanations of our propensity to make causal inferences and the way these inferences lead to belief. The idea of necessary connection. The early modern causation debate revolved around a family of nearly synonymous key ideas, the most prominent of which were the idea of power and necessary connection. For Hume, there are no ideas which occur in metaphysics more obscure and uncertain. He showcases the critical and constructive uses of his account of definition as he attempts to fix the precise meaning of these terms in order to remove some part of that obscurity which is so much complained of in this species of philosophy. Necessary connection, critical phase. To get clear about the idea of power or necessary connection, we need to determine the impression that are its sources. Hume identifies three possible sources in the work of his predecessors. Locke thought that we get our idea of power secondarily from external impressions of the interaction of physical objects and primarily from internal impressions of our ability to move our bodies and to consider ideas. Mellenbrock argued that what we take to be causes of the motion of bodies and mental activity aren't causes at all. They're only occasions for God, the sole source of necessary connection, to act in the world. Hume rejects all three possibilities. He argues what external impressions of the interactions of bodies can't give rise to our idea of power. When we see that the motion of 1 billion bar follows another, we're only observing their conjunction, never their connection. Attending to internal impressions of the operations of our minds don't help. Although voluntary bodily movements follow our willing that these movements occur, this is a matter of fact I learned through experience, not from some internal impression of my will's power. When I decide to type, my fingers move over the keyboard. When I decide to stop, they stop, but I have no idea how this happens. Were I aware of the power of my will to move my fingers, I know both how it worked and its limits. Our abilities to control our thoughts doesn't give us an impression of power either. We don't have a clue about how we call up our ideas. Our command over them is limited and varies. From time to time, we learn about these limitations and variations only through experience, but the mechanisms by which they operate are unknown and incomprehensible to us. If I decide to think about Istanbul, my idea of the city comes to mind, but I experience only the succession of my decision followed by the idea's appearance, never the power itself. When ordinary people can't determine an event's cause, they attribute it to some invisible, intelligent principle. Mellenbrock and other occasionalists do the same, except they apply it across the board. True causes aren't powers in the physical world or in human minds. They're only true causes God's willing that certain objects should always be conjoined with certain others. Anyone aware of our mind's narrow limits should realize that Mellenbrock's theory takes us into a fairyland. It goes far beyond our experience, that we have no way of intelligibly assessing it. It also capitalizes on how little we know about the interactions of bodies, but since our ideas of God is based on the extrapolations from our faculties, our ignorance should also be applied to him. Necessary connection, constructive phase. Since we've canvassed the leading contenders for the source of our idea of necessary construction and found them wanting, it might seem as if we have no such idea, but that would be too hasty. In our discussion of causal inference, we saw that when we find that one kind of event is constantly conjoined with another, we begin to expect that one to occur when the other does. We suppose there's some connection between them. We don't hesitate to call the first the cause and the second the effect. We also saw that there's nothing different in the repetition of constantly conjoined cases from the exactly similar single case, except that after we've experienced their constant conjunction, habit determines us to expect the effect when the cause occurs. Hume concludes that it is just this felt determination of the mind, our awareness of this customary transition from one associated object to another, that is the source of our idea of necessary connection. When we say that one object is necessarily connected with another, we really mean that the objects have acquired an associated connection in our thoughts that give rise to the inference. Having located the missing ingredient, Hume is ready to offer a definition of cause. In fact, he gives us two. The first, a cause is an object followed by another, where all the objects similar to the first are followed by objects similar to the second. Gives the relevant external impressions, while the second, a cause, is an object followed by another whose appearance always conveys the thought to the other, captures the internal impression, our awareness of being determined by the custom, move from cause to effect. Both are definitions of Hume's account, but is just definition of our idea of cause in the conjunction of the two. Only together do they capture all the relevant impressions involved. Hume locates the source of the idea of necessary connection in us, not in the objects themselves, or even in the ideas of those objects we regard as causes and effects. In doing so, he completely changes the course of the causation debate, reversing what everyone does else thought about the idea of necessary connection. Subsequent discussions of causation must confront the challenges Hume poses for the traditional, more metaphysical ways of looking at our idea of causation. Hume's treatment of our idea of causation is his flagship illustration of how his method works and the revolutionary results it can achieve. He goes on to apply both his method and his concrete results to other prominent debates in the modern period, including probable inference, testimony for miracles, free will, and intelligent design. Okay, so God forbid down to just one person watching, but keep it going. Moral philosophy. Hume's explanation of morality is an important part of the efforts to reform philosophy. He takes his primary task to be an investigation into the origin of the basic moral ideas, which he assumes are the ideas of moral goodness and badness. As with the idea of cause and necessary connection, he wants to explain moral ideas as economically as possible in terms of their simplest and fewest causes. Determining their causes will determine what their content is, what we mean by them. His secondary concern is to establish what character traits and motives are morally good and bad. Hume follows his sentimentalist predecessor, Francis Hutcheson, in building his moral theory around the idea of a spectator who approves or disapproves of people's character traits and motives. The sentiments of approval and disapproval are the source of our moral ideas of goodness and badness. To evaluate a character trait as morally good is to evaluate as virtuous. To evaluate it morally bad is to evaluate it as vicious. As he did with the causation debate, Hume steps into an ongoing debate about ethics, often called the British moralist debate, which began in the mid-17th century and continued until the end of the 18th. He uses the same method here he did in the causation debate. There's a critical phase in which he argues against his opponents, and a constructive phase in which he develops his version of the sentimentalism. Hume has two sets of opponents, the self-love theorist and the moral rationalist. He becomes the most famous proponent of sentimentalism. Thomas Hobbes' radical attempt to derive moral and political obligations from motives of self-interest initiated the British moralist debate. Hobbes and his contemporaries understood him, characterized us as naturally self-centered and power-hungry, concerned above all with our own preservation. In the state of nature, pre-moral and pre-legal condition, we seek to preserve ourselves in trying to dominate others. Since we are all sufficiently equal in power, this result is the state of war against all, in which life is nasty, brutish, and short. The only way out is to make a compact with one another. We agree to hand over our power and freedom to a sovereign who makes the laws necessary for us to live together peacefully and has the power to enforce them, while acting morally requires that we comply with the laws of the sovereign, establishes the basis of morality is self-interest. Bernard Mandeville's The Fable of the Bees serves to reinforce the reading of Hobbes during his early 18th century. According to Mandeville, human beings are naturally selfish, headstrong, and unruly. Some clever politicians, recognizing that we would be better off living together in a civilized society, took upon the task of domesticating us. Realizing that we are proud creatures, highly susceptible to flattery, they were able to dupe many of us to live up to the idea of virtue, conquering our selfish passions and helping others. By dispensing praise and blame, moral concepts are just tools clever politicians use to tame us. Two kinds of moral theories developed in reaction to Hobbes and then to Mandeville, rationalism and sentimentalism. The rationalists oppose Hobbes' claim that there is no right or wrong in the state of nature, that rightness or wrongness is determined by the sovereign will, and that morality requires sanctions to motivate us. The sentimentalists objected to Hobbes and Mandeville's selfish conceptions of human nature and morality. By the mid-18th century, rationalists and sentimentalists were arguing not only against Hobbes and Mandeville, but also with each other. Hume opposed both selfish and rationalist accounts of morality, but he criticized them in different works. In his treatise, Hume assumes that Hobbes' theory is no longer a viable option, so that there are only two possibilities to consider: either moral concepts spring from reason, in which rationalism is correct, or from sentiment, in which sentimentalism is correct. If one falls, the other stands. In the second inquiry, Hume continues to oppose moral rationalism, but his arguments against them appear in an appendix. More importantly, he drops the assumption he made in the treatise and takes the selfish theories of Hobbes and Manville as his primary targets. Once again, he thinks there are only two possibilities. Either our approval is based in self-interest and has a disinterested basis. The refutation is of one is proof of the other. Moral rationalism, critical phase in the treatise. Hume thinks that the systems and hypotheses have also perverted our natural understanding of morality. The views of the moral rationalists Samuel Clarke, Locke, and William Wollaston are prominent among them. One distinctive but unhealthy aspect of modern moral philosophy, Hume believes, is that it allies itself with religion and thus sees itself as serving the interest of a popular superstition. Clarke's theory and those of other rationalists epitomize this tendency. Hume's central rationalist opponent, appeals to reason to explain almost every aspect of morality. He believes that there are demonstrable moral relations of fitness and unfitness that we discover a priori by means of reason alone. Gratitude, for example, is fitting or suitable response to kindness, while ingratitude is an unfitting or unsuitable response. He believes that the rational intuition that an action is fitting has the power both to obligate us and to move us. To act morally is to act rationally. Hume's most famous and most important objection to moral rationalism is two-pronged. In the treatise of the influencing motives of the will, he rejects the rationalist ideal of the good person as someone whose passions and actions are governed by reason. He uses these arguments to show that moral ideas do not spring from reason alone. In the first prong of his objection, Hume begins by remarking that nothing is more common than for philosophers as well as for ordinary people to talk about the combat between reason and passion. They say we ought to be governed by reason rather than passion, and if our passions are not in line with reason's commands, we ought to restrain them and bring them into conformity with reason. Hume counters that reason alone can never be a motive to any action of the will, and that by itself it can never oppose a passion in the direction of will. His first argument rests on his empiricist conception of reason. As we saw in his account of causation, demonstrative reasoning consists in comparing ideas to find relations among them, while probable reasoning concerns matters of fact. He considers mathematical reasoning from the relation of ideas, categories, and causal reasoning from the category of matters of fact. He has to look at instances of actions where these two types of reasoning are relevant and says that when we do, we will see that reasons alone could have moved us. No one thinks that mathematical reasoning by itself is capable of moving us. Suppose you want to stay out of debt. This may move you to calculate how much money comes in and how much goes out, but mathematical reasoning by itself does not move us to anything. Mathematical reasoning, when it bears on action, is always used in connection with achieving some purpose and thus is connected with causal reasoning. Hume, however, argues that when causal reasoning figures into the production of action, it always presupposes an existing desire or want. In his view, reasoning is a process that moves you from one idea to another. If reasoning is to have a motivational force, one of the ideas must be tied to some desire or affection. As he says, it can never in the least concern us to know that such objects are causes and such other effects if both the causes and effects are indifferent to us. Where the objects themselves do not affect us, the connection can never give them any influence, and 'tis plain that as reason is nothing but the discovery of this connection, it cannot be by its means that the objects are able to affect us. Noticing a causal connection between exercise and losing weight will not move you to exercise unless you want to lose weight. It immediately follows that reason alone cannot oppose a passion in the direction of the will. To oppose a passion, reason must be able to give a rise to a motive by itself, since only a motive can oppose another motive. But he has just shown that reason by itself is unable to do this. Having exposed reason's pretensions to rule, Hume inverts the rationalist idea of the good person, and concludes that reason is and ought only be the slave to the passions and can never pretend to any other office than to serve and obey them. The second prong in Hume's objection, the argument from motivation, is directed primarily against Clarke and concerns the source of our moral concepts. Either they spring from reason or from sentiment. Couching this debate in terms of his own version of the theory of ideas, he reminds us that to engage in any sort of mental activity is to have a perception before the mind. So to approve of one's character, to condemn another, are only so many different perceptions. Since there are only two types of perception, ideas and impressions, the question between rationalism and sentimentalism is whether 'tis by means of our ideas or impressions we distinguish betwixt vice and virtue, and pronounce an action blamable or praiseworthy. This argument for motivation has only two premises. The first is that moral ideas have pervasive practical effects. Experiences show that we are often motivated to perform an action because we think that it is obligatory, or to refrain because we think it is unjust. We try to cultivate the virtues in ourselves and are proud when we succeed and ashamed when we fail. If morality did not have the effects on our passions and actions, moral rules and precepts would be pointless, as would our efforts to be virtuous. Thus, moral excite passion and produce or prevent actions. The second premise is that by itself, reason is incapable of exciting passions or producing and preventing actions, which Hume supports with the arguments we just looked at about the influencing motives of the will. The argument from motivation, then, is that if moral concepts are capable of exciting passions and producing or preventing actions, but reason alone is incapable of doing these things, then moral concepts can't spring from reason alone. Reason for Hume is essentially passive and inert. It is incapable by itself of giving rise to new motives or new ideas, although he thinks the argument from motivation is decisive. In the treatise, he offers a battery of additional arguments which are intended to show that moral concepts do not arise from reason alone. Hume takes the defeat of rationalism to entail that moral concepts spring from sentiment. Of course, he was not the first to claim that moral ideas arise from sentiment. Hutchinson claimed that we possess, in addition to our external senses, a special moral sense that disposes us to respond to the benevolence with the distinctive feelings of approbation. Hume, however, rejects the idea of moral sentiment arises from the sense that original quality and part of our primary constitution. He first argues that there are many different types of virtues, not all of which are types of benevolence, respecting people's property rights, keeping promises, courageousness, and industriousness. Hutchinson maintains, if we agree with Hume but keep Hutchinson's idea of moral sense, we would have to believe that we would have many different original senses, which dispose us to approve of the variety of different virtues separately. But he complains that this is not only highly implausible, but contrary to the usual maxims by which nature is conducted, where a few principles produce all the variety we observe in nature. Instead of multiplying senses, we should look for a few general principles to explain our approval of the different virtues. The real problem, however, is that Hutchinson just hypothesizes that we possess a unique original moral sense. If asked why we have a moral sense, his replies that God implanted it in us. Although in this critical phase, Hume freely borrows from many of Hutchinson's arguments to criticize moral rationalism, his rejection of a God-given moral sense puts him on a radically different path from Hutchinson in his constructive phase. One way of understanding Hume's project is to see as an attempt to naturalize Hutchinson's moral sense theory. He aims to provide a wholly naturalistic and economical explanation of how we come to experience the moral sentiments that also explains why we approve of the differing virtues. In the course of explaining the moral sentiments, Hutchinson's idea of an original moral sense disappears from Hume's account of morality. Sentimentalism, constructive phase. In the treatise, Hume turns to a constructive task of providing a naturalistic explanation of the moral sentiments. He refers to them as feelings of approval and disapproval, praise or blame, esteem or content. Approval is a kind of pleasant or agreeable feeling, disapproval a kind of painful or disagreeable feeling. In several key passages, he describes the moral sentiment as calm forms of love and hatred. When we evaluate our own character traits, pride and humility replace love and hatred. Hume's project is to discover the true origin of morals and of the love or hatred which arises. When we contemplate our own or other people's character traits and motives, he traces the moral sentiments to sympathy. Sympathy is a psychological mechanism that explains how we come to feel what others are feeling. It is not itself a feeling or sentiment and should not be confused with feelings of compassion or pity. Hume appeals to sympathy to explain a wide range of phenomena. Our interest in history and current affairs, our ability to enjoy literature, movies, and novels, as well as our sociability. It is central to his explanation of our passions, our sense of beauty, and our sense of what is morally good and bad. Sympathy is a process that moves me from my idea of what someone is feeling to actually experiencing the feeling. There are 4 steps in this process. I first arrive at the idea of what someone is feeling in any of the usual ways. I next become aware of the resemblances between us. So we're linked by the principle of association. While we resemble every human being to some extent, we also resemble some individuals more than others. For instance, those who share a language or culture or the same age and sex as we are. The associated principle of contiguity and causality also relate individuals who are located closely to us in time and space who are familiar members or teachers. According to Hume, we are able to sympathize more easily and strongly with individuals with whom we have a strong associative ties. The stronger the associated relationship, the stronger our sympathetic responses. Hume then claims controversially that we always have a vivid awareness of ourselves. Finally, he reminds us that the principle of association not only relates to perceptions, but they also transmit force and vivacity from one perception to another. Suppose my friend recently suffered a devastating loss, and I realized she was feeling sad. The associated principle transmits force and vivacity from my vivid awareness of myself to my idea of my friend's sadness. Since for Hume, the difference between impressions and ideas is the impressions are more livid and vivacious than ideas. If an idea of a passion is sufficiently enlivened, it becomes the very passion itself. I now feel sad too, but not quite as strongly as my friend. The way Hume uses the idea of the associated principle transmits force and vivacity in his explanation of sympathy is parallel to the way he uses an explanation of causal inference. In the case of causal inference, if we have an impression of an effect, like smoke, the associated principle gives us rise not only to the idea of its cause, fire, but they also transmit some of the impression's force and vivacity to the idea of its cause, so that we come to believe that fire is the cause of the smoke. A belief is an idea that is so lively that is like an impression and influences us in the way impressions do. Similarly, my lively experience of myself enlivens by association my idea of my friend's sadness. But the result in the case of sympathy is even stronger. When an idea of passion is sufficiently enlivened, it becomes the very passion itself. One advantage Hume's explanation of the moral sentiments in terms of sympathy has over Hutchinson's claim that we possess a God given moral sense is that it enables him to provide a unified theory of the mind. He explains the moral sentiments by appealing to sympathy, which in turn he explains in terms of the same associated principles he invoked to explain causal beliefs. Without sympathy and the associated principles that explain it, we would be unimaginably different than we are, creatures without causal or moral ideas. Hume develops his account of moral evaluation further in response to two objections to his claim that moral sentiments arise from sympathy. The first is the sympathy is variable objection. Sympathy enables us to enter into the feelings of anybody, even strangers, because we resemble everybody to some extent, but is an essential feature of his account of the natural and spontaneous operation of sympathy, that our ability to respond sympathetically to others varies with variations of the associated relation. I'm able to sympathize more easily and strongly with someone who resembles me or is related to me by contiguity or causation. The objection is that moral sentiments can't be based on sympathy because the loves and hatreds that result from the natural spontaneous workings of sympathy vary, but our moral approval doesn't vary. The second objection is that virtue in rags still evokes our approval. Sympathy works by looking at the actual effects of a person's character traits, but sometimes misfortune or lack of opportunity may prevent an individual from exercising their good character traits, yet we still admire them. Hume argues that our moral love and hatred spring from sympathy, but only when we regulate our sympathetic reactions by taking up what he calls the general point of view. There are two regulatory features to the general point of view. The first is that we survey a person's character from the perspective of the person and his usual associates, friends, family, neighbors, and coworkers. We sympathize with the person and the people with whom that person regularly interacts and judge character traits in terms of whether they are good or bad for these people. Second, we regulate sympathy further by relying on general rules that specify the general effects and tendencies of the character traits rather than sympathizing with their actual effects. By putting together these two regulatory features, we arrive at Hume's idea of a general point of view, which defines a perspective from which we may survey a person's character traits that we share with everybody. When we occupy the general point of view, we sympathize with a person, herself, and her usual associates, and come to admire the person for traits that are normally good for everyone. The general point of view is, for Hume, the moral perspective. We do not experience the moral sentiments unless we have already taken up the general point of view. The moral sentiments and the concepts to which they give rise are products of the taking up of the standpoint. Hume offers the claim that we admire four sorts of character traits: those that are useful or immediate, the agreeable to the agent or to others as an empirical hypothesis. While he provides support for his discussion of the individual virtues, he also uses fourfold classification to undermine Christian conceptions of morality. He makes pride and virtue and humility a vice. He throws out the monkish virtues, celibacy, fasting, and penance on the grounds that they are not pleasant or useful to anybody. He also rejects the distinction between virtues and natural talents, which legislators divines and modern morals defend by claiming that the moral virtues are voluntary, whereas natural talents aren't. Their goal is to reform us, or at least our outward behavior, making us better when understood in Christian terms. Then they accordingly restrict the domain of the moral to actions that proceed from character traits because they believe only they can be modified, shaped, and controlled by sanctions, while talents can't. However, Hume rejects the distinction along with the dubious function these reformers assign to morality. Hume identifies both what have has value and what makes things valuable with features of our psychology, our first order sentiments, passions, and affections, as well as actions expressive of them, and our what have moral value. Our second order reflective sentiments about our own or other people's sentiments, passions, and affections are what give them value. On his view, morality is entirely a product of human nature. In the conclusion of the second degree, Hume summarizes his explanation of morality with a definition of virtue or merit. Every quality of mind which is useful or agreeable to a person himself or to others communicates a pleasure to the spectator, engages his esteem, and is admittedly under the honorable denomination of virtue or merit. This is a precise parallel to the two definitions of cause in the first inquiry. Both sets of definition pick out features of events, and both record a spectator's response to those events. Self-interest theories, critical phase in the inquiry. Hume's second inquiry is a sustained and systematic attack on the selfish or self-love theories of Hobbes and Manville. He follows Hutcheson, thinking that they assign two distinct roles to self-interest in their accounts of morality. First, moral approval and disapproval are based on concern for our own interest, and second, the motive for which we ultimately approve is self-interest. Although many people during the period understood Hobbes' theory through Manville's lens, Hume believes it is important to distinguish them. As he sees it, Manville's theory is superficial and easily dismissed. Hobbes is his main opponent. Hume's rejection of Hobbes' selfish account of approval and disapproval begins in section 2 and ends in part 1 of the conclusion of the inquiry. Like Hutchinson, he mistakenly supposed that Hobbes was offering a rival theory of approval and disapproval. We approve of people's character traits when they benefit us and disapprove of them when they harm us. Hume looks at each of the four types of virtue and argues that in each case, our approval does not spring from a concern for our own happiness, but rather from sympathy. In section 2, Hume argues that one reason we approve of benevolence, humanity, and public spiritedness is that they are useful to others and to society. In section 3 and 4, he argues that the sole ground for approving of justice and political allegiance is that they are useful to society. In section 5, he asks, but useful for whom? Since it's obvious that it has to be for some body's interest, the question is, whose interest then? He assumes that there are only two possibilities, approval and disapproval, spring either from sentiments that are interested or from a disinterested source. According to Hume, Hobbes' deduction of morals from self-love begins with our realization that we cannot subsist alone. A social order provides security, peace, and mutual protection, conditions that allow us to promote our own interests better than if we lived alone. Our own good is thus bound up with the maintenance of society. Although Hume agrees with Hobbes up to this point, he rejects his explanation that we approve of justice, benevolence, and humanity because they promote our own happiness. Hume is confident that the voice of nature and experience will show that Hobbes' theory understood in this way is mistaken. Borrowing many of Hutchinson's arguments, he points out that if approval and disapproval were based on thoughts about the possible advantages and disadvantages to us of people's characters and actions, we would never feel approval and disapproval of people from very distant ages and remote countries, since they cannot possibly affect us. We would never admire the good deeds of our enemies or our rivals, since they are hurtful to us. We would never approve or disapprove of characters portrayed in novels or movies, since they are not real people and cannot possibly help or harm us. We approve of character traits and actions that are useful not because they benefit us, but because we sympathize with the benefits they bestow on others or society. Hume next examines the remaining three types of character traits: those that are useful to the agent, industrious, good judgment, agreeable to the agent, cheerfulness, or agreeable to others, politeness, decency. Why, for example, do we approve of industriousness and good judgment, character traits that are primarily advantageous to the possessor? In most cases, they are absolutely no benefit to us, and in cases of rivalry, they counteract our own interests. We approve of these character traits not because they are beneficial to us, but because we sympathize with the benefits they confer on others. Hume takes this as a further evidence against Hobbes' explanation in terms of self-interest and in support of his sympathy-based account. In part 1 of the conclusion, Hume complains that Hobbes' self-love theory is unable to explain two important features of our moral sentiments. We tend to approve of the same sorts of character traits, and we are able to morally evaluate anybody at any time or place. If our approval or disapproval were based on thoughts about our own benefits and harms, the moral sentiments would vary from person to person and for the same person over time. We wouldn't have moral feelings about most people, since most people don't affect us. The moral sentiments spring from our capacity to respond sympathetically to others. Hume is equally adamant that any explanation of the motives that prompt us to virtuous actions in terms of self-interest is mistaken. He opposes them in Appendix 2 of the Inquiry, which was originally part of Section 2 on benevolence. He follows Hutchinson in thinking that the issue is whether the various benevolent affections are genuine or arise from self-interest. Once again, he distinguishes Mandeville from Hobbes' explanation of benevolence and takes Hobbes to be his main opponent. On Hume's reading of Hobbes, while we approve of kindness, friendship, and other benevolent actions, and desire to benefit others really derives from self-interest, although we may not always be conscious of its influence on those desires. Hume offers two arguments against this selfish view. He first asks us to consider cases in which people are motivated by a genuine concern for others, even when such concern could not possibly benefit them and might even harm them. We grieve when a friend dies, even if the friend needed our help and patronage. How could our grief be based in self-interest? Parents regularly sacrifice their own interests for the sake of their children. Non-human animals care about members of their own species and us. Is their concern a deduction of self-interest? He concludes that these and 1,000 other instances are marks of a general benevolence in human nature with no interest where no interest binds us. Hume supplements this argument from experience with a highly compressed sketch of an argument he borrows from Butler. Happiness consists in the pleasures that arise from the satisfaction of our particular appetites and desires. It is because we want food, fame, and other things that we take pleasure in getting them. If we did not have a particular appetites or desires, we would not want anything, and there would be nothing from which we would get pleasure. To get the pleasures that self-love aims at, we must want something other than happiness itself. Justice, constructive phase. Hume rightly showcases and pioneering account of justice. In the treatise, he emphasizes the distinction between the natural and artificial virtues. The natural virtues being humane, kind, and charitable are character traits and patterns of behavior that human beings would exhibit in their natural condition, even if there were no social order. The artificial vices, respecting people's property rights, fidelity in keeping promises and contracts, and allegiance to government, are dispositions based on social practices and institutions that arise from conventions. Hume believes that nature has supplied us with many motives, parental love, benevolence, and generosity, that make it possible for us to live together peacefully in small societies based on kinship relations. One of the important insights is that nature has not provided us with all the motives we need to live together peacefully in large societies. After arguing in the treatise that justice is artificial, he has two different questions. What motivates human beings to establish the rules of justice that gives rise to property rights? And why do we approve of people who obey these rules of justice? The first question concerns justice as a practice constituted by its rules. The second concerns justice as a virtue, a person's disposition to obey the rules of justice. Hume argues that we enter into a series of conventions to bring about practices, each of which is a solution to a problem. Each convention gives rise to new problems that in turn pressure us to enter into further conventions. The convention to bring about property rights is the only first of several into which we enter. After property rights are established, we enter into conventions that transfer property and to make promises into contracts. According to him, we are by nature cooperators, although at first we cooperate only with members of our own family, but it also advantageous for us to cooperate with strangers since it allows us to produce more goods and exchange them. All three conventions are prior to the formation of government. On Hume's view, it is possible for there to be a peaceful society or property owners who transfer and exchange material possessions before there is government. Hume argues that the practice of justice is a solution to the problem we naturally face. The problem is that since we care most about our family and close friends, but material goods are scarce and portable, we are tempted to take goods from strangers and give to our family and friends. Disputes over these goods are inevitable, and if we quarrel, we will forfeit the benefits that result from living together in society. Increased power, ability, and security. The solution to the problem is established in property rights. We make rules that specify who has a right to what and agree to follow the rules and to keep our hands off property of others. Hume was one of the first to see that what is useful in the practice of justice rather than individual acts of justice. Like Hobbes, he believes that it is in our interest to have the practice of justice in place. As we just saw, Hume parts company with Hobbes when he answers the second question about why we approve of people who obey the rules of justice. If Hobbes' answer in terms of self-interest is excluded, he thinks only one possibility remains. We approve of just people not because they benefit us, but because we sympathize with the benefits they bestow on others and society as a whole. Hume thus explains our approval of justice by appealing to the same principle he invoked to explain our approval of natural virtues. Thus, self-interest is the original motive to establishment of justice, but a sympathy with public interest is the source of the moral approbation which attends that virtue. In part two of the conclusion of the inquiry, Hume raises a serious problem with his account of justice. While it is in our interest to have the practice of justice in place, it may not always be in our interest to obey its rules in every case. This is the free rider problem. The free rider, for whom Hume calls the sensible knave, wants to get the benefits that result from having a practice in place without having to always follow its rules. He knows that the only way to obtain the advantages of social cooperation is for the practice of justice to be in place, but he also realizes that a single act of injustice will not significantly damage the practice. Most people will obey the rules of justice, so if he commits one act of injustice, the institution will not be in danger of collapsing. Suppose he has the opportunity to commit an act of injustice that will benefit him greatly. Why shouldn't he? Hume confesses that a sensible knave expects an answer. He is not sure there is one that will convince him. If his heart rebel not against such pernicious maxims, if he feels no reluctance to thoughts of villainy or baseness, he has indeed lost a considerable motive to virtue. There's no general agreement about whether Hume actually provides an answer to the sensible knave, and if he does, whether it is adequate. Philosophy of religion. Hume wrote forcefully and incisively on almost every central question in the philosophy of religion, contributing to ongoing debates about the reliability of reports of miracles, to the immaterial and immortality of the soul, the morality of suicide, and the natural history of religion, among others. All of his works excited heated reactions from his contemporaries, and his arguments still figure centrally in discussion on these issues today. Hume's greatest achievement in the philosophy of religion is the Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion, which is generally regarded as one of the most important and influential contributions to this area of philosophy. While all of Hume's books provoked controversy, the Dialogues were thought to be so inflammatory that his friends persuaded him to withhold them from publication until after his death. Hume's philosophical project and the method he developed to execute it dictates his strategy in all his debates he entered. In the debate about causation ethics, there is an initial critical phase where Hume assesses the arguments of his predecessors and contemporaries, followed by a constructive phase where he develops his own position. In the natural religion debate, however, the situation is different. Hume's critique of the central concept of natural religion in its critical phase shows that the concepts have no content, so there is nothing for the constructive phase of his argument to be about. Instead of resolving this debate, Hume effectively dissolves it. The dialogues are a sustained and penetrating critical examination of a prominent argument from analogy for the existence and nature of God, the argument from design. The argument from design attempts to establish that the order we find in the universe is so like the order we find in the products of human artifice that it too must be the product of an intelligent designer. The characters. The dialogues record a conversation between three characters. Cleanthes, a self-proclaimed experimental theist, offers the argument from design as an empirical proof of God's existence in nature. Demia opposes him, maintaining that the argument's merely probable conclusion demeans God's mystery and majesty. He believes that God's nature is completely inscrutable. Cleanthes dubs Demia a mystic, while Demia derides Cleanthes' anthropomorphism, his human-centered bias in comparing the creator of the universe to the human mind. Cleanthes and Demia represent the central positions of the 18th century natural religion debate. Cleanthes embodies its dominant progressive strain, consisting primarily of the theologians in the British Royal Society who are fascinated by probability and the previous century's impressive success in experimental natural philosophy. Convinced that new science gave witness to God's providence, they rejected traditional a priori proofs which purported to demonstrate God's existence with mathematical certainty and without appeal to experience. Instead, they used the order and regularity they found in the universe to construct a probabilistic argument for a divine designer. Holdouts clung to the demonstrated proof in science and theology against the rising tide of probability. Demia is the champion of these conservative traditionalists, since he trouts out a lame version of Samuel Clarke's cosmological argument. Some have thought that Hume models Demia on him, but Demia lacks Clarke's rigid rationalism. It is more likely that he epitomizes a group of minor theologians such as William King, who stressed God's incomprehensibility and resorted to a priori arguments only when they absolutely needed them. There was no genuinely skeptical presence in the 18th century natural religion debate. This makes Philo, who both Cleanthes and Demia characterized as a skeptic, the ringer in the conversation. Although all three characters say very Humean things, at one time or another, Philo's views are consistently the closest to Hume's. Philo's form of skepticism is the mitigated skepticism of the first inquiry, which makes him the most likely candidate for Hume's spokesman. As the dialogues begin, all three characters agree that their subject is God's nature, since everyone agrees that he exists. Part 1 to 8 concerns God's natural attributes, his omnipotence, omniscience, and providence, while parts 10 and 11 consider his moral attributes, his benevolence, and righteousness. God's natural attributes. Demia holds that God is completely unknown and incomprehensible. All we can say is that God is a being without restriction, absolutely infinite and universal. Cleanthes is adamant that the argument from design establishes all of God's traditional attributes, natural objects, and human artifacts resemble one another by analogy. Their causes also resemble one another. God is therefore like a human mind, only very much greater in every respect. Demia objects that this argument's conclusion is only probable, but Philo responds that the real problem is that the analogy is so weak. He launches a battery of arguments to show just how weak it is. The dissimilarities between human artifacts and the universe are more striking than their similarities. We only experience a tiny part of the universe for a short time. Much of what we do experience is unknown to us. How can we legitimately infer anything about remote parts of the universe, much less the universe as a whole? Philo, however, moves quickly away from chipping at the argument's strength to questioning the intelligibility of its conclusion. We have no experience of the origin of the universe, since causal inference requires a basis in experience, constant conjunction between two kinds of things. How can we legitimately draw any conclusion whatsoever about the origin of the universe? Does it even require a cause, or one or many? Does the cause of the universe itself require a cause? The problem then is not just the analogy is weak. The real problem is that it attempts to take us beyond what we can know. Meanwhile, Demia and Cleanthes' anthropomorphism, while remaining smugly satisfied with what Cleanthes despairingly calls his mysticism, the barbs they throw at each other and the speeches Philo goads them to make help create a dilemma that Philo uses them to construct. He directs the dilemma at Cleanthes, but it affects both characters. Although Demia is slow to realize this, he thinks Philo is in league with him in detailing the problems of Cleanthes' anthropomorphism. Challenging Cleanthes to explain what he means by God's mind, Philo pushes him to admit that he means a mind like a human. Cleanthes, taking the bait, responds, "I know of no other." He argues that mystics like Demia are no better than atheists, since they make God so remote and incomprehensible that he bears no resemblance to human characteristics. Philo adds that although we regard God as perfect, perfection as we understand it is relative, not absolute, so we can't conclude that we grasp God's perfection, since all God's attributes involve perfection. Perfect knowledge, perfect power, perfect goodness, we shouldn't think of that any of his attributes resemble or even analogous to ours, but this means that we don't know what we are talking about when we talk about God using the familiar terms we apply to human minds. Demia adds that given human characteristics, even if they are greatly magnified, denies him attributes theists have always ascribed to him. How can anthropomorphic God have the unity, simplicity, and immutability of the God of traditional theism? Philo continues to detail just how inconvenient Cleanthes' anthropomorphism really is. If he accepts the argument from design, he must be committed to a God who is finite in all respects. But what does it mean to say that God is finitely perfect? Once you admit that God is finite, you've opened a can of worms, for there are all sorts of probable alternatives to intelligent design. Why think that the universe is more like a human artifact than animal or a vegetable? To illustrate, Philo throws out a number of outlandish alternative hypotheses. For instance, if you were a spider on the planet of spiders, wouldn't you naturally believe that a giant spider spun an immense web to create the world? Cleanthes' design hypothesis is so determined by the evidence that the only reasonable approach is to abandon any attempt to adjudicate among it and its many alternatives. Total suspension of judgment is the only reasonable response. Otherwise, we go beyond the bounds of anything to which we can give specific content. The dilemma Philo has constructed encapsulates the issues about the content of the ideas of God that is central to the critical aspect of Hume's project in the dialogues. If you accept that God's attributes are infinitely perfect, you are using ordinary terms without their ordinary meaning, so that they do not have any clear meaning. If you deny God's infinite perfection, you can give him an understated understandable attributes, but only because they are amplified human characteristics. The closer Cleanthes comes to regarding God's mind as like a human mind, the closer he comes to regarding God's attributes as being like human attributes, and the less God-like his God is. We can only give the idea of God intelligible content at the perilously high cost of denying that he really is God. To do so is to abandon God for some kind of superhero. At the end of part 8, which concludes their discussion of God's natural attributes, Demetrius still thinks that Philo and he are partners. He remains clueless about Philo's strategy until the end of part 11, where he finally realized that he too is caught in the trap Philo has sprung. Demetrius offers a prior alternative to the design argument. In part 9, as noted earlier, it is an abbreviated, watered-down version of Clarke's cosmological argument, although Cleanthes quickly scotches his lame efforts. Part 9 serves as an interlude between the previous discussion of God's moral attributes and the consideration of the moral attributes in part 10 and 11. God's moral attributes. Demetrius begins the discussion in part 10, attempting to save face from the recent drubbing. He suggests that we don't accept the truths of religion as results of reasoning, but from what we feel when confronted with how helpless and miserable we are. Religion is based on feelings of fear and anxiety that arise from awareness of our imbecility and misery. Our forms of worship are attempts to appease unknown powers that oppress and torment us. Philo joins in, claiming he is convinced that the best and indeed the only method bringing everyone to due sense of religion is by just representations of the misery and wickedness of men. They proceed with a joint litany of the misery and melancholy of the human condition, topping each other off with catalogs of woe. Demetrius does not realize that Philo may mean very different things by just representation and due sense of religion than he does, so he fails to realize that Philo is just egging him on. Philo maintains that we can't evade facts of disease, famine, and pestilence except by apologies, which still farther aggravate the charge. These apologies are theodicities, systematic attempts to reconcile God's goodness with the existence of evil. Demetrius is also scornful of theodicities, blissfully unaware that all too soon he will be offering his own. Cleanthes finally breaks in to say that he doesn't feel oppressively anxious or miserable, and he hopes that anguish isn't as common as they claim, but hoping that the extent of human misery is not so widespread is not the same as proving it. Cleanthes is on weak ground. Philo capitalizes on it, challenging Cleanthes to explain how God's mercy and benevolence can possibly resemble human mercy and benevolence. Given God's omnipotence, whatever he wills happens, but neither humans nor animals are happy, so God presumably does not will their happiness. Cleanthes, smiling, grants that if Philo can prove that mankind is unhappy or corrupted, he will have succeeded in doing in religion. He thinks he finally has Philo on the ropes. In forcing a skeptic to prove a positive thesis, he must not only succeed at a difficult task, but violates his skepticism in the process. Cleanthes fails to realize that Philo will make his case without needing to prove anything, nor does he realize that he will soon be the one who needs a proof. Demetrius objects that Cleanthes exaggerates the dire consequences of acknowledging the human condition, and despite his earlier vehement rejection of theodicities, offers his own, sometimes called a porch view. Demetrius' theodicity compares our experience of the world to the world as a whole, including the afterlife, and trying to determine the structure of a large building from what little we can see from its porch. From our perspective, we suffer, but from a longer view, either we don't suffer at all, or else our suffering is for greater good or for the greater good of the world. Cleanthes retorts that Demetrius denies the facts and offers only empty hypotheses, which, if intelligible at all, could only establish their bare possibility, but never their reality. The only way to respond to the challenges of God's benevolence is to deny that the human condition is really so miserable. Cleanthes has now put himself in the position in which he thought he put Philo's. He must establish that the facts are as he claims, and Philo is quick to stress how difficult this will be by resting his case on such an uncertain point. Any conclusion he draws will be equally uncertain. Philo then ups the ante by granting, for the sake of argument, that human happiness exceeds human misery. But if God is infinitely powerful, wise, and good, why is there any misery at all? There is no answer that preserves all of God's attributes, except to grant that the subject exceeds the limit of our understanding. Philo, however, refrains from pressing the question of intelligibility. He is more interested in building an even stronger case against Cleanthes' inference to God's benevolence. Raising the ante still higher, he grants the pain and suffering are compatible with God's infinite power and goodness. Cleanthes, however, must prove from the mixed and confused phenomenon that God's benevolence is actual and not merely possible. Doing so is doubly difficult, since any inference from the finite to the infinite is shaky at best, even when the data are pure and unmixed. Philo concludes by admitting, with less than complete sincerity, that while he was hard-pressed to make his case against Cleanthes when the discussion concerned God's natural attributes, when his moral attributes are concerned, he is at ease. He challenges Cleanthes to tug the laboring oar and to explain how he conferred God's moral attributes from the facts about the human condition. Cleanthes tugs, but only for one short paragraph. He admits that if we go beyond the usual meanings when we apply human terms to God, what we say is indeed unintelligible. Abandoning all human analogy is thus to abandon natural religion, but preserving it makes it impossible to reconcile evil with an infinite God. Cleanthes realizes he has painted himself into a corner, but once again he thinks there is a way out. Abandon God's infinity, think of man as finitely perfect, then benevolence regulated by wisdom and limited by necessity may produce just such a world as the present. Cleanthes doesn't realize that his new theory is worse than his old one. He also doesn't seem to remember Philo's earlier questions about what finitely perfect might possibly mean. Instead of God, he is now committed to some kind of superhero. Besides, the story he is telling himself is a theodicity. His superhero limitations explain why he cannot eliminate evil or create an evil-free world. In any case, Cleanthes is no better off than he was before. Conjectures may show that the data is consistent with the idea of God, but are never sufficient to prove that he actually exists. Philo then proceeds to outline 4 possible hypotheses about the cause of the universe. It is perfectly good. It is perfectly evil. It is both good and evil. It is neither good nor evil. Given the evil we know exists, the data is at best mixed. So we can't establish either of the first 2 hypotheses. The regularity and uniformity of the general laws we find experience is sufficient to discount the third, so the fourth seems the most probable. On that hypothesis, the cause of the universe is entirely indifferent to the amount of good and evil in the world. These points about natural evil also apply to moral evil. We have no mere reason to think that God's righteousness resembles human righteousness. Then we have to think that his benevolence resembles human benevolence. We have even less reason, in fact, since moral evil outweighs moral goodness more than natural evil outweighs natural goodness. In addition, Cleanthes' new form of anthropomorphism is saddled with tracing moral evil back to God, since every effect must have a cause. Either the chain of causes goes back infinitely, or it stops with the original principle that is the ultimate cause of all things, God. At this point, Demia, who has become increasingly agitated during Philo's speech, interrupts. He finally realized that the case Philo is making cuts against his own view as much as it cuts against Cleanthes. Although it might appear Demia can retreat to some of the theodicity he sketched out earlier, the extent to which Philo's arguments set him suggests that he now realizes it is inadequate. If he learns of the mystery mongering he has professed until now, Philo has shown that because of its lack of specific content, it does not point exclusively to a good God. It may just as well commit him to a supreme being who is beyond good and evil and is totally indifferent to morality. Commitment without content turns out to be no commitment at all. Demia realizes this dimly at last as he leaves the conversation. The conclusion. With Demia's departure, Cleanthes and Philo are left to finish the conversation. Their tone is conciliatory, so consider that Philo says he must confess that although he is less cautious about natural religion than any other subject, no one has a deeper sense of religion impressed from his mind or pays more profound adoration to the divine being as he discovers himself to reason in the explicable contrivance and artifice of nature. Philo's confession paves the way for a blockbuster that has puzzled generations of readers. Philo seems to reverse field, apparently recanting what he has argued for so forcefully. He grants Cleanthes that a purpose and intention and design strikes everywhere in the most careless, the most stupid thinker. His remarks are, however, by no means straightforward. Some take Philo, and by implication Hume, to be outing himself as a closet theist. Others conclude that since he holds all the cards at this point, he can afford to be conciliatory. Read ironically, Philo could be saying that, well, careless and stupid observers are struck by purpose, intention, and design of the universe. Careful, critical, intelligent ones are not. But there is no need to force the irony here. Read straight, nature's contrivance and artifice are inexplicable precisely because reason can discover nothing about God's natural and moral attributes. Everyone, even the stupid, the careless, can see that the parts of animals and plants have functions, and so can easily understand why an atomist who discovered the new organ or canal would never be satisfied until he had also discovered its use and intention. Recognizing that organisms' parts have uses, functions, says nothing about whether the uses or functions are due to the designer's plans. So Philo acknowledges and implies nothing about whether he now accepts the design hypothesis. In fact, what he says here reiterates his position in part 8 that function alone is no proof of divine design. It is in vain to insist on the uses of the parts of animals or vegetables and their curious adjustment to each other. I would fain know how an animal could subsist unless its parts were so adjusted. No one should deny design in this sense, so long as they do without any religious purpose. Far from reversing himself, then Philo's position is continuous with the line he has taken throughout the dialogues. As the conversation continues, Philo provides a diagnosis of the dispute, while the works of nature do bear a great analogy to the products of the human artifice, and its proponents claim there is also considerable differences. He suspects that this may be the source of the intractability of the controversy, which suggests that it be maybe at the bottom somewhat of a dispute of words, but verbal disputes can be resolved or dissolved by providing clear definitions. However, the dilemma above about the content of our idea of God that Philo has constructed clearly implies that a constructive solution is not possible here. Philo explains why only a critical solution is possible by offering a deeper diagnosis of the problem. Although the dispute may appear to be merely verbal, it is in fact still more incurably ambiguous, for there is a species of controversy which, from the very nature of language and human ideas, is involved in perpetual ambiguity and can never, by any precaution or any definitions, be able to reach a reasonable certainty or precision. These are the controversies concerning the degrees of any quality of or circumstance. This is exactly what the dispute over intelligent design is about. Analogies are always matters of degree, and the degrees of the qualities involved in the design aren't capable of exact measurement. The controversy thus admits not of any precise meanings, nor consequently of any determination. The dispute about design is actually worse than a verbal dispute. That is why anybody, even an atheist, can say with equal plausibility that the rotting of a turnip, the generation of an animal, and the structure of human thought all probably bear some remote analogy to each other. This is why Philo, without renouncing any of the previous claims, can assent to the somewhat ambiguous or at least undefined and, as we have seen, indefinable proposition into which the whole of natural theology resolves itself, that the cause of or causes of order in the universe probably bear some remote analogy to human intelligence. Anything is like anything else in some remote aspect, so the ordering principle of the universe, if indeed there is one, can be absolutely anything. If there is all there is to the whole of natural theology, then we can certainly conclude that the argument's conclusion has no religiously significant content, but it has no religiously significant content because Philo critique has drained it of any content whatsoever. Clancy's design hypothesis is not just false, it is unintelligible. The conversation began with all three participants agreeing with their topic was to discuss only God's nature, not his existence. As it concludes, it is no longer clear that these questions are really so distinct as originally assumed. We don't know what we're talking about when we talk about God, whose nature is inconceivable, incomprehensible, indeterminate, and indefinable. What then are we to make of the claim about his existence? The dialogues draw on the consequences of Hume's statement in the first inquiry that the idea of God as meaning and infinitely intelligent, wise, and being and good being arises from reflection on the operations of our own mind and augmenting without limit those qualities of goodness and wisdom. If we insist on augmenting without limit, we let loose on the moorings and give intelligible content to God's intelligence, wisdom, and goodness. If we stop short of the limit, we may have content, but we have also lost God. Okay, so God forbid nobody's watching, but the research has to continue, the due diligence. It's very important. Get through this. There's some pretty heavy lifting here. Serious philosophy here. Let me try to also do Hegel, and maybe I'll put off Schopenhauer. Hegel's longer, probably another 2 hours. So if I have the strength, I'm going to do both Hegel and Schopenhauer. But if not, I'll just do Hegel because Hegel's probably going to take me another 2 hours and nobody's watching to, give me added strength. But you just got to pound through the important due diligence. And, this is the heavy lifting. These are some of the most major philosophers in the Western canon that had thoughts on metaphysics, but the whole gamut of philosophy, so covering it, politics and things coming up, and morality and religion. So let's do Hegel. And we mentioned in American Pragmatism Hegel's dialectic that we'll look at, is a influence on Marx and also is an influence on American pragmatism. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. I think Hegel's also generally considered an idealist. So we're going back and forth between idealism and empiricism, with Berkeley and Hegel as idealists, and Hume and Locke as empiricists. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, along with Fichte, at least in his early work, von Schelling, Hegel belongs to the period of German idealism in the decades following Kant, the most systematic of the post-Kantian idealists. Hegel attempted throughout his published writings as well as his lectures to elaborate a comprehensive and systematic philosophy from a purportedly logical starting point. He is perhaps most well known for his theological account of history, an account that was later taken over by Marx and inverted into a materialist theory of a historical development culminating in communism. While idealist philosophies in Germany postdated Hegel, the movement commonly known as German idealism effectively ended with Hegel's death, certainly since the revolutions in logical thought from the turn of the 20th century. The logical side of Hegel's thought has been largely forgotten, although his political and social philosophy and theological views have continued to find interest and support. Since the 1970s, however, a degree of more general philosophical interest in Hegel's systematic thought and its logical basis has been revived. So you note that Hume was friends with Adam Smith, directly influencing capitalism, although I don't think Hegel actually knew Marx. So consider the connection between Hume and Smith and capitalism, and Hegel and Marx and communism. Life, work, and influence. Born in 1770 in Stuttgart, Hegel spent the years 1788 to 93 as a student in nearby Tübingen, studying first philosophy and then theology and forming friendships with fellow students, the future great romantic poet Friedrich Hölderlin and Friedrich von Schelling, who, like Hegel, would become one of the major figures in German philosophical scene in the first half of the 19th century. These friendships clearly had a major influence on Hegel's philosophical development, and for a while the intellectual lives of the three were closely intertwined. After graduation, Hegel worked as a tutor to families in Bern and then in Frankfurt, where he was reunited with Hölderlin. Until around 1800, Hegel devoted himself to developing his ideas on religion and social themes, and seemed to envisage a future for himself as a type of modernizing and reforming educator, and the image of figures of the German Enlightenment such as Lessing and Schiller. Around the turn of the century, however, under the influence of Hölderlin and Schelling, his interest turned more into issues arising from the critical philosophy initiated by Immanuel Kant and the developments of Fichte. In the 1790s, University of Jena had become a center of the development of critical philosophy due to the presence of Reinhold and then Fichte, who taught there from 1794 until his dismissal on the grounds of atheism at the end of the decade. By the time Schelling, who had first been attracted to Jena by the presence of Fichte, had become an established figure in the university in 1801, Hegel moved to Jena to join Schelling, and in the same year published his first philosophical work, The Difference Between Fichte's and Schelling's System of Philosophy, in which he argued that Schelling had succeeded where Fichte had failed in the project of systematizing and thereby completing Kant's transcendental idealism. In 1803, 2 and 3, Hegel and Schelling worked closely together, editing the Critical Journal of Philosophy. On the basis of the association, Hegel came to be dogged for many years by the repudiation of being a mere follower of Schelling, who was 5 years his junior. By late 1806, Hegel completed his first major work, The Phenomenology of Spirit, which showed a divergence from his earlier, seemingly more Schellingian approach. Schelling, who had left Jena in 1803, interpreted a barbed criticism in the phenomenology prefaced as aimed at him, and their friendship abruptly ended. The occupation of Jena by Napoleon troops as Hegel was completing the manuscript restricted the activities of the university, and Hegel departed, now without a university appointment. He worked for a short time, apparently very successfully, as an editor of a newspaper in Bamberg, and then from 1808 to 15 as the headmaster of philosophy and philosophy teacher at a gymnasium high school in Nuremberg. During his time in Nuremberg, he married and started a family and wrote and published Science of Logic in 1816. He managed to return to his university career by being appointed to a chair of philosophy at the University of Heidelberg, but shortly after, in 1818, he was offered and took up the chair of philosophy at the University of Berlin, the most prestigious position in the German philosophical world. In 1817, while in Heidelberg, he published the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, a systematic work in which can be abbreviated version of the earlier Science of Logic. Was followed by an application of its principle to the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of spirit. In 1821 in Berlin, Hegel published his major work in political philosophy, Elements of the Philosophy of Right, based on lectures given at Heidelberg, but ultimately grounded in the section of the Encyclopedia of Philosophy of Spirit, dealing with the objective spirit. During the following 10 years, up to his death in 1831, Hegel enjoyed celebrity at Berlin and published subsequent versions of the encyclopedia. After his death, versions of his lectures on philosophy of history, philosophy of religion, aesthetics, and the history of philosophy were published. After Hegel's death, Schelling, whose reputation had long since been eclipsed by that of Hegel, was invited to take up the chair of Berlin, reputedly because the government of the day had wanted to counter the influence that Hegelian philosophy had exerted on a generation of students. Since the early period of his collaboration with Hegel, Schelling had become more religious in his philosophizing and criticized the rationalism of Hegel's philosophy. During the time Schelling's tenure at Berlin, important forms of the later critical reaction to Hegelian philosophy developed. Hegel himself had been a supporter of progressive but non-revolutionary politics, but his followers were developed into a faction broadly groupable of those who of the left, right, and center. From the left, Karl Marx was to develop his own purported scientific approach to society and history, which appropriated many Hegelian ideas into a materialistic outlook. Later, especially in reaction to the Orthodox Soviet version of Marxism, many so-called Western Marxists reincorporated further Hegelian elements back into their forms of Marxist philosophy. Many of Schelling's own criticisms of Hegel's rationalism found their way into subsequent existential thought, especially via the writings of Kierkegaard, who had attended Schelling's lectures. Furthermore, the interpretation of Schelling offered of Hegel during those years itself helped to shape subsequent generations' understanding of Hegel, contributing to the orthodox and traditional understanding of Hegel as a metaphysical thinker in the pre-Kantian dogmatic sense. In academic philosophy, Hegelian idealism had seemed to collapse dramatically after 1848 and the failure of the revolutionary movements of that year, but underwent a revival in both Great Britain and the United States in the last decades of the 19th century. In Britain, where philosophers such as Green and Bradley had developed metaphysical ideas which they related back to Hegel's thought, Hegel came to be one of the main targets of attack by the founders of the emerging analytical movement, Bertrand Russell and more. For Russell, the revolutionary innovations in logic started in the last decades of the 19th century with the work of Frege and Peano had destroyed Hegel's metaphysics by overturning the Aristotelian logic on which, so Russell claims, it was based, and in line with this dismissal, Hegel came to be seen within the analytic movement as a historical figure of little genuine philosophical interest. To some degree, analogous things could be said of Hegel's perception from within the 20th century phenomenological tradition that developed in the continental Europe, but although marginalized within such core areas of mainstream academic philosophy, Hegel nevertheless continued to be a figure of interest within other philosophical movements such as existentialism and Marxism. In France, a version of Hegelism came to influence a generation of thinkers, including Jean Hyppolite and Jean-Paul Sartre, and the psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan, largely through the lectures of Alexander Kojève. However, a later generation of French philosophers coming to prominence in the 1960s tended to react against Hegel in a way analogous to those in which early analytical philosophers had reacted against Hegel, who had been influenced by their predecessors. In Germany, having lapsed in the second half of the 19th century, interest in Hegel was revived during the turn of the 20th with the historical work of William Dilthey, and important Hegelian elements were incorporated within their approach of the thinkers of the Frankfurt School, such as Theodor Adorno and later Jürgen Habermas, as well as within the Heidegger-influenced hermeneutic approach of Gadamer. In Hungary, similar Hegelian things were developed by George Lucas and later thinkers in the Budapest School. In the 1960s, the German philosopher Klaus Hartmann developed what was termed a non-metaphysical interpretation of Hegel, which together with the work of Dieter Heinrich and others played an important role in the revival of interest in Hegel and academic philosophy in the second half of the century. With English-speaking philosophy, the final quarter of the 20th century saw something of a revival of serious interest in Hegel's philosophy, with important works appearing, such as those of Harris, Charles Taylor, Robert Pippin, and Terry Pinkard in North America, and Stephen Holgate and Robert Stern in Great Britain. By the close of the 20th century, even within core logical metaphysical areas of analytical philosophy, the number of individuals such as Robert Brantham and John McDowell had started to take Hegel seriously as a significant modern philosopher, although generally within analytical circles, a favorable reassessment of Hegel has still a long way to go. Okay, yeah, God bless Last Australian. See you as always. Hegel's philosophy. Hegel's own pithy account of the nature of philosophy, given in the preface to his Elements of the Philosophy of Right, captures a characteristic tension in his philosophical approach, and in particular in his approach to the nature and limits of human cognition. Philosophy, he says, there is its own time comprehended in thoughts. On the one hand, we clearly see the phrase in its own time, the suggestion of historical or cultural conditionedness and variability, which applies even to the highest form of human cognition, philosophy itself. The contents of philosophical knowledge, we might suspect, will come from the historically changing contents of its cultural context. On the other, there is a hint of such contents being raised to some higher degree, presumably higher than the other levels of cognitive functioning, such as those based in everyday perceptual experience, for example, or those characteristic of other areas of culture, such as art and religion. This higher level takes the form of the conceptually articulated thought, a type of cognition commonly taken as capable of having purportedly eternal contents. Think of Plato and Frege, for example, who both have the truths of mathematics in mind. In line with such a conception, Hegel sometimes referred to the task of philosophy as that of recognizing the concept in the more representations of everyday life. This antithetical combination within human cognition of the temporary condition and the eternal, a combination which reflects a broader conception of the human being as what Hegel describes elsewhere as finite infinite, has led Hegel to being regarded in different ways by different types of philosophical readers. For example, an historically minded pragmatist like Richard Rorty, distrustful of all claims or aspirations the so-called God's eye view, could praise Hegel as a philosopher who had introduced this historically reflective dimension into philosophy and set it on the characteristically romantic paths which had predominated in modern continental philosophy, but who had unfortunately still remained bogged down in the remnants of the Platonistic idea of the search for ahistorical truths. Those adopting such an approach to Hegel tend to have in mind the relatively young author of the Phenomenology of Spirit and have tended to dismiss as metaphysical later and more systematic works like The Science of Logic. In contrast, the British Hegelian movement at the end of the 19th century tended to ignore the phenomenology and the more historicist dimension of his thought and found Hegel a systematic metaphysician whose logic provided the basis for defining philosophical ontology. This latter traditional metaphysical view of Hegel dominated Hegel reception for most of the 20th century, but from the 1980s came to be challenged by scholars who offered an alternative, non-metaphysical post-Kantian view. By non-metaphysical, these thinkers had in mind metaphysics in the sense that Kant had been critical of, a point sometimes missed by critics, but in turn, this post-Kantian reading has been challenged by a revised metaphysical view, critical of the purported over-assimilation of Hegel to Kant by the post-Kantians. In the revised metaphysical view, appeal is often made to Aristotelian or Spinoza's conceptual realist features of Hegel's thought, as well as the features of recent analytical metaphysics. Before surveying these competing views, however, something needs to be said about the confusing term idealism and about the variety of idealisms that is characterized of Hegel and other German idealists. Background: idealism as understood in the German tradition. Idealism is a term that has been used sporadically by Leibniz and his followers to refer to a type of philosophy that was opposed to materialism. Thus, for example, Leibniz had contrasted Plato as an idealist with Epicurus as a materialist. Opposition to materialism here, together with the fact that the English-speaking world, the Irish philosopher and clergyman George Berkeley, is often taken to be a prototypical idealist, has given rise to the assumption that idealism is necessarily an immaterialist doctrine. This assumption, however, is mistaken. With the possible exception of Leibniz, the idealism of the Germans was not committed to the type of doctrine found in Berkeley, according to which immaterial minds, both infinite gods and finite those of humans, were the ultimate real entities, with apparent material things to be understood as reducible to states of such minds. That is, to ideas in the sense meant by the British empiricists. As Leibniz's use of Plato to exemplify idealism suggests, idealists in the German tradition tended to hold the reality or objectivity of ideas in the Platonic sense, and for Plato it would seem such ideas were not conceived as in any mind at all, not even the mind of Plato's God. The type of picture found in Berkeley was only to be found in certain late antique Platonists and especially early Christian Platonists, such like St. Augustine, Bishop of Hippo, but especially for German idealists like Hegel's Plato's philosophy was understood through the lens of more Aristotelian varieties of Neoplatonism, which pictured the thoughts of divine mind as immanent in matter and not as contained in some purely immaterial or spiritual mind. It thus had features closer to the more pantheistic picture of divine thought found in Spinoza, for example, for whom mind and matter were attributes of the one substance. Even for Leibniz, whose later monological metaphysics was perhaps closer to Berkeley's immaterialist philosophy, and opposition to materialism didn't necessarily imply immaterialism. Leibniz had resisted Descartes' postulation of distinct spiritual and material substances, treating corporeal bodies as inseparable combinations of form and matter after the manner of Aristotle. The materialists to which he was opposed, mechanistic corpusculists of his time, conceived of unformed matter as a type of substance, and it seemed to have been that conception to which he was opposed, at least in some period of his work, not the reality of matter per se. Leibniz's combination of Platonic and Aristotelian notions played a role in the thought of the later idealists, giving their opposition to materialism its distinctive character. These anti-immaterialist features of the idealism of the Germans became more prominent in the post-Kantian period as they moved progressively away from the more subjectivist features of Leibniz thought. Okay, yeah, you're welcome. God bless. Hare Krishna. The traditional metaphysical view of Hegel's philosophy. Given the understanding of Hegel that predominated at the time of the birth of analytical philosophy, together with the fact that early analytical philosophers were rebelling precisely against Hegelianism, so understood, the interpretation of Hegel encountered in discussions with analytical philosophy is often that of the late 19th century interpretation. In this picture, Hegel is seen as offering a metaphysical religious view of God qua absolute spirit as the ultimate reality that we come to know through pure thought processes alone. In short, Hegel's philosophy is treated as exemplifying the type of pre-critical or dogmatic metaphysics against which Kant had reacted in his critique of pure reason, and as a return to more religiously driven conception of the philosophy to which Kant had been opposed. There is much that can be found in Hegel's writings that seems to support this view. In his lectures during his Berlin period, one comes across such claims, such as the one that philosophy has no other object but God, and so is essentially rational theology. Indeed, Hegel often seems to invoke imagery consistent with the types of Neoplatonic conceptions of the universe that have been common with Christian mysticism, especially in the German states in the early modern period. The peculiarity of Hegel's form of idealism on this account lies in the idea that the mind of God becomes actually only via its particularization in the minds of his finite material creatures. Thus, in our consciousness of God, we somehow serve to realize his own self-consciousness and thereby his own perfection. In English language interpretation, such a picture is effectively found in the work of Charles Taylor and Michael Rosen, for example, with its dark mystical roots and its overtly religious content. It is hardly surprising that the philosophy of Hegel, so understood, has rarely been regarded as a live option within the largely secular and scientific conceptions of philosophy that have been dominant in the 20th and 21st century. An important consequence of Hegel's metaphysics, so understood, concerns history and the idea of historical development or progress, and it is an advocate of idea concerning the logical necessitated teleological course of history that Hegel is most often derided. To critics such as Karl Popper in his popular post-war The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, Hegel had not only advocated a disastrous political conception of the state and the relation of its citizens to it, the conception prefiguring 20th century totalitarianism, but he had also tried to underpin such advocacy with dubious theological metaphysical speculation with his idea of the development of spirit in history. Hegel is seen as literizing a way of talking about different cultures in terms of their spirits, of constructing a developmental sequence of epochs, typically of 19th century ideas of linear historical progression, and then enveloping the story of human progress in terms of one about the development of self consciousness and the cosmos, God itself. At the bottom line of such an account, concerned with the evolution of states of mind, God's such an account is clearly an idealistic one, but not in the sense, say, of Berkeley. The pantheistic legacy inherited by Hegel meant that he had no problems considering an objective outer world beyond any particular subjective mind, but this objective world itself had to be understood as conceptually informed. It was objectified spirit. Thus, in contrast to Berkeleyan subjective idealism, it became common to talk of Hegel as incorporating the objective idealism of views, especially common among German historians, in which social life and thought were understood in terms of the conceptual or spiritual structures that informed them. But in contrast to both forms of idealism, Hegel, according to this reading, postulated a form of absolute idealism by including both subjective life and the objective cultural practices on which subjective life depended within the dynamics of the development of the self-consciousness and the self-actualization of God, the Absolute Spirit. Despite the seemingly dominant theological theme, Hegel was still seen by many as an important precursor of other more characteristically secular strands of modern thought, such as existentialism and Marxist materialism. Existentialism were thought of as taking the idea of the finitude and historical and cultural dependence of the individual subjects from Hegel and as leaving out all the pretensions of the absolute, while Marxists were thought of as taking the historical dynamics of the Hegelian picture, but reinterpreting this as a material rather than idealist categories. As for the understanding of Hegel himself, the traditional metaphysical view remained the dominant interpretive approach of Hegel scholars throughout much of the 20th century. In the last quarter of the century, however, it came to be vigorously questioned, with a variety of interpreters putting forward very different accounts of the basic nature of Hegel's philosophical project. While a number of interpretations of Hegel have emerged during this period in an effort to acquit him of the implausible metaphysical theological views, one prominent tendency has been to stress the continuity of his ideas with the critical philosophy of Immanuel Kant. The post-Kantian, sometimes called the non-metaphysical view of Hegel. Least controversial, it is often claimed that either particular works such as the Phenomenology of Spirit or particular areas of Hegel's philosophy, especially his ethical and political philosophy, can be understood as standing independently of the type of unacceptable metaphysical system sketched above. Thus, it is commonly asserted that implicit within the metaphysical, Hegel is an anti-metaphysical philosopher struggling to get out, one potentially capable of beating the critical Kant at his own game. More controversially, one now finds it argued that the traditional picture is simply wrong at a more general level, and that Hegel, even in his systematic thought, was not committed to the bizarre theological spiritual monism that had been traditionally attributed to him, because he was free of the type of traditional metaphysical commitments that had been criticized by Kant. Prominent among such interpretations has been the so-called post-Kantian interpretation advanced by North American Hegel scholars Robert Pippin and Terry Pinkard. From an explicitly analytical perspective, broadly similar views have been put forward by Robert Brandom and John McDowell. Thus, while the traditional views see Hegel as exemplifying the very type of metaphysical speculation that Kant successfully criticized, the post-Kantian view regards him as both accepting and extending Kant's critique, ultimately turning it against the residual dogmatically metaphysical aspects of Kant's own philosophy. In Hegel, the non-traditionalists argue one can see the ambitions to bring together the universalist dimension of Kant's transcendental program with the culturally contextualist conceptions of his more historically and relativistically minded contemporaries, resulting in his controversial conception of spirit as developed in his phenomenology of spirit. With this notion, his claim, Hegel was essentially attempting to answer the Kantian questions of the conditions of rational human-mindedness rather than being concerned with giving an account of the developing self-consciousness of God. But while Kant had limited such conditions to formal, abstractly conceived structures of the mind, Hegel extended them to include aspects of historically and socially determined forms of embodied human existence. The revived metaphysical view of Hegel. Not surprising, the strong post-Kantian interpretation of Hegel had been resisted by defenders of the more traditional approach, who have argued against the plausibility of attempting to rehabilitate Hegel's philosophy by divesting it from any purportedly unacceptable metaphysical claims. Proponents of the post-Kantian view, it is commonly said, are guilty of projecting Hegel views they would like to find there rather than what is actually to be found. However, the strong post-Kantian interpretation has also been challenged by somewhat different versions of the metaphysical reading by interpreters who, while recognizing the influence of Kant, critical philosophy of Hegel, emphasize Hegel's critique of Kant and affirm the irreducible role played by a form of metaphysics in Hegel's philosophy. Nevertheless, they share the post-Kantian attempts to separate Hegel's view from the extravagant views traditionally ascribed to him and generally argue for the broad acceptability of Hegel's views from the perspective of the present. Here one tends to find interpreters attributing to Hegel some type of conceptual realism, sometimes appealing to contemporary analytical metaphysics for the legitimacy of metaphysics conceived as an inquiry into the fundamental features or structures of the world itself. Among the interpreters advancing something like this revised metaphysical view might be counted as Stephen Holgate, Robert Stern, Kenneth Westphal, James Kreins, and Christopher Yeomans. On a number of points, the proponents of the revised conceptual realism metaphysical interpretation will agree with the advocates of post-Kantian non-metaphysical approach. First, they tend to agree in dismissing much of the extravagant metaphysics traditionally ascribed to Hegel. Generally, they don't find Hegel the type of classical theological spirit monism central to, say, Taylor's interpretation. Next, they stress the importance for Hegel of Kant's critique of metaphysics, but think that Hegel took Kant's critique seriously and in turn subjected the critique itself to telling metacritique, showing that Kant himself was not free from the sorts of underground metaphysical assumptions he criticized in others. However, while the post-Kantians interpret Hegel's criticism of Kant as suggesting that Hegel thereby realized or completed Kant's critical intention, creating a form of philosophizing purge of metaphysics, proponents of this revised metaphysical interpretation typically see his criticism of Kant as involving rejection of Kant's anti-metaphysical attitude and as reestablishing on a new basis a metaphysics program originally derived from Aristotle or Spinoza. Well, it is for the most part clear what sets both post-Kantians and conceptual realists against the traditional view. It is not clear which issues dividing them are substantive and which are ultimately verbal. Brandom, for example, while often classed with the post-Kantians, also construes Hegel as a conceptual realist, while writing appealing to the earlier work of Findlay, attempts to combine the post-Kantian approach with that what he calls an actualist rather than a realist interpretation of Hegel. In recent work, both Pippin and Pinkard, the major representatives of the post-Kantian position, have insisted that their own interpretations are compatible with many of the Aristotelian features of Hegel, to which conceptual realists allude. In relation to such debates, it must be remembered that Kant himself was not critical of metaphysics per se. His claim was that the existing so-called dogmatic metaphysics was in a state analogous to that in which, say, physics had been in before the scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th century, rather than wanting to eliminate metaphysics after the style, say, of Hume and the other modern logical positivists. Kant had wanted to put metaphysics itself onto a pure scientific basis analogous to what Galileo Newton had achieved for physics. Thus, the very idea of Hegelian metaphysics is in no way straightforward, incompatible with the project of a post-Kantian completion of Kant's critical program. Hegel's published work. We may think of there being 5 different types of work that made up Hegel's published corpus. First, there are Hegel's 2 major standalone books written for publication already mentioned, Phenomenology of Spirit, 1807, and The Science of Logic, 1812 to 18. In the next category, works that were published at the same time as handbooks for use in student teaching, such as the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Science, first published in 1817 while he was teaching at Heidelberg, and subsequently revised and republished in 1827 and again in 1830. And The Elements of Philosophy of Right, effectively an expansion of the section of the Encyclopedia, and published in 1820 after his move to Berlin. Transcripts of his earlier lectures on the topic delivered at Heidelberg have also since been published. Along with the Encyclopedia and the Philosophy of Right, might be added similar teaching-related writings from the Jena period, prepared as lectures but only published as such much later. The third major category is formed by pusillanimously published lecture courses from the time at the University of Berlin, which after Hegel's death were assembled by editors from his lecture notes and from student transcripts of the lectures as delivered. These include his lectures on the philosophy of nature, philosophy of spirit, philosophy of history, aesthetics, philosophy of religion, and history of philosophy. Next might be considered various miscellaneous essays and short work published during his career. And finally, we can count Hegel's early works written in the period between his student years at Tübingen and his move to Jena, and predominantly on religious and political themes. Here we will restrict the discussions to the first three categories. Books. Phenomenology of spirit. The term phenomenology has been coined by the Swiss mathematician and Kant correspondent Lambert in his New Organon of 1764, and in a letter to Lambert sent to accompany a copy of his inaugural dissertation, 1770, Kant had proposed his own project of general phenomenology as a necessary propedeutic presupposed by science of metaphysics. Such a phenomenology was meant to determine the validity and limitations of what he called the principles of sensibility, principles he thought shown in the accompanying work to be importantly different from those conceptually thought. The term clearly suited Kant as he distinguished the phenomenon known through the faculty of sensibility from the noumena known purely conceptually. This envisioned phenomenology seemed to coincide roughly with what he was to eventually describe as a critique of pure reason, although Kant thought had gone through important changes by the time he had come to publish the work of that name, 1781, second edition, 1787. Perhaps because of this, he never again used the term phenomenology for quite this purpose. There is clearly some continuity between Kant's notion and Hegel's project. In a sense, Hegel's phenomenology is a study of phenomenon, although this is not a realm he would contrast with that of noumena. And Hegel's phenomenology of spirit is likewise to be regarded as a type of propedeutic to philosophy rather than an exercise in or work of philosophy. It is meant to function as an introduction or education of the reader to the standpoint of purely conceptual thought from which philosophy can be done. As such, its structure has been compared to that of an educational novel, having an abstractly conceived protagonist, the bearer of an evolving series of so-called shapes of consciousness, or the inhabitant of a series of successful phenomenal worlds, whose progress and setbacks the reader follows and learns from, or at least this is how the work sets in. In the latter section, the earlier series of shapes of consciousness becomes replaced with what seem more like configurations of human social life, and the work comes to look more like an account of interleaved forms of social existence and thought within the participants in such forms of social life conceived of themselves and the world. Hegel constructs a series of such shapes that map onto the history of Western European civilization from the Greeks to his own time. The fact that the progression ends in the attainment of what Hegel refers to the absolute knowing, the standpoint from which real philosophy gets done, seems to support the traditionalist reading in which the triumphalist narrative of the growth of Western civilization is combined with a theological interpretation of God's self-manifestation and self-comprehension. When Kant had broached the idea of a phenomenological parapedeutic to Lambert, he himself had still believed in the project of purely conceptual metaphysics achievable by the use of a regressive or analytical method. But this project, conceived as an exercise in theoretical reason, was just what Kant in his later critical philosophy had come to disavow. Traditional readers of Hegel thus see the phenomenologies Those as attesting to Hegel's pre-Kantian, that is, pre-critical outlook in his embrace of the metaphysical project that Kant famously came to dismiss as illusory. Supporters of the post-Kantian interpretation of Hegel obviously interpret this work and its Those differently. For example, it has been argued that what this history tracks is the development of a type of social existence which enables a unique form of rationality in which such a society, all dogmatic bases of thought have been gradually replaced by a system in which all claims become open to rational self-correction by becoming exposed to demands and conceptually articulated justifications. As Picard had pointed out in that work, that this was a conception of the normatively structured practices of human reason found in the American pragmatist Wilfrid Sellars, the inspiration behind the Hegelian dimensions of analytical philosophers such as William de Vries, Robert Brandom, and John McDowell. Something of Hegel's phenomenological method may be conveyed in the first few chapters, which are perhaps among the more conventionally philosophical parts. Chapters 1 to 3 effectively follow developmental series of distinct shapes of consciousness, jointly epistemological and ontological attitudes articulated by criteria which are regarded from one direction, criteria for certain knowledge, and from the other, criteria of the nature of objects such as knowledge. In chapter 1, the attitude of certainty takes immediately given perceptual simples, the soul the sort of role played by the so-called sense state of early 20th century analytic epistemology, for example, with which a subject is purportedly acquainted as bare thesis as the fundamental objects known. By following this form of consciousness attempts to make these implicit criteria explicit, we are meant to appreciate that any such contents, even the apparently most immediate ones, are in fact grasped conceptually. And so, in Hegel's terminology, their reception is actually mediated by the concepts with which they are grasped. Hegel is clear that these contents are not merely qualitative simples that are immediately apprehended, but comprehended instances of the conceptual determination of singularity. Such a simple this then can be understood as an instance of what medievals discussed as thisness, a general property of an individual thing's being identical to itself. One might compare Hegel's point here to that expressed by Kant in his well-known claim from the Critique of Pure Reason that without general concepts, intuitions, singular Einzelnen, purportedly immediate mental representations are blind. However, Hegel seems to want to make this point without relying on Kant's formal distinction between concepts and intuitions as different species of representation. The idea seems to be that for Hegel, the same content can play the roles played by both concepts and intuitions. In Kant, the lessons of this chapter have sometimes been likened to those of Wilfrid Sellars' famous criticism of the empiricist myth of the given. By the end of this chapter, our protagonist consciousness, and by implication, we, the audience to this drama, have learned that the nature of consciousness cannot be originally thought. Rather than being immediate and singular, its contents must have some implicit universal conceptual aspect to them. The general truth that was learned from the apparent qualitative simples in sense certainty that they were instances of generals is now explicitly taken as the truth of the object of perception. Oh, Wahrnehmung in German, this term having the connotations of taking, nehmen, to be true. In contrast to the purported single object of sense certainty of the object of perception is taken as instantiating general properties. It is a thing with many properties, but this can be conceived in a variety of ways. First, as a simple bundle of indifferent qualities, a picture associated with Plato, or as an underlying substrate in which these qualities somehow inhere, a picture associated with Aristotle. Predictably, problems will be revealed in these various different ways of thinking of the nature of these everyday objects of our experience. As in the case of sense certainty, here in the case of perception, by following the protagonist consciousness efforts to make this implicit criterion explicit, we see how the criterion generates contradictions and eventually determine it as criterion for certainty. In fact, such collapse into a type of self-generated skepticism is typical of all the shapes we follow in the work, and there seems something inherently skeptical about such reflection cognitive processes. But this is not the type of skepticism that is typical of early modern philosophy, such as that used by Descartes in an attempt to find some foundation for the indubitability on which genuine knowledge can be built. As is clear from his treatment of the ancient philosophy in his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel was attracted to the type of dialectic employed by Socrates in his effort to get his interlocutors thinking about something beyond the given immediately in sensation, and implicit in the ancient form of skepticism that had been employed after Socrates. For Hegel, the ancient skeptics captured the skeptical moment of thought that is the means by which thought progressed beyond the particular categories that had given rise to contradictions. Just as in the way a new shape of thought, perception had been generated from the internal contradictions that emerge within sense certainty. The collapse of any given attitude will be accompanied by the emergence of some new implicit criterion that will be the basis of a new emergent attitude. In the case of perception, the emergent new shape of consciousness, the understanding explored in Chapter 3, is a shape identified with the type of scientific cognition that, rather than remaining on the level of the perceived object, posits underlying forces involved in the production of the perceptual episode. The transition from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4, the truth of self-certainty, also makes a more general transition from consciousness to self-consciousness. It is in the course of Chapter 4 that we find what is perhaps the most well-known part of the phenomenology, the account of the struggle of recognition, in which Hegel examines the intersubjective conditions which he sees as necessary for any forms of consciousness. This is a topic that had first been taken up by Alexander Kojève and which has been appealed into a non-Kojevian way recently by a number of non-traditional interpreters in order to give a quite different account of Hegel's notion of spirit. Like Kant, Hegel thinks that one's capacity to be conscious of some external objects as something distinct from oneself requires the reflexivity of self-consciousness. That is, it requires one's awareness of oneself as a subject for whom something distinct, the object, is presented as known, as a result emerging in Chapter 3. Hegel goes beyond Kant, however, and expanding on the idea found in Fichte, makes this requirement dependent on one's recognition or acknowledgement of other self-conscious subjects as self-conscious subjects for whom any object of consciousness will be thought of as also existing. One's self-consciousness, in fact, will be dependent on one's recognition of those others as similarly recognizing oneself as a self-conscious object. Such complex patterns of mutual recognition constituting objective spirit thereby provide a social matrix within which individual self-consciousness can exist as such. It is in this way that the phenomenology can change course, the early tracking of shapes of individual consciousness and self-consciousness effectively coming to be replaced by the tracking of the distinct patterns of mutual recognition between subjects, shapes of spirit, that forms the ground for the existence of those individual consciousness, self-consciousness. It is thus that Hegel has affected the transition from the phenomenology of the individual's subjective mind to one of objective spirit, thought of as culturally distinct objective patterns of social interaction to be analyzed in terms of patterns of reciprocal recognition they embody. Geist can be translated as either mind or spirit, but the latter allowing a more cultural sense, as the phrase the spirit of the age zeitgeist seems a more suitable rendering for the title. But this is only worked out in the text gradually. We, the reading or so-called phenomenological, we can see how particular shapes of self-consciousness, such as that of the otherworldly religious self-consciousness, unhappy consciousness, with which Chapter 4 ends, depends on certain institutionalized forms of mutual recognition. In this case, one involving the priest who mediates between the self-consciousness subject and the subject's God. But we are seeing this from the outside, as it were. We still have to learn how actual self-consciousness could learn this of themselves. So we have to see how the protagonist self-consciousness could achieve this insight. It is to this end that we further trace the learning path of self-consciousness through the process of reason in Chapter 5, before objective spirit can become the explicit subject matter of Chapter 6, spirit. Hegel's discussion of spirit starts from what he calls Sittlichkeit, translated as ethical order or ethical substance. Sittlichkeit becomes a nominalization from the adjectival or adverbial form sittlich, customary, from the term sit, custom, or convention. Thus, Hegel might be seen as adopting the viewpoint that since social life is ordered by customs, we can approach the lives of those living in it in terms of the patterns of those customs or conventions themselves. The conventional practices, as it were, constituting specific shareable forms of life made actual in the lives of particular individuals who had in turn internalized such general patterns in the process of acculturation. It is not surprising that his account of the spirit here starts with a discussion of religious and civic law. Undoubtedly, it is Hegel's tendency to nominalize such abstract concepts in his attempt to capture the concrete nature of such patterns in conventional life, together with the tendency to then personify them, as in talking about spirit becoming self-consciousness, that lends plausibility to the traditionalist understanding of Hegel. But for the non-traditionalist, it is not obvious that Hegel, in employing such phrases, is in any way committed to any metaphysical super-individual conscious beings or beings. To take, for example, in the second section of the chapter on spirit, Hegel discusses human culture as the world of self-alienated spirit. The idea seems to be that humans in society not only interact, but they collectively create relatively enduring cultural products, repeatable stories, stageable dramas, and so forth, within which members of society can recognize patterns of their own communal life as so reflected. We might find intelligible the metaphor that such products hold up to a mirror to society within which the society can regard itself without thinking we are thereby committed to some super individual unitary mind achieving self-consciousness. Furthermore, such cultural products themselves provide conditions allowing individuals to adopt particular cognitive attitudes by appropriating their resources. Thus, for example, the capacity to adopt this type of objective standpoint demanded a Kantian morality. Discussed in the final section of Spirit, the capacity to see things as it were from a detached or universal point of view might be enabled by engaging with a spirit's alienations, such as myths and rituals of religion professing a universal scope. We might think that Kant had written Hegel's phenomenology. If Kant had written Hegel's phenomenology, he would have ended it at chapter 6 with a modern moral subject as the telos of the story. For Kant, the practical knowledge of morality, orienting one within the noumenal world, exceeds the scope of theoretical knowledge, which had been limited to phenomena. Hegel, however, thought that philosophy had to unify theoretical and practical knowledge, so as the phenomenology has further to go. Again, this is seen differently by traditionalists and revisionists. For traditionalists, chapter 7, religion, and 8, absolute knowing, testify to Hegel's disregard for Kant's critical limitation of theoretical knowledge to empirical experience. Revisionists, on the other hand, tend to see Hegel as furthering the Kantian critique into the very coherence of the conception of an in itself reality that is beyond the limits of our theoretical but not practical cognition. Rather than understand absolute knowing as the achievement of some ultimate God's eye view of everything, the philosophical analog to the connection with God sought in religion, post-Kantian revisionists see it as the accession to a mode of self-critical thought that has finally abandoned all non-questionable mythical givens, and which will only countenance reason-giving argument as justification. However, we understand this absolute knowing is the standpoint to which Hegel has hoped to bring the reader in the complex work. This is the standpoint of science, the standpoint from which philosophy proper commences, and it commences in Hegel's next book, The Science of Logic. The Science of Logic. Hegel's Science of Logic is divided into 3 books dealing with the topics of being, essence, and the concepts, which appeared in 1812, 13, and 16, respectively. For most of the 20th century, it was not received with the enthusiasm that often marked the reception of phenomenology of spirit. First, as a work of logic, most have regarded as radically outdated and relying on Aristotelian approach that was definitely surpassed in the late 19th century, a view promoted especially by Bertrand Russell in the early years of the 20th. Thus, many readers sympathetic to the particular doctrines in Hegel have attempted, contrary to Hegel's insistence, to quarantine his philosophical approach to particular areas from it. Recently, the skepticism has started to change. Some advocate that the science of logic be read as a first-order ontological doctrine or as a category theory that simultaneously represents structures of being and thought, and so as having very little to do with traditionally being known as logic. Others argue that in contrast to the project of formal or general logic, it is best understood as a version of what Kant had called transcendental logic. In this sense, it should thereby be thought of as a successor to Kant's transcendental deduction of the categories and the critique of pure reason, in which Kant attempted to derive a list of those non-empirical concepts, the categories, which he believed to be presupposed by all empirical judgments made by finite discursive knowers like ourselves. In short, taking the logic as a category theory opens up 2 general lines of interpretation. Should the categories be understood as primarily ontological categories as found in Aristotle, or as primary categories revealing the necessary structure of thought as in Kant? Those such as the advocates of the revised metaphysical interpretation, interpreting Hegel as basically a metaphysician, typically stress the former, while post-Kantian interpreters typically stress the latter. A glance at the table of contents of the Science of Logic reveals the same triadic structuring among the categories or thought determinations discussed that has been noted among the shapes of consciousness in the phenomenology. At the highest level of its branching structure, there are 3 books devoted to the doctrines of being, essence, and concept. Well, in turn, each book has 3 sections, each containing 3 chapters, and so on. In general, each of these individual nodes deals with some particular category. In fact, Hegel's categorical triads appear to repeat Kant's own triadic way of articulating the categories in the table of categories, in which the third term in the triad in some way integrates the first 2. In Hegel's terminology, he would say that the first 2 were sublated, aufgehoben, in the third, while the first 2 are negated by the third. They continue to work within the context defined by it. Hegel's later treatment of the syllogism, found in Book 3, in which he follows Aristotle's own 3-termed schematism of the syllogistic structure, repeats this triadic structure, and as does his ultimate analysis of its component concepts at, as the moments of universality, particularity, and singularity. Reading into the first chapter of Book 1, it is quickly seen that the transitions of the logic broadly repeat those of the first chapters of the phenomenology. Now, however, as between the categories themselves rather than between the conceptions of the respective objects of conscious experience, thus being is the thought determination with which the work commences because it at first seems to be the most immediate fundamental determination that characterizes any possible thought content at all. In contrast, being in the phenomenology's sense certainty chapter was described as the known truth of the purported immediate sensory given the category that it was discovered to instantiate. Whatever thought is about, that topic must in some sense exist, like those purported simple sensory givens with which the phenomenology starts. The category being looks to have no internal structure or constituents, but again, in a parallel to the phenomenology, it is the effort of thought to make this category explicit that both underdetermines it and brings about new ones. Being seems to be both immediate and simple, but it will show itself to be, in fact, only something in opposition to something else, nothing. The point seems to be that while the categories being and nothing seem both absolutely distinct and opposed, on reflection and following Leibniz's principle of the identity of indiscernibles, they appear identical as no criterion can be invoked which differentiates them. The only way out of this paradox is to posit a third category within which they can coexist as negated, aufgehoben moments. This category is becoming, which saves thinking from paralysis because it accommodates both concepts. Becoming contains being and nothing in the sense that when something becomes, it passes as it were from nothingness to being. But these contents cannot be understood apart from their contributions to the overarching category. This is what is to be negated within the new category. In general, this is how the logic proceeds, seeking its most basic and universal determination. Though thought posits the category to be reflected upon, finds then that this collapse is due to a contradiction generated, like that generated by the category being, and so then seeks a further category in which to make retrospective sense of those contradictory categories. However, in turn, the new category will generate some further contradictory negation, and again, the demand will arise for a further concept that can reconcile these opposed concepts by incorporating them as moments. The method Hegel employs here, determinate negation, is often compared with Spinoza's principle that all determination is negation, but while Hegel is related to Spinoza's thought, it cannot be identified with or reduced to it. Spinoza's top-down determination starts with a single category, in his case, divine substance, that is then progressively divided by the application of concepts, the model being Plato's method of division, in which genus concepts is divided into particular species by the presence or absence of sub-differentiating property. From Hegel's point of view, however, this cannot capture individuals as others than parts of a greater whole. A metaphysical picture in relation to Spinoza he refers to as a cosmism. So Hegel will balance this type of determination by negation with a different type of negation model on which he holds between incompatible properties of some object, for example, red and blue as incompatible colors, and then is reflected in the term negation of Aristotle's logic. This allows Hegel to go beyond the determination of something as particular suggestion of the whole part relation to a more robust sense of singularity. The sense that the pure thisness seen initially in the phenomenology's sense certainty chapter, the truth of which was then shown to be Aristotle's idea of an individual thing's substantial form in the perception chapter. It is in terms of this category that we can think along with Aristotle of a thing having an underlying substrate within which properties inhere and which, unlike the properties themselves, cannot be thought of in general terms, but only in terms of the category of singularity. And yet this will encounter a problem for the determinacy of this underlying substrate. It will have to find determining contrasts that allow it to be determinately conceived. In Book 2 of the Logic, we learn that the category of singularity will rely on particularity, just as particularity has been shown to rely on singularity. Singular substrates or essences can only be known in relation to the general properties that constitute their appearances. Attempting to unravel the intricacies of the pattern dependencies between such categories will be the task of this mammoth work, but here a general point might be made. If Hegel's thought here is considered to be like Spinoza's holistic, It is only so at a higher level of abstraction, such that these determinations of singularity, particularity, and universality cannot themselves be understood in isolation from each other, but only via their complex interactions. Hegel only explicitly endorses the details of the interactions of these determinations of conceptuality in his discussion of judgments and syllogism. In Book 3, The Doctrine of Concepts suggests that the concerns of logic, as traditionally conceived, are not as irrelevant to the science of logic as often thought. However, the general point separating his approach from that of Spinoza clearly emerges earlier on. Determinate negation is not Spinoza's principle, as Spinoza presupposes a whole that precedes its parts, and that all negations are negations of something that is primitively positive. In contrast, Hegel's negations will be negations of determinations that are already to be conceived as themselves negations. The other basic methodological principle of logic will be that this categorical infrastructure of thought is able to be unpacked using only the resources available to thought itself, the capacity of thought to make its contents determinate, in a way somewhat like what Leibniz has thought of as making clear but confused ideas clear and distinct, and its capacity to be consistent and avoid contradiction. Again, for some readers, this makes Hegel's logic akin to Kant's transcendental logic, that rather than treating the pure form of thought abstracted from all content, treats thought as already processing a certain type of self-generated content. In Kant's terminology, transcendent content that is presupposed by the subsequent acquisition of all empirical content, but if Hegel is akin to Kant's transcendental logic, it is clear differences to it as well. For Kant, transcendental logic was the logic governing the thought of finite thinkers like ourselves, whose cognition was constrained by the necessity of applying general discursive concepts to the singular contents given in the sensory intuitions, and he contrasted that with the thought of a type of thinker not so constrained God, a thinker whose thought could directly grasp the world in a type of intellectual intuition. While opinions divide as to how Hegel's approach to logic relate to that of Kant, it is important to grasp that for Hegel, logic is not simply a science of the form of our thoughts, it is also a science of actual content as well, and as such has an ontological dimension. The thought determinations of Book 1 lead eventually into those of Book 2, the doctrine of essence. Naturally, the logical structures and processes implicit in essence thinking are more developed in those than those in being thinking. Crucially, the contrasting pair essences and appearances of essence logic allows the thought of some underlying reality that manifests itself through a different overlying appearance in the way that forces posited by the operation of the understanding explored in the Phenomenologies Chapter 3 are grasped through the appearances they explain. In contrast, the categories of being logic seem to govern thought processes that are restricted to qualitative phenomenon and their coordinations, but distinction between essence and appearance must itself instantiate the relation of determinate negation and the metaphysical tendency to think of reality as made up of some underlying substrate, in contrast to the superficial appearances, will itself come to grief with the discovery that the notion of essence is only meaningful in virtue of the appearance that is meant to explain away. In terms of the ultimate conceptual categories of singularity, particularity, and universality, this discovery would be equivalent to grasping the idea that a singularity of the underlying non-perceivable substrate or substance from form is meaningfully only in relation to something that can bear the particular qualities that constitute its worldly appearance. For Hegel, it is the complex modern but pre-Kantian versions of substrate metaphysics, like those of Spinoza and Leibniz, that bring out the most developed way the inherently contradictory nature of this form of thought. Book 3, The Doctrine of Concept, affects the shift from the objective logic of books 1 and 2 to subjective logic, and metaphysically coincides with a shift to the modern subject-based category theory of Kant. Just as Kantian philosophy is founded on a conception of objectivity secured by conceptual coherence, concept logic commences with the concept of concept itself, with its moments of singularity, particular, and universality. Well, in the two books of objective logic, the movement had been between particular concepts, being, nothing, becoming, etc. In the subjective logic, the conceptual relations are grasped on a meta level, such that the concept treated in Chapter 1 of Section 1, subjectivity, passes over into that of judgment in Chapter 2. It is important to grasp the basic contours of Hegel's treatment of judgment as it informs his subsequent treatment of inference. Reprising an etymological point made by Holderlin, Hegel notes that judgment involves a separation of parts. In basic terms, a predicate is said of some subject giving the judgment the grammatical form SSP, but in saying SSP, the judging subject affirms the unity existing between the parts. S and P are thus meant to be diverse, but a form of unity, a situation we are now familiar with in terms of the Offenbung of parts in a whole. Hegel takes this as signaling two ways of thinking of the relation of subject and predicate in the judgment. One can take subject and predicate terms as self-subsistent entities that are joined in the judgment. One can take that judgment itself as the primary unit that splits into subject and predicate terms. This, in fact, coincides with two different ways in which logical relations have been conceived in the history of philosophy. The former represents the term logical approach characteristic of Aristotle, while the latter represents the propositional approach characteristic of the Stoics and much recent philosophy. From the former point of view, one thinks of the subject term as designating a substance typically grasped as an instance of a kind in which properties designated by predicate terms, and here, from the latter point of view, one thinks predicate terms as abstract universals that subsume or are satisfied by entities to which the subject term refers, an approach which conceives of the propositional content in Stoic terminology, the lekton, the what is said, as having a primacy over the parts. Using a distinction from the medievals, we can describe the first type of judgments as de re, about things, and the second as de dicto, about sayings. These alternative joining and splitting approaches can in turn be applied to the relationship of judgments within the inference of syllogisms. What is more common for inferences to be thought of as composed of judgments which will have their own truth values. The judgments themselves can be thought of as gaining their meaning via the role they play in inferences, parallel to the way that the parts of the judgment can be thought of as resulting from the judgment's splitting. Within recent semantic theory, Robert Brantham has argued for such an inferentialist analysis and has suggested this way of understanding Hegel's logic, a view that fits with Hegel's idea that syllogism is the truth of the judgment, thought of in terms of the framework of Kant's transcendental logic. Hegel's position would be akin to allowing inferences, syllogisms, a role in the determination of the transcendental content of judgments, a role that is not allowed in Kant. As we have said, Hegel's logic is meant somehow to generate a content to produce a type of ontology, and this comes into explicit focus with Hegel's puzzling claim in Book 3 concerning a syllogism that had become concrete and full of content and thereby has necessary existence. In contrast with Kant, Hegel seems to go beyond a transcendental deduction of the formal conditions of experience and thought and to a deduction of the material conditions. Traditionalists here point to Hegel's illusions of the ontological proof of the medieval theology, in which the existence of God is seen as necessitated by his concept, an argument undetermined by Kant's criticism of the treatment of existence as a predicate. In Hegel's version, it said that objective existence that God achieves in the world is seen as necessitated by his essential self-consciousness. Non-traditional readings, in contrast, would have to interpret this aspect of Hegel's logic very differently. Brandam's inferentialist interpretation of Hegel, when joined to ideas taken from Hegel's treatment of self-consciousness in the phenomenology, suggest a way forward here. The first thing to be emphasized here is that we should think of judgments and their contents as something like mental contents, subjective or psychological states of a thinker's mind, such as psychologicalistic attitude was opposed by Hegel, just as it was opposed to by a figure as central to modern logic as Gottlieb Frege. For Frege, thoughts are not mental, rather they are abstract entities like numbers, so that problems facing us is not how to go from mental contents to the concrete world, it is how to go from abstract to concrete ones. But here we must keep in mind Hegel's twofold way of thinking about judgments, de dicto and de re. And while it is usual to think of the contents of de dicto judgments as abstract, here to think of the content as propositional as usual. Some have thought of the contents of de re judgments as including the thing itself, the re that the judgment is about. In fact, Bertrand Russell had, at points in his career, entertained such ideas as propositional content itself. Thus, when Hegel characterizes some judgment structures, typically perception-based judgments, as judgments of existence, one might take the perceived thing itself as straightforwardly part of the content of the judgment. It is a concrete object, but not grasped by the concrete simple, but grasped in relation to what is judged of it in the predicate, and to the extent that judgments can be considered components of syllogisms, we might appreciate how syllogisms might have become contentful in the process that had culminated in the concrete syllogism of necessity. And the concrete object of a de re judgment is effectively what had been under consideration in Chapter 2, Perception and the Phenomenology, the thing with properties. We now might envisage what Hegel thought is headed in these sections of the subjective logic. In the phenomenology, it turned out that the capacity for a subject to entertain objects of consciousness, such as perceptual ones, that such a subject was capable of self-consciousness. It then turned out to be capable of self-consciousness. That subject had to exist in the world with other embodied subjects whose intentions it could recognize. It is here that we might pick up Robert Brandam's suggestion, following Sellers, that we should think of the existence of inferential processes or processes of reasoning as presupposing participation within a social communicative interactions in which the making of an assertion is considered as a move in a language game of the giving and asking for reasons. In short, we may think of Hegel's syllogism of necessity, which constitutes the ground or truth of the earlier formal conception of syllogism, as a type of intersubjective practice embodying thought, a type of syllogizing practice that is necessarily intersubjective and recognitive. Formally considering, we might think of the syllogism as the logical schematization of the most developed form of recognition in which thinkers acknowledge others as free thinkers. I've suggested that this syllogism of necessity, with which Hegel's treatment of the inference terminates, we get a glimpse of the type of contentful and dynamic rational process unfolding in the midst of the recognitive and communicative interactions between finite, living, and intentional beings. What we see here is a reprise of the conception of logos as an objective process running through the world as had been conceived by the ancient Stoics and Neoplatonists, but is now embedded not simply as the world as such in nature, but an objectivized spirit in human communities of thinkers. We are now returned to the domain of objectivity that had characterized books 1 and 2 in the science of logic, but we might expect such a return from subjectivity to have affected a change in objectivity as earlier understood, to cross straight into the consideration of the objectivity of the human world of action and thought. Spirit would be to break the developmental pattern of the logic, because thought about such a complex form of objective existence would presuppose thought about simpler forms. And so the starting point for the consideration of objectivity will again be that of the simple object as something immediately grasped by thought, but this object can now be developed with an elaborate conceptual apparatus that has emerged in the preceding section. Progressions here will be from the naive and immediate concept of an object as simple self-sufficient thing, a thing with its identity centered on itself, through the more complex idea of an object as grasped from within the interstices of physical and chemical thought, to the models of teleological and living systems. The logic then transitions into a consideration of the adequate concept, the objectively true, and the true as such. This adequate concept is the idea which, after tracking through considerations of the living individual and theoretical and practical cognition, emerges as the absolute idea. Hegel's encyclopedic system and its expansion. As we have mentioned, Hegel's Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences was written as a teaching manual, various parts of which were later expanded upon in lecture courses devoted to specific parts of the system. The first part of the encyclopedia is essentially a condensed version of his earlier Science of Logic. Considered above, we will pass over consideration of this work to the next component of the encyclopedia, Hegel's Philosophy of Nature. Philosophy of Nature. Hegel's Philosophy of Nature, first published in 1842 and based on 245 to 376 from the 1830 Encyclopedia, supplemented by material and student transcript from Hegel's Berlin lectures, has often been damned by the contention that Hegel had simply dismissed the activity of the natural sciences, especially the Newtonian sciences, as based on the inadequacies of understanding, and in their place had tried somehow to deduce the natural world from philosophical first principles. Recently, however, defense of Hegel's philosophy of science have started to emerge, especially from the side of Hegel's reformed metaphysical interpreters. Thus, it has been argued by Westphal, for example, that Hegel's philosophy of nature actually represents a sophisticated attempt to think through epistemological assumptions that are presupposed by the development of Newton's theory. Defending Hegel's philosophy of science from a similar point of view, James Crines has argued for the relevance of Hegel's logical categories for the biological sciences of his times. We won't here attempt to present such an argument, but before any such reassessment of Hegel's work here could be undertaken, the fundamental criticism raised above of a project that attempts to base a philosophy of nature on his logic rather than the empirical sciences must be addressed. Was not Hegel simply trying to preempt the work of the empirical sciences by somehow attempting to anticipate the very contents of their discoveries from logical considerations alone? This objection is often summed up under the slogan of deducing Krug's pen in that of the 1801 philosopher W.T. Krug, who had accused Schelling's idealist philosophy of nature of aiming to deduce the nature of all contingent phenomenon, even that of the pen with which he, Krug, was writing his critique. Hegel responded to Krug's accusation the following year, claiming that Krug had made a common mistake of conflating the understanding with reason and treating the absolute as something on the same level as finite things. Hegel was at this time closely aligned with Schelling's view and would separate his own views from Schelling in subsequent years, leading to the writing of the Phenomenology of Spirit. Nevertheless, Hegel clearly thought that this point had held regardless of the relationship of his own views to Schelling's, as he was to make similar points against Krug in a remark added to the Philosophy of Nature from the Heidelberg and Berlin periods. But logic must not be restricted to the form of an externally given matter. Nevertheless, it is the height of pointlessness to demand that of the concept that it should explain, construe, or deduce these contingent products of nature. This point is expanded upon further when it is said that it is an error on the part of philosophy of nature to attempt to face up to the phenomenon that is done in the finite sciences, where everything has to be reduced to general conceptions, hypotheses. In these sciences, the empirical element is the sole confirmation of the hypothesis, so that everything has to be explained. In keeping with the more general idea that philosophy attempts to discern or recognize concepts and representations or empirical appearances, philosophy of nature investigates the conceptual structures that are manifest in the products of scientific work that is done on the basis of these appearances. Traces of conceptual determination will certainly survive in the most particularized product, although they will not exhaust its nature. Clearly, philosophy of nature is not in competition with the empirical natural sciences. It takes as its subject matter the results of these sciences in order to discover within them the particular ways in which the necessary categorical structures deduced in the logic are expressed. In terms of the topics treated, the philosophy of nature largely coincides with those treated in the third book of the Science of Logic, when the logical processes and relations in question have returned to objectivity after the excursion into the subjectivity of formal logic at the outset of Book 3. In Mechanisms, Hegel has reconstructed the movement in thought from a primitive cosmology into which all objects are conceived in relation to a central object, the sun, that exemplifies objecthood per se, to a system of objects within which any such self-sufficient center has been eliminated. In this Newtonian world, that which gives order to the whole now has the ideality of law, but this is itself thought as an external to the system of objects. After an introduction, section 1 of the Philosophy of Nature, mechanics expands on this progression through considerations of space and time, matter considered as the diversity of individual bodies distributed in space and time, and finally the idea of universal gravitation as the determinate concept of such corporeal matter realized as idea. In this Newtonian laws of mechanics, however, the unity of matter is still only formal, and in section 2, physics, the determinateness of form is now considered as immanent within such corporeal matter. Matter has individuality to the extent that it is determined within itself by having being for self-development within it. It is through this determination that matter breaks away from gravity and manifests itself as implicitly self-determining. While mechanics clearly reflects the more space-filling conception of matter dominant in British thought, physics is consistent with the more dynamic continental European conception of matter originating in Leibniz with the idea of living forces. Within this framework, Hegel attempts to organize a vast array of areas in contemporary physical investigation, including meteorology, theories of sound and heat, light and electricity, up to and including chemical processes which stand on the threshold of organic physics, dealt with in section 3. The study of organics represents a return to the consideration of the individual body with which mechanics had started, but now considered as infinite processes in which the individuality determines itself as the particular or finitude, which it also negates, and returns into itself by reestablishing itself at the end of the process as the beginning. The body is now an impregnated and negative unity, which, by relating itself to itself, has become essentially self-centered and subjective. From such a conception, the first body to be considered is that of the earth itself, along with its history. Chapter 2 moves to a consideration of the plant, and Chapter 3 to the animal organism. From the point of view of the of the actual content of the scientific theories and approaches that Hegel summarizes and locates within his system, his philosophy of nature is clearly a product of his time. Nevertheless, many of the underlying philosophical issues dealt with are still now far from settled. Thus, while Newtonian physics clearly became established in the way that made Leibniz's dynamic physics seem more obsolete as empirical theory, debate still goes on as to whether conceptions of spacetime in post-Newtonian physics is to be conceived of in Newtonian or Leibnizian ways. Philosophy of the subjective and objective spirit. In the Encyclopedia, Philosophy of Nature is followed by Philosophy of Spirit, Geist. Hegel's usual triadic pattern, when applied here, results in sections devoted to the philosophies of subjective spirit, and absolute spirit. Philosophy of the subjective spirit constitutes what is closest in Hegel's philosophy to a philosophy of mind in the contemporary sense, while the philosophy of objective spirit concerns those objects, patterns of social interaction, and the cultural institutions within which spirit is objectified in patterns of human life we have seen at work in the phenomenology of spirit. Within subjective spirit, we may anticipate that this first division, anthropology, will follow on from topics with which philosophy of nature ends, the animal organism, and so it does. Thus, here Hegel is concerned with what he terms seal or soul, which seems to translate more the ancient Greek term psyche, and hence the mind-body relation. If soul and body are absolutely opposed to one another, as in maintained by the abstractive intellectual consciousness, Hegel comments, then there is no possibility of any community between them. The community was, however, recognized by ancient metaphysics as an undeniable fact. The soul of anthropology should therefore not be confused with the modern subjective conception of mind, as exemplified by Descartes and other early modern philosophers. Aristotle had conceived of the soul as the form of the body, not as the substance separate from that of the body, and had attributed lesser souls to animals and even plants. Again, Aristotle's notion of substantial form comes into view. Coincidentally, in this section, Hegel describes spirit as sunken nature and treats consciousness as largely limited to what now might be described as sentient or phenomenal consciousness alone, the feeling soul. Consciousness is the sense of the modern subject-object opposition, only makes its appearance in the following second section, Phenomenology of Spirit, which, reprising key moments from the earlier book of that name, raises a problem for how we are to understand the relation of phenomenology and systematic philosophy. Is it a path to it or a part of it? Given that the recognitive approach to self-consciousness presupposes the potential self-consciousness are in fact embodied and located in the world, we would expect the mind to be treated in psychology to be no less embodied as in the way in which it is conceived in anthropology. What is in fact distinguishes the mind of psychology from that of anthropology is its rational capacities considered in terms that would now be described as normative rather than simply naturalistic. And this for Hegel clearly signals a difference in the way in which actual psychological subjects relates to his or her own body. The type of abstractive thinking found in psychology does not, of course, as in mythical images of psychosis, a favorite trope of the Platonists involved the mind leaving the body. This would count for Hegel as a piece of mythical picture thinking, a Vorstellung. Rather, it involves a certain capacity of the psychological subject to suspend unreflective upon endorsement of the claims made on behalf of the body. For example, the evidence given by the senses to rational scrutiny. Given the dialectical mode in which Hegel's text progresses, as seen already in both Phenomenology of Spirit and Science of Logic, we'll expect the capacities examined in psychology to ultimately depend upon those that come under the consideration of the context of objective spirit. In that sense, we are witnessing with another mode the type of progression seen in the movement in phenomenology from shapes of consciousness to shapes of spirit. The internal phenomenology of spirit seems to play an important role in setting up this transition from psychology to objective spirit, but it might also be seen as crucial in relating to more cognitive dimensions of psychology, back to the theme of embodiment prominent in anthropology. Thus, any naturalistic analysis is ultimately surpassed by a social and historical one, which itself cannot be understood as anti-naturalistic. The philosophy of subjective spirit passes over into the objective spirit, which concerns the objective patterns of social interaction and the cultural institutions within which the spirit is objectified. The book entitled Elements of the Philosophy of Right, published in 1821 as a textbook to accompany Hegel's lectures at the University of Berlin, essentially correspond to a more developed version of the philosophy of objective spirit and will be considered here. Essentials of the philosophy of right. The philosophy of right, as it is more commonly called, can be read as a political philosophy that stands independently of the system, despite the fact that Hegel intends it to read against the backdrop of the developing conceptual determinations of the logic. The text proper starts from the conception of a singular willing subject, grasped from the point of view of its individual self-consciousness as the bearer of abstract right. Will this conception of the individual willing subject possessing some kind of fundamental rights was in fact a starting point of many modern political philosophies, such as that of Locke, for example. The fact that Hegel commences here does not testify to any ontological assumptions that the consciously willing and right-bearing individual is the basic atom from which all society can be understood and constructed, the idea at the heart of the standard social contract theory. Rather, this is simply the most immediate starting point of Hegel's presentation in correspondence to analogous starting points of the phenomenology and the logic, just as the categories of the logic developed in a way meant to demonstrate that what had at the start been conceived as simple in the fact that only made determinate in virtue of its being a functional part of some larger structure or process. Here too is meant to be shown that any simple willing and right-bearing subject only gains its determinacy in virtue of a place it finds for itself in a larger social and ultimately historical structure or process. Thus, even a contractual exchange, the minimal social interaction for contract theorists, is not to be thought simply of an occurrence consequent upon the existence of two beings with natural animals, wants and some natural calculative rationality, as in Hobbes. Say, rather, the system of interaction within which individual exchanges take place, the economy will be treated holistically as a culturally shaped form of social life within which the actual wants of individuals as well as their reasoning powers are given determinate forms. Hegel is well aware of the distinctive modernity of this form of social life. Here too it becomes apparent that Hegel, taking up themes of the phenomenology, follows Fichte in treating property in terms of a recognitive analysis of the nature of such a right. A contractual exchange of commodities between two individuals involves an implicit act of recognizing, inasmuch as each in giving something to the other in exchange for what they want is thereby recognizing that the other as a proprietor of that thing or more property of the inalienable valuable value attached to it. By contrast, such proprietorship would be denied rather than recognized in fraud and theft, forms of wrong in which right is negated rather than acknowledged or posited. Thus, what differentiates property from more possession is that it is grounded in a relation of reciprocal recognition between two willing subjects. Moreover, it is the exchange relationship that we will see what it means for Hegel for individual subjects to share a common will, an idea which will have important implications with respect to the difference of Hegel's conception of the state from that of Rousseau. Such an interactive constitution of the common will means that for Hegel, that the identity among wills is achieved because of, not in spite of, coexisting differences between the particular wills of the subjects involved. While contracting individuals both will the same exchange at a more concrete level, they do so with different ends in mind. Each wants something different from the exchange. Without this difference, the type of absorption of individual subjects into collective substance of the type Hegel worries about in relation to Spinoza would occur. Hegel passes from the individual frame of the abstract right to the social determinacies of a cyclicite or ethical life via considerations first of wrong, the negation of right, and the punishment that such wrong entails, the negation of wrong, and hence the negation of the original right, and then of morality, conceived more or less as an internalization of the external legal relations presupposed by punishment. Consideration of Hegel's version of the retributivist approach to punishment affords a good example of his use of the logic of negation. In punishing the criminal, the state makes it clear to its members that it is the acknowledgement of right per se that is essential to develop social life. The significance of acknowledging another's right in the contractual exchange cannot be, as it first might have appeared to the participants, simply that of instrumental means by which each gets what he or she wants from the other. Hegel's treatment of punishment also brings out the continuity of his way of conceiving of the structure and dynamics of the social world with that of Kant, as Kant too, in his Metaphysics of Morals, had employed the idea that one's putative action as a negating of the original criminal act. Kant's idea conceived on the model of the physical principle of action and reaction was structured by the category of community or reciprocal interaction and was conceived of as involving what he called real opposition, such as the idea of opposed dynamic forces, seems to form something of a model for Hegel's idea of contradiction and the starting point for his conception of reciprocal recognition. Nevertheless, clearly Hegel articulates the structures of recognition in more complex ways than those derivable from Kant's category of the community. First of all, Hegel's analysis of Sittlichkeit, the type of sociality found in the market-based civil society, is understood as dependent upon and contrastive opposition with the more immediate form found in the institution of the family, a form of sociality mediated by the quasi-natural intersubjective recognition rooted in sentiment and feeling. Love, the dependent, shows how anthropological determinations do not simply disappear with the development of more psychological ones, they are preserved as well as negated in the pattern of what is aufgehoben. It also shows that mutual dependence of the determinations of the singularity of the atomistic subject of civil society and their particularity as members, parts of holistically conceived families. Here, Hegel seems to have extended Fichte's legal characterized notion of recognition of the types of human interaction earlier broached by Holderlin and the Romantics. In the family of the particularity of each individual tends to be absorbed in the social unit. One is in part of one's family, giving the manifestation of Sittlichkeit a one-sidedness that is the inverse of that found in the market relations, in which participants grasp themselves in the first instance of a singular, self-identical individuals who then enter into relationship that are external to them. These two opposite but interlocking principles of social existence provide the basic structures in terms in which the component parts of the modern state are articulated and understood. As both contribute particular characteristics to the subjects involved in them, part of the problem for the rational state will be to ensure that each of these two principles mediates the other, each thereby mitigating the one-sidedness of the other. Thus, individuals who encounter each other in the external relation of the marketplace and who have their subjectivity shaped by such relations also belong to families where they are subject to opposing influences. Moreover, even within the ensemble of production exchange mechanisms of civil society, individuals will belong to certain estates, the agricultural estate, that of the trade and industry, and the universal estate and civil servants, whose internal forms of society will show family-like features. Although the actual details of Hegel's mapping of the categorical structure of the logic onto the philosophy of right are far from clear, the general motivation is apparent. Hegel's logical categories can be read as an attempt to provide a schematic account of the material rather than formal conditions required for developing self-consciousness for whom rationality and freedom are maximized. Thus, we might regard the various syllogisms of Hegel's subjective logic as attempts to chart the skeletal structure of those different types of recognitive internal subjectivity necessary to sustain various aspects of rational cognitive and cognitive functioning self-consciousness. From this perspective, we might see his logical schematization of the modern rational state as a way of displaying just those sorts of mediating institutions that a state must provide if it is to answer Rousseau's question of the form of association needed for the formation of the expression of the general will. Concretely, for Hegel, is a representation of the estates within the legislative bodies that is to achieve this, as the estates of civil society group their members according to their common interest, and as the deputies elected from those estates to the legislative bodies give voice to the interest within those deliberative processes of legislation, the outcome of the processes might give expression to the general interest. But Hegel's republicanism is here balanced by his invocation of the familial principle. Such representative bodies can only provide the content of the legislation to a constitutional monarch who must add to it the form of the royal decree and individual I will. To declare that for Hegel the monarch plays only a symbolic role here is to miss the fundamental idealist complexion of his political philosophy. The expression of the general will in legislation cannot be thought of as an outcome of some quasi-mechanical process. It must be willed. If legislation is to express the general will, citizens must recognize it as expressing their wills, and this means recognizing it as willed. The monarch explicit I will is thus needed to close this recognitive circle, lest legislation look like a mechanical compromise resulting from a clash of contingent interest, as to actively willed by nobody. Thus, while Hegel is critical of standard social contract theory, his own conception of the state is still clearly a complicated transformation of those of Rousseau and Kant. Perhaps one of the most influential part of Hegel's philosophy of right concerns his analysis of the contradictions of the unfettered capitalist economy. On the one hand, Hegel agreed with Adam Smith that the interlinking of Productive activities allowed the modern market meant that subjective selfishness turned into a contribution towards the satisfaction of the needs of everyone else, but this did not mean that he accepted Smith's idea that the general plenty produced thereby diffused or trickled down through the rest of society, from which the type of consciousness generated within civil society in which individuals are grasped by bearers of rights, abstracted from the particular concrete relationship to which they belong. Smithian optimism may seem justified, but this simply attests to the one-sidedness of the type of abstract thought and the need for it to be mediated by the type of consciousness based on the family in which individuals are grasped in terms of the way they belong to the social body. In fact, the unfettered operation of the market produces a class caught in a spiral of poverty. Starting from this analysis, Marx later used as evidence of the need to abolish the individual proprietary rights of the heart of Hegel's civil society and to specialize the means of production. Hegel, however, did not draw this conclusion. His conception of the exchange contract as a formal recognition that played an essential role within the state's capacity to provide the conditions of the existence of rational and free-willing subjects would certainly prevent such a move. Rather, the economy was to be contained within an overarching institutional framework of the state and its social effects offset by the welfarist intervention. Some of Hegel's most telling criticisms of the unmediated effects of modern society concern those on the psychological lives of individuals. Recently, an approach to the social reality with Hegelian provenance that uses the notion of recognition to articulate such pathologies has been developed by Alex Hannah, testifying to the continuing relevance of Hegel's analysis. Okay, let's catch my breath here for a minute. Philosophy of history. The final 20 paragraphs of the philosophy of right and the final 5 paragraphs of the objective spirit section of the encyclopedia are devoted to world history, and they also coincide with the point of transition from objective to absolute spirit. We have already seen the relevance of historical issues for Hegel and the content of the phenomenology of spirit, such that a series of different forms of objective spirit can be grasped in terms of the degree to which they enable the development of a universalizable self-consciousness capable of rationality and freedom. Hegel was to enlarge on these ideas in a lecture series given 5 times during his Berlin period, and it was via the text assembled on the basis of these lectures by his son Karl that many readers would be introduced to Hegel's ideas after his death. World history is made up of the histories of particular peoples within which spirit assumes some particular principle on the lines in which it must run through a development in its consciousness and actuality, just as some same dialectic that we have seen first operative among shapes of consciousness in the phenomenology and among categories or thought determinations in the logic can be observed here. An historical community acts on the principle that informs its social life, the experience and memory of this action, and the consequences it brings. A memory encoded in the stories that circulate in the community results in the principle becoming available for the self-consciousness of the community, thus breaking the immediacy of its operation. The loss of immediacy brings about the decline of the community, but gives rise to the principle of a new community. In rendering itself objective and making this its being an object of thought, spirit on the one hand destroys the determinate form of its being, on the other hand gains a comprehension of the universal element which it involves, and thereby gives a new form of its inherent principle, which has risen into another and in fact higher principle. The dialectic linking concrete communities into developmental narrative, which shows a path of liberation for the spiritual substance, the deed by which the absolute final aim of the world is realized in it, and the merely implicit mind achieves consciousness and self-consciousness. It is a dialectic, however, which only passes through some communities. Hegel is clearly Eurocentric account of history. It is thus the analysis of the successive grades of universal history in their abstract form belongs to logic, but once more, it must be stressed that as with the philosophy of nature, philosophy of history is not meant to somehow magically deduce actual empirical historical phenomena, like Krupp's pen. Rather, it takes results of actual empirical history as its material and attempts to find exemplified within this material the sorts of categorical progressions of the logic. Thus, the activity of the philosophical historian presupposes that in the original and reflective historians, the actual world is full of contingencies from which empirical historians will have already abstracted in constructing their narratives. For example, when writing from a particular national perspective, to grasp history philosophically, however, it will be to grasp it from the perspective of world history itself, and this provides the transition to absolute spirit, as world history will understand in terms of the manifestation of what form from a religious perspective is called God, or from a philosophical perspective, reason. Hegel clearly thinks that there is a way of cognitively relating to history in a way that goes beyond the standpoint of consciousness and the understanding, the standpoint of which we now think of as informing scientific history. From the perspective of consciousness, history is something that stands over against the make me qua something known, but from the standpoint of self-consciousness, I grasp the history as the history of that which contributes to me qua rational and free being. Philosophy of absolute spirit. The subject matter of the final 25 paragraphs in the Encyclopedia of Philosophy of Spirit, Absolute Spirit, came to be expanded massively into the contents of three different lecture series on the philosophy of art, religion, history of philosophy, given multiple times during Hegel's decade in Berlin. Assembled and published in the years immediately following his death, these were the works through which Hegel was to become known as perhaps the most significant synoptic theorist of these cultural phenomenon. Rather than attempt to capture the richness of his thought here in a few paragraphs, which would be bound to be futile, I will simply try to allude to how this material is meant to draw upon the conceptual resources noted so far. Art. Hegel was writing at the time of intense development of ideas in the arts. Kant treated aesthetic experience largely in relation to the experience of the beauty of nature, but for Hegel, aesthetics became primarily about art. The reason for this is simple. Art is an objective medium in which community collectively reflects upon itself, and the art of historical peoples is to be understood as an attempt to bring before the consciousness of its members the totality of what is. It is as art that consciousness as the absolute first takes shape. The peculiarity of art lie in the sensuousness of the medium in which the content is objectified. In the 1790s, Friedrich Schiller and Friedrich Schlegel had given aesthetics an historical dimension, distinguishing the forms of ancient and modern art in terms of the contrast, naive, sentimental, and classical romantic, respectively. Hegel adopts Schlegel's terminology to distinguish as classical the art that thrived in the Greek and Roman worlds from the romantic art of the post-classical times. Again, the romantic or modern here will be characterized by the depth of form of individual subjective consciousness that is largely missing in antiquity, but those in Greek antiquity, where psychological determinations were closer to the anthropological ones, had lived with a comfortable felt unity between spirit and body and between the individual and society. A characteristic of the Greeks was their heimatlichkeit, their collective feeling of being at home in the world as they were each at home in their bodies. Modern subjectivity is thereby purchased in the expense of the sense of abstraction and alienation from the actual world and from the self, a consequence of the way that modern subject has become related to his or her body in a different way. Hegel, influenced by the work of the former colleague, the Heidelberg philologist Friedrich Kreuzer, adds to Schlegel's categorization of art forms by positing a further category of symbolic art characterizing the material cultures of ancient Eastern civilizations such as Persia, India, and Egypt. The symbolic art of the pantheistic religions of the East use natural elements to symbolize the gods and their cultures. Zoroastrianism has taken light, for example, to symbolize the divine, and animal worship was found in the Egyptians. But such actual things had to be distinguished from what was meant to be symbolized by them, so violence had to be done to such natural forms in an attempt to represent the absolute, such cultural products thus becoming bizarre, grotesque, and tasteless. This, however, undermined their initial function, and the Greeks were able to offer a dialectic solution to this contradiction. They gave expression to the absolute or the idea by taking as its material the specifically human form, but only on condition of its being rendered exempt from all the deficiencies of the purely sensuous and from the contingent finitude of the phenomenal world. But even as idealized Greek sculpture, say the represented Greek god, is still an object of the naive intuition and sensuous imagination, and as such, the classical gods contained the germ of their own decline as they could not evade. The finitudes incidental to the anthropomorphism, which prevents the gods into the reverse of what constitutes the essence of the substantial and divine. A new form of art was needed to resolve these contradictions, and this was provided by romantic art, but the material from this form will not come from within art itself, While the Greek art can be understood as simultaneously belonging to the aesthetic and religious realms, Romantic art results from a fission within the symbolic realm of what the phenomenology Hegel had treated as a single category, art religion. The transition from classical art to Romantic art represents a both of a liberation of art from religion and religion from art and the sensuous. Thus, Christianity, whose rituals centered around the myth of God becoming man in the person of Jesus, had avoided a type of reliance on the beautiful productions of art in a way that characterized Greek religions. The shift from classical to Romantic art then represents a broader shift between culture, whose final authority was an aesthetic one, and culture in which the authority was handed over to religion, and thus represents a shift in the authoritativeness of different cognitive forms. This loss of ultimate authority is the meaning of Hegel's often misunderstood thesis of the death of art. Religion. It is well known that after Hegel's death in 1831, his followers soon split into left, center, and right factions over the issue of religion. A dispute over the appropriately Hegelian philosophical attitude to religion has been sparked by the publication of the 1835 David Strauss' The Life of Jesus Critically Examined, the conservative right claiming that Hegelianism reflected Christian orthodoxy, the left seeing it as a humanistic doctrine concerning the historical emancipation of mankind. In fact, the implication of Hegel's philosophy for religious belief had been contentious since his rise to prominence in the 1820s. While officially declaring that philosophy and religion had the same content, God, Hegel claimed that the conceptual form of philosophy dealt with this concept in a more developed way than that which was achievable in the imagistic representation form of religion. Many opponents were suspicious that the concept of God was emptied of its proper meaning in the process of Hegel's philosophical translations, and Hegel was suspected by some of pantheism or atheism. Ultimately, then, the source of the corrosive effect of Hegel's philosophy on religion indeed would appear to be the insistence that the content of religious belief, like anything else, be grounded on rational, in fact, logical considerations. The logical coherence of the system of philosophy itself, rather than anything like revelation. In the writings he had produced in the 1790s, Hegel had shown a clear attraction to the type of folk art religions of ancient Greece in contrast to Christianity, whose otherworldly doctrines did not reflect the kind of Heimatlichkeit he valued in the ancient world, and is common to see Hegel's later embrace of the Christianity he described as the consummate religion as an expression of the cultural and political conservatism of his later years. This underestimates the complexity of Hegel's evolving views on both philosophy and religion. However, the limitations of the Greek at homeness in the world had to do with the inability of the Greek life and thought to sustain the dimension of human existence that is reflected in the category of singularity of the subject. The fate of Socrates had thus represented the ultimate incompatibility with the Greek form of life itself, of the type of individual reflective individual who could reflectively bring any belief into question and take a stand against convention. Similar incompatibilities could be seen reflected in Greek tragedies such as Antigone. With the decline of the Greek world and the rise of the Roman one, movements such as Stoicism and Christianity would come to give expression to an individual point of view, but under the social conditions of Rome in the Middle Ages, such as a subjective point of view could only be alienated one attracted to what, in contrast to Greek correctness, would be seen as abstractions. Prior to the modern world, there would be no real place in either everyday life or philosophical culture for any non-alienated versions of the reflective or subjective position that had first emerged with Socrates. No form of life in which the individual dimension of human subjectivity could be at home, but Christianity marked a type of advance over Stoicism, and that his doctrines of the nature of the good life had a this worldly exemplar. Thus, in describing the doctrine of the Stoic age, Hegel seemed fond of quoting Cicero's dictum that nobody can say who this sage is. It was the abstractness of the Stoic conception of the good man that was answered in the new religious cult centered in the life of the historical Christ. In this sense, Christianity marked the definite advance over the more intuitive-based religious cults to which Hegel had been attracted in his youth, but it would only be in the modern world that the content of the core ideas of Christianity could be given proper expression. Thus, Hegel treats medieval Catholicism as still caught in the abstraction of the transcendental realm, and as caught up in the type of literal reading of the religion, Vorstellung and pictures. This needs to be conceptualized as this happens under modern Protestantism, and this for Hegel requires a type of demythologization of the religious content handed down from the past. Christ must somehow come to stand as an example of the humankind in general, which is the ultimate bearer of the status of being the Son of God. Once more, it is a purported singularity of the category Son of God that must be brought back into relation to the universality of the human genus if It is the nature of the result that divided Hegel's followers into their right and left camps. The understanding of what Hegel means by the concept religion, it turns becomes tied to understanding what he means by philosophy. Appropriately, the philosophy of religion thus passes over into the final form of the absolute spirit, philosophy, a science that is the unity of all art and religion. The mere 6 paragraphs devoted to the science in the encyclopedia and dealing almost exclusively with the relation of philosophy to religion were to be expanded into a massively pusillanimously published 3 volumes on the philosophical history of philosophy based on the various sources, including student transcripts from his lecture series given in Berlin. And finally, history of philosophy. In Hegel's time, the idea that philosophy had a historical development had only recently came into focus. Both Fichte and Schelling had discussed the idea of a history of reason following Kant's allusion to such a notion in the closing pages of Critique of Pure Reason, and systematic approaches to the history of philosophy had emerged like that of Tennemann, who presupposed a type of Kantian framework. Clearly, Hegel's history of philosophy would be a present-centered one, in which the philosophical narrative would reveal the development up to the point represented by his own philosophy as its culmination. It is thus particularly Eurocentric. Philosophy commences in the West because the West is where the freedom of self-consciousness first comes forth. There is an important caveat to add here, however. Philosophy is often identified with the capacity for abstract thought, and this is not confined to Europe and its history. Rather, is typical of Eastern cultures like those of India and China, as we've seen in the context of art. Hegel identifies Greek culture with a type of at-homeness in the world, what we might think of as the opposite of a tendency to abstraction. Its typical attraction to the transcendent or otherworldly. Greek philosophy is, and so philosophy itself starts with Thales, an Ionian natural philosopher. When Thales chooses water as the principle and substance of all that is, he abstracted the concept of water from the stuff immediately encountered in puddles and so on. Subsequently, attempts to specify what it is that underlies all things, shows influences of Eastern abstractions and Pythagorean numericism, which is static and destitute of a process of dialectic. But later thinkers like Zeno and Heraclitus grasp that which is at the heart of things in more dynamic ways, the type of dialectic through which the grasp of unity of opposites familiar in the phenomenology and the logic comes into fruition in Plato's dialogue Parmenides. What are we witnessing here, of course, is meant to be a progression that in some sense mirrors the progression of categories in Hegel's own logic, but this progression of objective content gets joined to another dynamic with the appearance of Socrates. Kabi, God bless. Socrates was more than a philosopher. He was a world historical person, a main turning point, a spirit of itself exhibited in the philosophical thought. In short, Socrates had a subjective dimension to the otherwise natural moral lives of the Athenian citizen, in that he had challenged them to find the principles not of worldly things, but of their own actions, and he challenged them to find these within the resources of their own individual consciousness. In him, we see that preeminently the inwardness of consciousness that in an anthropological way existed in the first instance in him and became later on a usual thing. With this, we see the moral substance turn into a reflective morality and the reflection of consciousness into itself. The spirit of the world here begins to turn, a turn that was later carried to its completion. This completion would only be achieved in modernity because, as we've seen, Socrates' challenging of convention in terms of resources taken from individual consciousness itself was incompatible with the immediacy of Greek Cyclic. Plato, and especially Aristotle, represent the pinnacle of ancient philosophy, but this philosophy, no matter how great, represents its time. That is the time of the Greek form of spirit raised to the level of thought. Neither Plato nor Aristotle can break free in thought from the contradiction between the conception of autonomous subjectivity represented by Socrates and the essential collectivity of Greek culture. Classical Greek philosophy will succumb in the same way that Greek polis succumbs to its own internal contradictions, and what will eventually replace it will be a type of philosophizing constrained within the doctrinal constraints of a new religion, Christianity. But Christianity, as we have seen, gives representation to a solution to the problem of subjectivity encountered in the form of Socrates. Philosophy proper only thrives under the condition of at-homeness in the world, and such conditions obtained in neither the Roman nor medieval world. Hegel thus sees both periods of philosophy as effectively marking time and it is only in the modern world that once more develops. What modern philosophy will reflect is the universalization of the type of subjectivity we have seen represented by Socrates in the Greek polis and Jesus in the Christian religious communities. Strangely, Hegel nominates two very antithetical figures as marking the onset of modern philosophy: Francis Bacon and the German Christian mystic Jacob Boehme. In his 1825 six lectures, from there, Hegel traces the path of modernizing philosophy through three phases: first period of metaphysics comprising Descartes, Spinoza, and Mellenbrook, and a second treating Locke, Leibniz, and others, and the reason of philosophy is a Kant, Fichte, Jacobi, and Schelling. Of course, the perspective from which this narrative has been written is absent the final stage within the sequence that represented by Hegel himself. Hegel concludes the lecture with the claim that he has tried to exhibit this series of spiritual configurations necessary possessing out of one another, so that each philosophy necessary presupposes the one preceding it. Our standpoint is the cognition of spirit, the knowledge of the idea of spirit, an absolute spirit, which as absolute opposes itself to another spirit, to the finite spirit, to recognize that absolute spirit can, for it is the finite spirit's principle and vocation. Okay, so let me get a drink and we'll do Schopenhauer also. So you get a full 8 hours of Duvet today. So got to pound through this. I didn't stream my Metaphysics series for a little period of time, so we're going to get a full 8 hours of Duvet today. Schopenhauer is relatively shorter, so probably like another hour. Arthur Schopenhauer. Arthur Schopenhauer was among the first 19th century philosophers to contend that at its core the universe is not a rational place, inspired by Plato and Kant, both of whom regarded the world as being more amenable to reason. Schopenhauer developed their philosophies into an instinct recognizing and ultimately aesthetic outlook, emphasizing that in the face of a world filled with endless strife, we ought to minimize our natural desires for the sake of achieving a more tranquil frame of mind and disposition towards universal beneficence. Often considered to be a thoroughgoing pessimist, Schopenhauer in fact advocated ways via artistic, moral, and aesthetic forms of awareness to overcome a frustration-filled and fundamentally painful human condition. Since his death in 1860, his philosophy has had a special attraction for those who wonder about life's meaning, along with those engaged in music, literature, and the visual arts. Okay, so we're covering the whole gamut of major European philosophers, all sorts of topics, not necessarily like a clear line, just throwing a whole bunch of stuff out there, deep research, doing some heavy lifting today, week in review. Hopefully we'll, get more into detail on some of these subjects, but, just doing some of the heavy lifting, putting a lot of this stuff out there. Life, 1788 to 1860. Exactly a month younger than the English romantic poet Lord Byron, who was born on January 22nd, 1788. Arthur Schopenhauer came into the world on February 22nd, 1788 in Danzig, Poland, a city that had a long history of international trade as a member of the Hanseatic League. The Schopenhauer family was of Dutch heritage, and the philosopher's father, Heinrich Florus Schopenhauer, was a successful merchant and a ship owner who groomed his son to assume control of the family's business. A future in the international business trade was envisioned from the day Arthur was born, as reflected in how Schopenhauer's father carefully chose his son's first name on account of his identical spelling in German, French, and English. In March 1793, when Schopenhauer was 5 years old, his family moved to the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg after the formerly free city of Danzig was annexed by Prussia. Schopenhauer toured throughout Europe several times with his family as a youngster and as a young teenager, and lived in France, England, where he learned the languages of those countries. As later reported, his experiences in France were among the happiest of his life. The memory of his stay at a strict Anglican-managed boarding school in Wimbledon were rather agonized in contrast, and this set him against the English style of Christianity for the rest of his life. The professional occupations of a merchant or banker were not sufficiently consistent with Schopenhauer's scholarly disposition, and although for 2 years after his father's death, um, when Schopenhauer was 17, he continued to respect the commercial aspirations of his father had for him. He finally left his Hamburg business apprenticeship at 19 to prepare for the university studies. In the meantime, his mother, Joanna Henriette, um, who was the daughter of a city senator, along with Schopenhauer's sister, Louise Adeline, left their Hamburg home at and moved to Weimar after Heinrich Floris's death, where Joanna established a friendship with Johann Wolfgang van Goethe. In Weimar, Goethe frequently visited Joanna's intellectual salon, and Johannes Schopenhauer became a well-known writer of the period, producing voluminous assortment of essays, travelogues, and novels, and biographies such as her account of the German art critic, archaeologist, and close friend Karl Ludwig Furneaux, and of the Flemish painter John van Eyck, published in 1810 and 1822 respectively. Her complete works total 24 volumes. In 1809, Schopenhauer began studies at the University of Göttingen, where he remained for 2 years, first majoring in medicine, then in philosophy. In Göttingen, he absorbed the views of the skeptical philosopher Gottlieb Ernst Schultz, who introduced him to the Plato and Kant. Schopenhauer next enrolled in the University of Berlin, where his lecturers included Johann Gottlieb Fichte and Friedrich Schleiermacher. His university studies at Göttingen in Berlin included courses in physics, psychology, astronomy, zoology, archaeology, physiology, history, literature, and poetry. At the age of 25 and ready to write his doctoral dissertation, Schopenhauer moved in 1813 to Rudolstadt, a small town located a short distance southwest of Jena, where he lodged for the duration of the inn in an inn named Zum Ritter, entitling his work The Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason. It formed the centerpiece of his later philosophy, articulating arguments he would later use to criticize as charlatans and prevailing German idealistic philosophers of the time, namely his former lecturer Fichte, along with Schelling and Hegel. In the same year, Schopenhauer submitted his dissertation to the nearby University of Jena and was awarded a doctorate in philosophy in absentia. Leaving his mother's apartment in 1814, where he had been residing briefly, Schopenhauer moved to Dresden, where he lived until 1818. There he developed ideas from the Fourfold Root into his most famous work, The World as Will and Representation, that was completed in March of 1818 and published in December of that same year. In sympathy with Goethe's theories of color, he also wrote On Vision and Colors, 1816. During this time in Dresden, Schopenhauer developed an acquaintance with the philosopher and Freemason Christian Friedrich Krauss, who had been one of Fichte's students in Berlin, whose own pantheistic views appear to have been influential. Pantheism, all in God, as opposed to pantheism, all is God, is the view that what we comprehend and imagine to be the universe is an aspect of God, but that the being of God is an excess of this, and is neither identical with nor exhausted by the universe we can imagine and comprehend. As we will see below, Schopenhauer sometimes characterized things in itself in a way reminiscent to panentheism. After a year vacation in Italy, and with the world as will and representation in hand, Schopenhauer applied for an opportunity to lecture at University of Berlin, the institution at which he had formerly studied, and where 2 years earlier Hegel had arrived to assume Fichte's prestigious philosophical chair. His experience in Berlin was less than professionally fruitful. However, in March of 1820, Schopenhauer self-assuredly scheduled his class at a time that was simultaneous with Hegel's popular lectures, and few students chose to hear Schopenhauer. 2 years later, in 1822, he left his apartment near the university and traveled to Italy for a second time, returning to Munich a year later. He then lived in Mannheim and Dresden in 1824, before tracing his way back to Berlin in 1825. A second attempt to lecture at the University of Berlin was unsuccessful. Leaving Berlin in 1831, in view of a cholera epidemic that was entering Germany from Russia, Schopenhauer moved south first briefly to Frankfurt on Main and then to Mannheim. Shortly thereafter, in June of 1833, he settled permanently in Frankfurt, where he remained for the next 27 years, residing in an apartment along the River Main's waterfront from 1843 to 1859, a few minutes walking distance from Frankfurt's Junengasse. His daily life, living alone with a succession of pet French poodles was defined by deliberate routine. Schopenhauer would awake, wash, read, and study during the morning hours, plays flute, lunch at the Englischer Hof, a fashionable inn at the city's center near the Hauptwacht, rest afterwards, read, take an afternoon walk, check the world events as reported in the London Times, sometimes attend concerts in the evenings, and frequently read inspirational texts such as the Upanishads before going to sleep. During the latter phase of his life, Schopenhauer wrote a short work in 1836 on the will in nature that aimed to confirm and reiterate his metaphysical views in light of scientific evidence. Featured in this work are chapters on animal magnetism and magic, along with sinology, Chinese studies. The former reveals Schopenhauer's interest in parapsychology. The latter is valuable for its reference to the preeminent Neo-Confucian scholar Sui Chi, as well as the influential writers on Asian thought from the period such as Robert Spence Hardy and Isaac Jacob Schmidt. Shortly thereafter, in 1839, Schopenhauer completed an essay of which was immensely proud on the freedom of human will. That was awarded first prize in the competition sponsored by the Royal Norwegian Society of Science and Letters in Trondheim. A year later, he completed this with a second essay on the basis of morality that was not honored with an award by the Royal Danish Society of the Sciences in Copenhagen, even though it was the sole submission in their essay competition. The society claimed that Schopenhauer did not answer the assigned question and that he gravely disrespected philosophers with outstanding reputations like Fichte and Hegel. In 1841, Schopenhauer defiantly published both essays together as Two Fundamental Problems of Ethics. There soon followed an accompanying volume to The World as Will and Representation that was published in 1844, along with the first volume in a combined second edition. In 1851, Schopenhauer published a lengthy and lively set of philosophical reflections entitled Appendices and Emissions, and within a couple of years, he began to receive philosophical recognition for which he had long hoped. The recognition was stimulated by a favorable review of his philosophy, Iconoclasm in German Philosophy by John Oxenford, published in 1853 without signature in the influential Westminster Review, which at the time was under the editorial guidance of George Eliot. The review acknowledged the centrality of will within Schopenhauer's outlook and drew insightful parallels between Schopenhauer and Fichte's more well-known thought. A year after the third edition of The World as Will and Representation appeared in the further revisions in 1859, Schopenhauer died peacefully on September 21st, 1860, in his apartment in Frankfurt. He was 72. After his death, Julius Frunstadt published new editions of most of Schopenhauer's work, with the first complete edition, 6 volumes, appearing in 1873. In the 20th century, the editorial work on Schopenhauer's manuscript was carried forth in authoritative depth by Arthur Hubscher. Schopenhauer donated his estate to help the disabled Prussian soldiers and the families of those soldiers killed who had participated in the suppression of the 1848 revolution. An assortment of photographs of Schopenhauer was taken during his final years, and although they reveal to us an old man, we should appreciate that Schopenhauer completed his main work, The World as Will and Representation, by the time he had reached the age 30. The Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason. Schopenhauer's PhD dissertation of 1813, The Fourfold Root of the Principle of Sufficient Reason, examines what many philosophers have recognized as an innate tendency to assume that, in principle, the universe is a thoroughly understandable place. His dissertation, in effect, critically examines the disposition to assume that what is real and what is rational. A century earlier, Leibniz had defined the principle of this assumption, the principle of sufficient reason, in his Monadology, 1714, as that which requires us to acknowledge that there is no fact of truth that lacks sufficient reason, why it should be so and not otherwise. Although the principle of sufficient reason might seem to be self-evident, it does yield surprising results. For example, we can appeal to this principle to argue that there could be no two individuals exactly alike, because there would otherwise be no sufficient reason why one of the individuals was in one place, while the other individual was in another. The principle also supports the argument that physical world was not created at any point in time, since there's no sufficient reason why it would be created at one point in time rather than another, since all points in time are qualitatively the same. Moreover, if the principle of sufficient reason scope of applicability is assumed to be limitless, then there is a definite answer to the question, why is there something rather than nothing? Schopenhauer was keen to question the universal extension of the principle of sufficient reason, mainly owing to his advocacy of Kant's view that human rationality lacks the power to answer metaphysical questions, since our knowledge is limited by our specific and narrowly circumscribed capacities for organizing our field of sensation. Schopenhauer observed as an elementary condition that to employ the principle of sufficient reason, we must think about something specific that stands in need of explanation. This indicated to him that at the root of our epistemological situation, we must assume the presence of a subject that thinks about some object to be explained. For this, he concludes that the general root of the principle of sufficient reason is the distinction between subject and object that must be presupposed as a condition for the very enterprise of looking at explanations as a condition for knowledge in general. Schopenhauer's claim that the subject-object distinction is the most general condition for human knowledge has its theoretical source in Kant's critique of pure reason, for Kant's similarity grounded his own theory of knowledge upon a highly abstracted, formalized, and universalized subject-object distinction. Kant characterized the subjective pole of the distinction of the contentless transcendental unity of self-consciousness and the objective pole of the contentless transcendental object that corresponds to the concept of an object in general. The general root of the principle of sufficient reason, as Schopenhauer characterizes it, is at the root of Kant's epistemology as well. Following the demanding conceptions of the knowledge typical of his time that had been inspired by René Descartes' quest for certainty, Schopenhauer maintained that if any explanation is to be genuine, then whatever is explained cannot be thought to have arisen by accident, but must be regarded as having been necessary. Schopenhauer's investigation of the principle of sufficient reason can thus be alternatively characterized as an inquiry into the nature of various kinds of necessary connection that can arise between different kinds of objects. Inspired by Aristotle's doctrine of the four basic kinds of explanatory reason, or four causes, Schopenhauer defines four kinds of necessary connection that arise within the connection of seeking explanations, and he correspondingly identifies four independent kinds of objects in reference to which explanations can be given. 1, material things; 2, abstract concepts; 3, mathematical and geometric constructions; 4, psychologically motivated forces. Corresponding to those four kinds of objects, Schopenhauer links in parallel four different kinds of reasoning. He associates material things with reasoning in terms of cause and effect, abstract concepts with reasonings in terms of logic, mathematical and geometric constructions with reasoning in reference to numbers and space, and motivating forces with reasoning in reference to intentions, or what he calls moral reasoning. In sum, he identifies the general root of the principle of sufficient reason as the subject-object distinction in conjunction with the thought of necessary connection, and the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason as the specification of four different kinds of objects for which we can seek explanation in association with the four independent styles of necessary connection along with which such explanations can be given depending upon the different kinds of objects involved. One of Schopenhauer's most significant assertions is that the four different modes of explanation only run in parallel with each other and cannot coherently be intermixed. If we begin by choosing a certain style of explanation, then we immediately choose the kind of object to which we can refer. Conversely, if we begin by choosing a certain kind of object to explain, we are obliged to use the style of reasoning associated with that kind of object. It thus violates the rationality of explanation to confuse one kind of explanation with another kind of object. We cannot begin with a style of explanation that involves material objects and their associated cause and effect relationships, for example, and then argue to a conclusion that involves a different kind of object, such as an abstract concept. Likewise, we cannot begin with an abstract conceptual definitions and accordingly employ logical reasoning for the purposes of concluding our argumentation with assertions about things that exist. With this set of regulations about what counts as a legitimate way of conducting explanation, Schopenhauer ruled out the oft-cited and, especially during his lifetime, philosophically often relied upon cosmological and ontological arguments for God's existence. And along with them, all philosophies that ground themselves upon such arguments. He was adamant that the German idealist outlooks of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel rested upon explanatory errors of this kind, and he regarded these outlooks as fundamentally wrong-headed styles of thought, for he saw their philosophies as being specifically grounded upon versions of the ontological arguments for God's existence. His frequent condemnation of German idealism was advanced in light of what he considered to be sound philosophical reasons, despite his uncompromising ad hominem attacks on Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who he described repeatedly as humbugs and charlatans. Schopenhauer's critique of Kant. Schopenhauer could be called a Kantian in many respects, but he did not always agree with the details of Kant's arguments. As noted, Schopenhauer teaching at Göttingen was Schulze, who authored in 1792 a text entitled Anisodemus that contained a criticism of the Kantian philosopher Karl Leonhard Reinhold. Reinhold was a defender of Kant and was known for his philosophy of the elements that was expressed along with some earlier writings in Reinhold's 1791 work, The Foundation of Philosophical Knowledge. Schulze's critique of Kant is essentially the following. It is incoherent to posit as a matter of philosophical knowledge, as Kant seems to have done, mind-independent object that is beyond all human experience, and that serves as the primary cause of our sensory experience. Schulze shares the criticism of Kant with Jacobi, who expressed the same objection 5 years earlier in David Hume on Faith or Idealism and Realism, a Dialogue, 1787, in an appendix entitled On Transcendental Idealism. Schulze argued that Kant illegitimately uses the concept of causality to conclude as a matter of strong epistemological requirement and not merely as a matter of rational speculation that there is some object, namely the thing in itself, outside of all possible human experience, that is nonetheless the cause of our sensation. Schopenhauer concurs that hypothesizing the thing in itself as the cause of our sensation amounts to a constitutive application and projection of the concept of causality beyond its legitimate scope, for according to Kant himself, the concept of causality only supplies knowledge when it is applied within the field of possible experience and not outside of it. Schopenhauer therefore denies that our sensations have an external cause in the sense that we can know there is some epistemologically inaccessible object, the thing in itself, that exists independently of our sensations and is the cause of them. These interesting problems with Kant's argument suggested to Schopenhauer that Kant's inference to the thing in itself as a mind-independent object or as an object of any kind is misconstrued. Schopenhauer maintains instead, if we are to refer to the thing in itself, then we must come to an awareness of it, not by invoking the relationship of causality, a relationship where the cause and the effect are logically understood to be distinct objects or events, since self-causation is a contradiction in terms, but through another means altogether. As we will see in the next section, and as we see immediately in the title of his main work, The World is Will and Representation, Schopenhauer believes that the world has a double aspect, namely will and representation. The German word Vorstellung, representation, can be translated as representation, presentation, idea, or mental image. Schopenhauer does not believe then that will causes our representation. He posits that will and representations are one and the same reality, regarded from different perspectives. They stand in relation to each other in a way that compares the relation between a force and its manifestation. This is opposed to saying that the thing in itself causes our sensations, as if we were referring to a domino, one domino striking another. Schopenhauer's view is that the relationship of the thing in itself and our sensations is more like that between two sides of a coin, neither of which causes the other, and both of which are the same coin and coinage. Among his other criticisms of Kant, Schopenhauer maintains that Kant's 12 categories of the human understanding, the various categories through which we logically organize our field of sensations into comprehensible and interrelated individual objects, are reducible to a single category of causality, and that this category, along with the forms of space and time, is insufficient to explain the basic format of all human experience. Individual objects dispersed through space and time causally relate to one another. Schopenhauer further comprehends that these three, and for him, interdependent principles as expressions of a single principle, namely the principle of sufficient reason, whose fourfold root he had examined in his doctoral dissertation. In The World is Will and Representation, Schopenhauer often refers to an aspect of the principle of sufficient reason as the principle of individuation, linking the idea of individuation explicitly with space and time, but also implicitly with rationality, necessity, systematicity, and determinism. He uses the principle of sufficient reason and the principle of individuation as shorthand expressions for what Kant had more complexly referred to as space, time, and the 12 categories of the understanding: unity, plurality, totality, reality, negation, limitation, substance, causality, reciprocity, possibility, actuality, design, and necessity. The world is will. It is a perennial philosophical reflection that if one looks deeply enough into oneself, one will discover not only one's essence, but also the essence of the universe. For as one is part of the universe, as is everything else, the basic energies of the universe flow through oneself as they flow through everything else. For that reason, it is thought that one can come into contact with the nature of the universe if one comes into substantial contact with one's ultimate inner being. Among the most frequently identified principles there are introspectively brought forth, and one that was standard for German idealist philosophers such as Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, who are philosophizing within the Christian Cartesian tradition, is the principle of self-consciousness, with the belief that acts of self-consciousness exemplify a self-created process akin to divine creation, and developing a logic that reflects the structure of self-consciousness, namely the dialectical logic of proposition, opposition, and reconciliation, sometimes described as a logic of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The German idealist maintained that dialectical logic mirrors the structure not only of human productions, both individual and social, but the structure of reality as a whole, conceived of as thinking substance or conceptually structured and constituted being. As much as he opposes the traditional German idealist in their metaphysical elevation of self-consciousness, which he regards as too intellectualistic, Schopenhauer philosophizes within the spirit of this tradition, for he believes that the supreme principle of the universe is likewise apprehensible through introspection, and that we can understand the world as various manifestations of this general principle. For Schopenhauer, this is not the principle of self-consciousness and rationally infused will, but is rather what he simply calls will, a mindless, aimless, non-rational impulse at the foundation of our instinctual drives and at the foundational being of everything. Schopenhauer originality does not reside in his characteristic of the world as will or as act, for we encounter this position in Fichte's philosophy, but in the conception of will as being devoid of rationality or intellect. Having rejected the Kantian proposition that our sensations are caused by an unknowable object that exists independently of us, Schopenhauer notes importantly that our body, which is just one among many objects in the world, is given to us in two different ways. We perceive our body as a physical object among other physical objects, subject to natural laws that govern the movement of all physical objects, and we are aware of our body through our immediate awareness. As we each consciously inhabit our own body, intentionally move it, and feel directly our pleasures, pains, and emotional states. We can objectively perceive our hand as an external object, as a surgeon might perceive it during a medical operation, and we can also be subjectively aware of our hand as something we inhabit, as something we move willfully, and of which we can feel its inner muscular workings. From this observation, Schopenhauer asserts that among all the objects in the universe, there is only one object relative to each of us, namely our physical body, that is given to two entirely different ways. It is given as representation, objectively externally, and as will, subjectively internally. One of his notable conclusions is that when we move our hand, this is not to be comprehended as a motivational act that first happens and then causes the movement of our hand as an effect. He maintains that the movement of our hand is but a single act, again, like the two sides of a coin, that is, a subjective feeling of willing as one of the aspects and the movement of the hand as the other. More generally, he adds that the action of the body is nothing but the act of will objectified that is translated into perception. At this point in his argumentation, Schopenhauer has established only that among his many ideas or representations, only one of them, the complex representation of the body, has this special double aspect quality. When he perceives the moon or the mountain, he does not, under ordinary circumstances, have any direct access to the metaphysical insight of such objects. They remain as representations that reveal to him only their objective side. Schopenhauer asked, though, how he might understand the world as an integrated whole, or how he might render his entire field of perception the most comprehensible. For as things stand, he can directly experience the inside of one of his representations, but of no others. To answer this question, he uses the double knowledge of his own body as the key to the inner being of every other natural phenomenon. He regards as if he were trying to make the notion of universal empathy theoretically possible, every object in the world as being metaphysically double aspected and as having an inside or inner aspect of its own, just as his consciousness is the inner aspect of his own body. This is rationale for rejecting Descartes' causal interactionism, where thinking substance is said to cause changes in an independent material substance and vice versa. This precipitates a position that characterizes the inner aspect of things as far as we can describe it as will. Hence, Schopenhauer regards the world as a whole having two sides. The world is will and the world is representation. The world is will, for us, as he sometimes qualifies it, is the world as it is itself, which is unity, and the world as representation is the world of appearances, of our ideas, or of objects, which is diversity. An alternative title for Schopenhauer's main book, The World as Will and Representation, might have been The World as Reality and Appearance. Similarly, his book might have been entitled The Inner and the Outer Nature of Reality. An inspiration for Schopenhauer's view that ideas are like inert objects is George Berkeley, who describes ideas in a deactivated way in his treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, 1710. A primary inspiration for Schopenhauer's double aspect view of the universe is Spinoza, who developed a similarly structured metaphysics and who Schopenhauer had studied in his early years before writing his dissertation. A subsequent but often highlighted inspiration is from the Upanishads, which also expresses a double aspect view of the universe, having an objective and subjective aspect, referred to respectively as Brahman and Atman. Only a few months after completing his dissertation, Schopenhauer was exposed to classical Indian thought in the late 1813 by the Orientalist Friedrich Magyar, who visited Johannes Schopenhauer's salon in Weimar. Schopenhauer also probably met at this time Julius Klaproth, who was the editor of Das Asiatic magazine. As the records of his library book withdrawals indicate, Schopenhauer began reading the Bhagavad Gita in December 1813 or very soon thereafter, and the Upanishads in March 1814, coincidence with the time when Schopenhauer's thought assumed an explicitly atheistic quality. Only a year before this, he was referring to himself explicitly in his notebook as an illuminated theist, a mystic, in an 1812 discussion of Schelling's philosophy. Schopenhauer's appreciation of Indian thought was augmented in Dresden during the writing of The World as Will and Representation by his 1815 to 17th neighbor Carl Friedrich Christian Krauss. Not only was Krauss a metaphysician panentheist, he was also an enthusiast for South Asian thought. Familiar with the Sanskrit language, he introduced Schopenhauer to the publications on India in the Asiatic magazine. With these enhanced Schopenhauer studies of the first European language translation of the Upanishads in 1801, a Persian version of the Upanishads was rendered into Latin by the French Orientalist Abraham Hyacinth Enquitin Durpian, a scholar who also introduced translations of Zoroastrian texts into Europe in 1771. Despite his general precedence within the philosophy family of double aspect theory, Schopenhauer's particular characterization of the world as will is nonetheless novel and daring. It is also frightening and pandemonic. He maintains that the world as it is itself, again sometimes adding for us, is an endless driving and blind impulse with no end in view, devoid of knowledge, lawless, absolutely free, entirely self-determining and almighty. Within Schopenhauer's vision of the world as will, there is no God to be comprehended, and the world is conceived of as being inherently meaningless. When anthropomorphically considered, the world is represented as being a condition of eternal frustration, as it endlessly strives for nothing in particular, and goes essentially nowhere. It is a world beyond any ascription of good and evil. Schopenhauer's denial of meaning to the world differs radically from the views of Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, all of whom sustained a distinct belief that everything is moving towards a harmonious and just end. Like these German idealists, however, Schopenhauer explained how the world that we experience daily is the result of the activities of the central principle of things, just as the German idealist accounted for the great chains of beings, the rocks, the trees, animals, human beings, as the increasing complicated and detailed objectifications of self-consciousness. Schopenhauer explained the world as an objectification of will. For Schopenhauer, the world we experience is constituted by objectifications of will that correspond first to the general root of the principle of sufficient reason, and second to the more specified fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason. This generates a two-tiered outlook: will as reality versus objects in general as appearance. This articulates into a three-tiered outlook: will as reality versus universal non-spatial temporal objects versus individual spatial temporal objects, by further distinguishing between universalistic and individualistic levels within the spheres of object. The general philosophical patterns of the single world essence that initially manifests itself as a multiplicity of abstract essences that in turn manifest themselves as a multiplicity of physical individuals is found throughout the world. It is characteristic of Neoplatonist 3rd century as represented by Plotinus, as well as by Buddhist three-body doctrine, a trichia of the Buddhist manifestation that is developed by the Yogacarya school of Mahayana Buddhism, as represented by Maitreya, Asanga, and Vasubandhu. According to Schopenhauer, corresponding to the level of universal subject-object distinction, will is immediately objectified into a set of universal objects or Platonic ideas. These constitute a timeless pattern for each of the individual things that we experience in space and time. There are different Platonic ideas, and although the multiplicity of ideas implies that some measure of individuation is present within this realm, each idea nonetheless contains no plurality within itself and is said to be one. Since the Platonic ideas are in neither space nor time, they lack the qualities of individuation that would follow from the introduction of spatial temporal qualifications. In these respects, the Platonic ideals are independent of the specific fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason, even though it would be misleading to say that there is no individuation whatsoever at the universal level, for there are many different Platonic ideas. Schopenhauer refers to Platonic ideas as the direct objectification of will and as the immediate objectivity of will. Will's indirect objectification is pure when our minds continue to apply the principle of sufficient reason beyond its general roots, such as to introduce the forms of time, space, and causality, not to mention logic, mathematics, geometry, and moral reasoning. When will is objectified at this level of determination, the world of everyday life emerges, whose objects are, in effect, kaleidoscopically multiplied manifestations of the Platonic forms, endlessly dispersed throughout space and time. Since the principle of sufficient reason is given Schopenhauer's inspiration from Kant, the epistemological form of the human mind, the spatial temporal world, is the world of our own reflection. To this extent, Schopenhauer says that life is like a dream as a condition of our knowledge. Schopenhauer believes that the laws of nature, along with the sets of objects that we experience, we ourselves create in a way that is not unlike the way the constitution of our tongues invokes the taste of sugar. As Galileo states in the Essayer, 1623, if ears, tongues, and noses were removed from the world, then odors, tastes, and sounds would be removed as well. At this point, what Schopenhauer has developed philosophically is surely interesting, but we have not yet mentioned its more remarkable and memorable aspect. If we combine his claim that the world is will with his Kantian view that we are responsible for the individuated world of appearances, we arrive at a novel outlook that depends heavily upon Schopenhauer's characterization of the thing in itself as will, understood to be an aimless, blind striving. Before the human being comes in onto the sense with its principle of sufficient reason or principle of individuation, there are no individuals. If the human being that in its very effort to know anything objectifies an appearance for itself that involves the fragmentation of will and its breakup into a comprehensible set of individuals, the result of this fragmentation, given the nature of will, is terrible. It is a world of constant struggle where each individual thing strives against every other individual thing. The result is a permanent war of all against all, akin to what Thomas Hobbes characterizes as the state of nature. Kant maintains the critique of pure reason. In the critique of pure reason that we create laws of nature, according to this, Schopenhauer maintains that in the world as will and representation, that we create the violent state of nature. For his view is that the individuation we impose upon things is imposed upon a blind striving energy that once it becomes individuated and objectified, turns against itself, consumes itself, and does violence to itself. His paradigm image is of the bulldog ant of Australia that when cut in half struggles in a battle to the death between its head and its tail. Our very quest for scientific and practical knowledge creates for Schopenhauer sinfully and repulsively a world that feeds nightmarishly upon itself. This marks the origin of Schopenhauer's renowned pessimism. He claims that as individuals we are anguished products of our own epistemological making, and that within the world of appearances that we structure, we are fated to fight with other individuals and to want more than we can ever have. On Schopenhauer's view, the world of daily life is essentially violent and frustrating. It is a world that, as long as our consciousness remains at a level where the principle of sufficient reason applies in its fourfold root, will never resolve itself into a condition of greater tranquility. As he explicitly states, daily life is suffering, and to express this he employs images of frustration taken from classical Greek mythology, such as the Tantalus and the Danaids, along with the suffering of Ixion on the ever-spinning wheel of fire. The image of Sisyphus expresses the same frustrated spirit. Transcending the human conditions of conflict. Aesthetic perceptions is a mode of transcendence. Schopenhauer's violent vision of the daily world will send him on a quest for tranquility, and he pursues this by retracing the path through which will objectifies itself. He discovers more peaceful states of mind, directing his everyday, practically oriented consciousness towards more extraordinary, universal, and less individuated states of mind, since it believes that the violence that a person experiences is proportional to the degree to which a person's consciousness is individuated and objectifying. His view is that with less individuation and objectification, there is less conflict, less pain, and more peace. One way to achieve a more tranquil state of consciousness is through aesthetic perception. This is a special state of perceptual consciousness where we apprehend some spatial temporal object and discern through this object the object's essence, archetype, or Platonic idea. This corresponds to the type of object in question. In this form of perception, we lose ourselves in the object, forget about our individuality, and become the clear mirror of the object. During the aesthetic perception of an individual apple tree, for example, we were perceived shining through the tree, the archetype of all the apple trees, the Ur phenomenon, as Goethe would describe it, in an appreciation of every apple tree that was, is, or will be. The kind of perception involved compares, for example, to the traditional portrait artist who discerns the shapes that nature intended to realize in a face, but that were not ideally realized. The painter consequently removes in the artistic portrait the little hairs, warts, wrinkles, and such to present a more idealized, angelic, timeless, and perfected facial presentation, as we might see in a wedding or religious portrait. Since Schopenhauer assumes that the quality of the subject of experience must correspond to the quality of the object of experience, he infers that in the state of aesthetic perception, where the objects are universalistic, the subject of experience must likewise assume a universalistic quality. Aesthetic perception thus transforms an individually oriented state of consciousness to a universally oriented state of consciousness, or what Schopenhauer calls a pure willless, painless, and timeless subject of knowledge. Few people supposedly have the capacity to remain in such an aesthetic state of mind for very long, for most are denied the transcendent tranquility of aesthetic perception. Only the artistically minded genius is naturally disposed to and can supposedly remain at length in the state of pure perception, and as these individuals Schopenhauer believes we must turn, as we appreciate their works of art, to obtain more concentrated and knowledgeable glimpses of the Platonic ideal into the essences of things. The artistic genius contemplates these ideas, creates a work of art, then presents the ideas in a manner more clear and accessible than is usual, and thereby communicates a universalistic vision to those who lack the idealizing power to see through and rise above the ordinary world of spatial temporal objects. Schopenhauer states that the highest purpose of art is to communicate Platonic ideas. As a constituting art, he has in mind a traditional five fine arts minus music, namely architecture, sculpture, painting, and poetry. These four arts, as he comprehends in relation to the Platonic ideas, those universal objects of aesthetic awareness that are located at the objective pole of the universal subject-object distinction, at the root of the principle of sufficient reason. Schopenhauer's account of the visual and literary arts corresponds to the world as representation of the immediate objectification, namely the field of Platonic ideas as opposed to the field of spatial temporal objects. As a counterpart to his interpretation of the visual and literary arts, Schopenhauer develops an account of music that coordinates it with the subjective pole of the universal subject-object distinction. Separate from the other traditional arts, he maintains that music is the most metaphysical art and is on a subjective, feeling-centered parallel with Platonic ideas themselves. Just as Platonic ideals contain the patterns for the types of objects in the daily world, music formally duplicates the basic structure of the world. The bass notes are analogous to inorganic nature, the harmonies are analogous to the animal world, and the melodies are analogous to the human world. The sounding of the bass note produces the more subtle sonic structures in its overtones. Similarly, inanimate nature produces animate life. In the structure of music, Schopenhauer discerns a series of analogies to the structure of the physical world that allows him to claim that music is a copy of will itself. His view that seems extravagant upon first hearing, but it rests on the thought that if one is to discern the truth of the world, it might be advantageous to apprehend the world not exclusively in scientific, mechanical, and causal terms, but rather in aesthetic, analogical, excessive, and metaphorical terms. That requires a sense of taste for their discernment in the form of the world is best reflected in the form of music. Then the most philosophical sensibility will be a musical sensibility. This partially explains the positive attraction of Schopenhauer's theory of music to creative spirits such as Richard Wagner and Friedrich Nietzsche, both of whom combine musical and philosophical interest in their works. With respect to the theme of achieving more peaceful and transcendent states of mind, Schopenhauer believes that the music achieves this by embodying the abstract forms of feelings or feelings abstracted from their particular everyday circumstances. This allows us to perceive the essences of emotional life, sadness itself, joy itself, without the contingent contents that would typically cause suffering. By expressing emotion in this detached way, music allows us to apprehend the nature of the world without the frustration involved in daily life, and hence in a mode of aesthetic awareness akin to the tranquil philosophical contemplation of the world, insofar as music provides an abstract and painless vision of the world and of inner life. However, it also fails to evoke the compassion that issues from identifying tangibly with another person's suffering. This deficiency motivates a shift from musical or aesthetic awareness to moral awareness. Moral awareness as a mode of transcendence. As many medieval Christians once assumed, Schopenhauer believed that we should minimize our fleshly desires since moral awareness arises through an attitude that transcends our bodily individuality. Indeed, he states explicitly that our views on morality are entirely in the spirit of Christianity, as well as being consistent with the doctrines of ethical precepts of the sacred books of India. Among the precepts he respects are those prescribing that one treats others as kindly as one treats oneself, that one refrains from violence and takes measures to reduce suffering in the world, that one avoids egoism and thoughts directed towards revenge, and that one cultivate a strong sense of compassion. Such precepts are not unique to Christianity. Schopenhauer believes that they constitute most religiously grounded moral views. Far from being immoralistic, his moral theory is written in the same vein as those of Immanuel Kant and John Stuart Mill that advocate principles that are in general accord with Christian precepts. Schopenhauer's conception of moral awareness coheres with his project of seeking more tranquil, transcendent states of mind. Within the moral realm, the quest for transcendence leads him to maintain that once we recognize each human as being merely an instance of the aspect of the single act of will that is humanity itself, we will appreciate the difference between the tormentor and the tormented is illusory, and that in fact the very same eye of humanity looks out from each and every person. According to the true nature of things, each person has all the sufferings of the world in his or her own, for the same inner human nature ultimately bears all the pain and all the guilt. Thus, with the consciousness of humanity in mind, moral consciousness would realize that it has upon and within itself the sins of the whole world. It should be noted that such a consciousness would also bear all of humanity's joys, triumphs, and pleasures, but Schopenhauer does not develop this thought. Not only does this specific application of the principle of sufficient reason fragment the world into a set of individuals dispersed through space and time for the purposes of attaining scientific knowledge, the rationalistic principle generates the illusion that when one person does wrong to another, that the two people are essentially separate and private individuals. Just as fragmentation of the world into individuals is necessary to apply the relationship of causality, where A causes B, and where A and B are conceived to be two independent objects, the same cognitive fragmentation leads us to conceive of the relationship between people on a model where some person P acts upon person Q, where P and Q are conceived as two independent individuals. The condition for scientific knowledge thus has a negative moral impact because they lead us to regard each other as individuals separate and alien to one another. By compassionately recognizing a more universal level, the inner nature of another person is of the same metaphysical substance as oneself, one arrives at a moral outlook with a more concrete philosophical awareness. This compassionate way of apprehending another person is not merely understanding abstractly the proposition that each person is a human being, or understood abstractly as would Kant, that in principle the same regulations of rationality operate equally in each of us and oblige us to act accordingly as equals. It is to feel directly the life of another person in an almost magical way. It is to enter into the life of humanity imaginatively, such as to coincide with all others as much as one possibly can. It is to imagine equally and in full force what it is like to be both a cruel tormentor and a tormented victim, and to locate both opposing experiences and characters within a single universal consciousness that is the consciousness of humanity itself. With the development of moral consciousness, one's awareness expands towards the mixed up, tension-ridden, bittersweet, tragic, amic, multi-aspected, and distinctively sublime consciousness of humanity itself. Edmund Burke characterized the sublime as a feeling of tranquility tinged with terror, and Schopenhauer's moral consciousness fits this description, just as music embodies the emotional tensions within the world in an abstracted and distanced manner, and thus affords a measure of tranquility by presenting a softened sonic image of the daily world of perpetual conflict. A measure of tranquility also attends moral consciousness when attaining the universal consciousness of humanity that transcends spatial and temporal determinations. The desires that derive their significance from one's personal condition as a spatial temporal individual are seen for what they are, as being grounded upon the illusion of fragmentation, and they thereby lose much of their compelling force. In this respect, moral consciousness becomes the quieter of the will, despite the first person recognition of human torment. Works of art that portray this kindness of sublime consciousness would include the Lacune and Hieronymus Bosch painting Christ carrying the cross. Negatively considered moral consciousness delivers us from the unquenchable thirst that is individuated human life, along with the unremitting oscillation between pain and boredom. Positively considered moral consciousness generates a measure of wisdom as one's outlook becomes akin to universal novel that contains the template for all human stories that have been repeating themselves generation after generation, stories comic and tragic, pathetic and triumphant, and trivial and monumental. One becomes like the steadfast tree whose generations of leaves fall away with each passing season, as does generation after generation of people. Schopenhauer maintains, similar in an essay on the freedom of will, 1839, that everything that happens happens necessarily. Having accepted Kant's view that cause and effect relationships extend throughout the world of experience, he believes that every individual act is determined by prior causes of motives. The fatalistic realization is a source of comfort and tranquility for Schopenhauer, for upon becoming aware that nothing can be done to alter the course of events, he finds that the struggle to change the world quickly loses its force. Schopenhauer denies the common conception that being free entails that for any situation in which we acted, we could always have acted differently. He arguments this denial, however, with the claim that each of us is free in a more basic sense, nothing that we have an unshakable certainty that we are the doers of our deeds. Essays on the Freedom and Will. Conclusion. He maintains that our sense of responsibility reveal an innate character that is self-determining and independent of experience, just as individuals, trees, and individual flowers are the multifarious expression of the Platonic ideas of the tree and flower. Each of our individual actions is a spatial temporal manifestation of our respective innate and intelligible character. A person's intelligible character is a timeless act of will that the person essentially is and can be conceived of as the subjective aspect of the Platonic idea that would objectively define the person's inner essence. As a portrait artist might perceive it, this concept of the intelligible character is Kantian and is a conjunction with Kant's correlated concept of empirical character, the intelligible character as it is experientially expressed. Schopenhauer regards it as a means to resolve the problem of freedom and determinism and to be one of the most profound ideas in Kant's philosophy. From the standpoint of the later philosophical influence, Schopenhauer's discussion of the intelligible character resonates with Friedrich Nietzsche's injunction to become what one is. Schopenhauer believes that as we learn more about ourselves, we can manifest our intelligible character more effectively, and we can play our designated role artistically and methodologically with firmness and grace. With self-knowledge, we can transform our lives into works of art, as Nietzsche later prescribed. Character development thus involves expanding the knowledge of our innate individual tendencies, and a primary effect of this knowledge and self-realization is greater peace of mind. Moreover, since our intelligible character is both subjective and universal, its status coordinates with that of music, the highest art. The association with music, as Nietzsche probably observed, reveals a systematic link between Schopenhauer's aesthetics and his moral theory, and it can account for Schopenhauer's reference to the emergence of pleasing aesthetics and artistic, if not musical, qualities in the connection with the expression of a acquired character. Asceticism and the denial of the will to live. According to Schopenhauer, aesthetic perception offers only a short-lived transcendence from the daily world. Neither is moral awareness the ultimate state of mind, despite its comparative tranquility in contrast to the daily world of violence. Schopenhauer believes that a person who experiences the truth of human nature from a moral perspective, who appreciates how spatial and temporal forms of knowledge generate a constant passing away, continuous suffering, vain striving, and inner tension, will be so repulsed by the human condition and by pointlessly striving will of which it is a manifestation, that he or she will lose the desire to affirm the objectified human situation in any of its manifestation. The result is an attitude of denial towards our will to live that Schopenhauer identifies with an aesthetic attitude of renunciation, resignation, and willlessness, but also with composure and tranquility. In a manner reminiscent of the traditional Buddhism, he recognized that life is filled with unavoidable frustration, and acknowledging that suffering caused by this frustration can itself be reduced by minimizing one's desires. Moral consciousness and virtue thus gives way to the voluntary poverty and chastity of the aesthetic. St. Francis of Assisi and Jesus subsequently emerged as Schopenhauer's prototypes for the most enlightened lifestyle in conjunction with the aesthetics from every religious tradition. This emphasis upon the aesthetic consciousness and its associated detachment and tranquility introduces some paradox into Schopenhauer's outlook, for he admits that the denial of our will to live entails a terrible struggle with instinctual energies as we avoid the temptation of bodily pleasures and resist the mere animal forces to endure, reproduce, and flourish. Before we can enter the transcendent consciousness of heavenly tranquility, we must pass through the fires of hell and experience the dark night of the soul, as our universal self battles for individuated and physical self, as pure knowledge opposes animalistic will, and its freedom struggles against nature. One can maintain superficially that no contradiction is involved in the act of willing to deny the will to live, because one is not saying that will is somehow destroying itself, but only saying that a more universal manifestation of will is overpowering a less universal manifestation, namely the natural, individuated, physically embodied aspect. Within this opposition, it does remain that will as a whole is set against itself according to the very model Schopenhauer is trying to transcend, namely the model wherein one manifestation of will fights against another manifestation, like the divided bulldog ant. This is itself may not be a problem, but the location of the tormented and self-crucifying aesthetic consciousness at the pentultimate level of enlightenment is paradoxical owing to its highest degree of inner ferocity. Even though this ferocity occurs at a reflective and introspective level, we have before us a spiritualized life and death struggle within the aesthetic consciousness. The pure reality notwithstanding, the aesthetic struggle is none other than the supreme struggle against human nature. It is a struggle against the close to unavoidable tendency to apply the principle of sufficient reason for the purpose of attaining practical knowledge, and application that for Schopenhauer has the repulsive side effect of creating the illusion, nightmare of a world permeated with endless conflict. From a related angle, the aesthetic struggle is against the forces of violence and evil that, owing to Schopenhauer's acceptance and the interpretation of Kant's epistemology, locates these forces significantly within human nature itself. When the aesthetic transcends human nature, the aesthetic resolves the problem of evil by removing the individuated and individuating human consciousness from the scene. An entire spatial temporal situation within which daily violence occur is removed. In a way, then, the aesthetic consciousness can be said symbolically to return Adam and Eve to paradise, for it is the very quest for knowledge, the will to apply principle of individuation to experience, that the aesthetic overcomes. This amounts to a self-overcoming at a universal level, where not only physical desires overcome, but where humanly inherent epistemological dispositions are overcome as well. Schopenhauer's later works. At the end of the first volume of The Will and Representation, 1818, Schopenhauer intimates that the aesthetic experience is an inscrutable mystical state of consciousness that looks like nothing at all from the standpoint of the ordinary, day-to-day, individuated, and objectifying consciousness. Conversely, he adds from the standpoint of the aesthetics mystical consciousness, where only knowledge remains and where the will to live has vanished, the physical world itself, with all of its suns and galaxies, is nothing like in this consciousness to the prajna pramita of the Buddhist. To conclude the book, he also states that the same section that this mystical consciousness has an ocean-like calmness, tranquility, confidence, and serenity, adding that if one were to seek a positive characterization of the mystical state, we could refer loosely to the words of phrases such as ecstasy, rapture, illumination, and union with God. Schopenhauer recognizes a positive content to the aesthetics mystical experience, but he regards the experience as inevitable. This advocacy of mystical experience creates a puzzle. If everything is will without qualification, then it is unclear where to locate this will, this mystical state of mind. According to Schopenhauer's three-tiered philosophical schema, which is now coming into question, it must be located either at the level of will, as in it is in itself, or at the level of Platonic ideas, or at the level of individual things in space and time. It cannot be the latter, because individuated consciousness is the everyday consciousness of a desire, frustration, and suffering. Neither can it be located at the level of will as it is itself, because the will is blind striving without knowledge and without satisfaction. The aesthetic consciousness might be the most plausible, located at the level of universal subject-object distinction, akin to the music-filled consciousness, but Schopenhauer states that the mystical consciousness abolishes not only time and space, but also the fundamental forms of subject and object. No will, no representation, no rule. So in terms of its degrees and generality, the mystical state of mind seems to be located at a level of universality comparable to that of the will as the thing in itself. Since he characterized it as not being a manifestation of will, however, it appears to be keyed into another dimension altogether, in total disconnection from will as the thing itself. In itself. This is to say that if the thing in itself is exactly congruent with will, then it is difficult to accept Schopenhauer's mystical characterization of the aesthetic consciousness, and at the same time to identify a consistent place for it within Schopenhauer's three-tiered philosophical scheme of reality. Schopenhauer's position on whether the thing in itself is will consequently presents some interpretive difficulties. On the will in nature, 1836-54, he almost always speaks of it as if the two are identical. In the second volume of The World is Will and Representation, 1844, he addresses the above complication and qualifies his claim that the thing in itself is will. He states in the 1844 work, reciting manuscript notes from 1821 almost verbatim, so this is not an 1844 later view, that is only to us that the thing in itself appears as will, and that it remains possible that the thing in itself has other modes of being that are incomprehensible in ordinary terms, but that might be accessible to mystical consciousness. He concludes that mystical experience is only a relative nothingness, that is, when it considers from the standpoint of the daily world, but that it is not an absolute nothingness, as would be the case if the thing in itself were will in an unconditional sense, and not merely will to us. In light of this, Schopenhauer sometimes expresses the view that the thing in itself is multidimensional, and although the thing in itself is not wholly identical to the world of will, it nonetheless includes as its manifestation the world as will and the world as representation. This lends to a panentheistic structure to Schopenhauer's view, noted earlier in the views of Krauss. From a scholarly standpoint, it implies interpretations Schopenhauer that portray him as a Kantian who believes that knowledge of the thing in itself is impossible, do not fit with what Schopenhauer himself believed. It also implies that interpretations that portray him as a traditional metaphysician who claims that the thing in itself is straightforwardly, wholly, and unconditionally will also stand in need of qualification. Okay, critical reflections. Schopenhauer's intermittently encountered claim that will is the thing in itself only to us provides philosophical space for him to assert consistently that mystical experience provides a positive insight. It also relativizes the human condition. Schopenhauer's position that the world is will, this entails that his outlook on daily life is a cruel and violence-filled world, a world generated by the application of the principle of sufficient reason, is based on human condition intuition, namely the direct double knowledge of one's body as both subject and object. So along these lines, Schopenhauer's pessimistic vision of the world can itself be seen to be grounded upon the subject-object distinction, the general rule of the principle of sufficient reason. As mentioned above, we can see this fundamental reliance upon the subject-object distinction reflected in the very title of his book, The World is Will and Representation, that can be read as, in effect, the world is subjectivity and objectively apprehended. This observation does not render within the parameters of his outlook Schopenhauer's ruthlessly competitive world scenario typically any less avoidably, but it does lead one to understand Schopenhauer's pessimistic vision of the world as will as less of an outlook derived from an absolute standpoint that transcends human nature, although he frequently speaks in the absolutist way and is more of an outlook expressive of human nature in its effort to achieve philosophical understanding, owing to its fundamental reliance upon the subject-object distinction. Schopenhauer's classical account of the daily world as the objectification of will is understandable not only from the traditional metaphysical theory that purports to describe the unconditional truth, it can be understood alternatively as an expression of the human perspective on the world that as an embodied individual we typically cannot avoid. This tempered approach, though, does leave us with the decisive question of why the world would appear to be so violent if the universe core is not thoroughly will, but it also something mysterious beyond this, for if will is the only one of an untold number of the universe's dimensions, there would be no reason to expect that the individuating effects of this principle of sufficient reason would generate a world that feeds on itself in the manner that Schopenhauer describes. Schopenhauer's influence. Schopenhauer's philosophy has been widely influential, partly because his outlook acknowledges traditional moral values without the need to postulate the existence of God. His views also allow for the possibility of absolute knowledge by means of mystical experience. Schopenhauer also implicitly challenges the hegemony of science and other literalistic modes of expression, substituting in their place more musical and literary styles of understanding. His recognition, or at least with respect to the perspective we typically cannot avoid, that the universe appears to be a fundamentally irrational place, was also appealing in the 20th century thinkers who understood instinctual forces as irrational and yet guiding forces underlying human behavior. Schopenhauer's influence has been strong among literary figures, which include poets, playwrights, essayists, novelists, and historians such as Charles Baudelaire, Samuel Beckett, Thomas Bernhard, George Louis Borges, Jacob Burckhardt, Joseph Conrad, Andre Gide, George Gissling, Franz Grillparzer, Thomas Hardy, Gerhard Hauptmann, Friedrich Hebel, Hugo van Hofmannsthal, George Karl Huysman, Ernst Junger, Karl Kraus, D.H. Lawrence, Joaquim Mario Machado de Assis, Stefane Mallarme, Thomas Mann, Guy de Masput, Herman Melville, Robert Mossel, Edgar Allan Poe, Marcel Proust, Arno Schmidt, August Steinberg, Italio Serva, Leo Tolstoy, Ivan Turgenev, Frank Wedekind, W.B. Yeats, and Emile Zola. In general, these authors were inspired by Schopenhauer's sense of the world's absurdity, either regarded in a more nihilistic and gloomy manner or regarded in a more lighthearted, absurdist, and comic manner. Among philosophers, one can cite Henry Bergson, Julius Banhus, Edward van Hartmann, Susan Langer, Philip Mainlander, Hans van Hingemann, and Friedrich Nietzsche, where each tended to focus on selected aspects of Schopenhauer's philosophy, such as his views of the meaning of life, his theory of non-rational will, his theory of music, or his Kantianism. Insofar as they influenced Nietzsche, who subordinated science to art, continental philosophy's 20th century challenge to purely literalistic styles of philosophy via Nietzsche is anticipated by Schopenhauer's view that music expresses metaphysical truth more directly than does traditional philosophy. Schopenhauer's theory of music, along with his emphasis upon the artistic genius of the world as suffering, was also influential among composers such as Johannes Brahms, Antonin Dvorak, Gustav Mahler, Hans Pfitzner, Sergei Prokofiev, Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, Arnold Schoenberg, and Richard Wagner. Insofar as they influenced Wagner, who is the father of the 20th century music written to accompany the Hansel Ocean pictures, Schopenhauer's theory of music as the expression of the continental flow of emotion stands significantly behind the contemporary experience of the music in artistic and communicational media. Schopenhauer's 19th century historical profile is frequently obscured by the shadows of Kant, Hegel, Marx, Mill, Darwin, and Nietzsche, but more that is usually recognized in his rejection of his rationalistic conception of the world as early as 1818. He perceived the shape of things to come, the hollow nihilistic laughter expressed by the Dada movement at the turn of the century in the midst of World War I, reiterates feelings that Schopenhauer's philosophy had embodied almost a century earlier. Schopenhauer's idea about the importance of instinctual urges at the core of daily life also reappeared in Freud's surrealism inspiring psychoanalytical thought, and his conviction that human history is going nowhere became keynotes within 20th century French philosophy after two world wars put damper on the 19th century anticipation of continual progress that had captured the hearts and thinkers such as Hegel and Marx. Okay, yeah, y'all bear, God bless. Okay, yeah, so long program today. A lot of information. You appreciate a few people that tuned in, and I'm going to call it yeah, there's a lot of information there, like this kind of the due diligence of the main background of philosophy, Western philosophy. So, normally I'm going to try to have people that are connected to each other in thoughts, like it did the German idealists, the American pragmatists. Next time I'm probably going to do founders of the Royal Society, like Hobbes, in the time frame of Boyle, Hooke. Maybe I'll go back to Descartes and his followers, and then the actual metaphysics ideas. So today was an extremely long stream. Got almost 8 hours of it. I hadn't done one of these in almost a month, so good to be back in my research, and so let me just call it quits. God bless. We'll see you Sunday with Week in Review. Reach out, make any comments, and God bless.